facilitating this gift of $55,945.
Joan Daughtery, a 38-year employee of GE and longtime member of Southeast Christian Church, Joan was also an avid singer and award-winning businesswoman. She was also very involved with the community and wanted to help children through a specific bequest in her will. The WHAS Crusade for Children is the recipient of that gift, totaling $2,500 to help children.
Judith Eastland. We are very grateful for the wonderful gift of $8,164.40 from the estate of Ms. Eastland.
Gerald Michael Freiberger. From New Albany, Indiana, Michael was a longtime Boy Scout and then troop leader. He dedicated years to working with the young people and had a heart for children and investing in their futures. Michael generously gave a legacy gift of $3,000 to the Crusade to continue investing in future generations.
Louise Hale. Louise was preceded in death by her husband. She left instructions in her trust to issue this gift to the WHAS Crusade for Children. And we are thankful for Louise's generous donation of $50,000.
John W. Johnson. Mr. Johnson lived to be 78 years old, and we are extremely grateful for his generosity. John chose to leave 1/3 of his estate to the Crusade for Children, which totaled $227,602.30.
Michael Stewart Miller. Michael was an Army veteran, longtime Philip Morris employee, and avid UK basketball fan. He was committed to his church and community outreach. We appreciate that Michael made the Crusade for Children the beneficiary of his life insurance, a gift of $5,979.51.
Delois Sands. Delois lived to be 90 years old and generously made the Crusade for Children the beneficiary of her estate. Her legacy will live on through the wonderful gift of $279,500.
Richard Rick Simone. Rick was a U.S. Navy veteran, retiree of Cummins, Inc., and attended Shepherdsville Christian Church. We are so fortunate that he made the Crusade the residuary beneficiary of his estate. Rick's generosity will help change the lives of so many children in the years to come with his gift of $259,980.62.
Louis C. Swift. Mr. Swift's family speculated in a beautifully written letter that he realized he had a pretty good life and concluded that, through his legacy, he could create opportunity for many hundreds of children, helping them to succeed with a little less hardship than he endured. We thank Louis for his estate contribution of $139,343.
Barbara Ann Wright Treadway. Barbara was a U of L graduate and radiology tech for University Hospital for 30 years before retiring. She chose the Crusade for Children to be a gift recipient from her estate. Barbara's legacy donation is $31,223.12.
Marjorie B. Toon. Marjorie lived in the same house in the Beachmont neighborhood for 96 years. She was a graduate of U of L and was a librarian there as well. She was preceded in death by her husband, Butch, who worked at WHAS 11 for 30 years. Through her charitable trust, Marjorie gifted the Crusade with $36,522.41.
Tony F. Zellers. Tony was born in Hazard, Kentucky, and came to Louisville to begin his 30-year teaching career at JCPS. His focus through all the years was working with special education students. He had a huge heart for these children and chose to leave his estate to the Crusade in hopes of making life better for those who learn differently. So many children will be helped by his generous gift of $217,584.10.
You can be part of building the future by mailing in your end-of-year donation check. The best way to do that is sending it right to 520 West Chestnut Street, Louisville, Kentucky, 40202. You can also give online to WHAScrusade.org. That's WHAScrusade.org. If you want to give by phone, leave a message and someone at the WHAS Crusade for Children will get back to you. Call 582-7706. That's 582-7706.
With all this talk about the endowment, have you ever wondered how it works? Well, we've got our buddy magician David Gerard and some of his friends with an explanation of how the endowment works in a way we can all understand.
Hi folks, I'm magician David Gerard here with my friends Nia and Ava.
Hi.
And we are big fans of the WHAS Crusade for Children. And ladies, I understand that you have been making lemonade and selling lemonade to raise money for Crusade. That is fantastic. And in light of that, because of that, I have a magic trick that I think you will really like. I think you'll enjoy it, and it might help us learn a little bit about what an endowment is. So watch the handkerchief. The handkerchief is going to completely disappear right before your eyes. Your eyes are very close. You can see it's down here for you. Now watch, can you see it getting smaller? Smaller and smaller as I poke it into my fist. Now we need one more thing in order to make the magic happen. And you're in luck because I have the thing. It's a very magical thing. You've probably seen one before, but I bet you don't have one. What we need is a magic wand. Now do not laugh. It is very small, but it is very powerful. You're smiling out loud. I wave it over the handkerchief and watch, just like magic, a lemon.
Oh.
Now with one lemon, oh, wait. And the handkerchief has jumped back up to my pocket. That's amazing. Now, with one lemon, we could probably make one glass of lemonade, maybe two, but then our lemon would be gone. And then what would we do? We need more lemons. We need more lemons. Fortunately, we have some magic left. Would you do me a favor? Just blow right there. And when she does that, there's one for you. Blow right here. Whoa. There's one for you. And if I snap my fingers, look, there's one for me. Now we have three, one for each of us. But what we really need is an endless supply of lemons. And we're in luck because I have in my pocket, this is so cool. This is called wish paper. Looks like a little tissue, but it's wish paper. And magicians use this in emergencies. We'll just place that right there in the pan. Let's see if we can't make a little magic. Watch closely. Whoa! That was close. Oh my goodness.
You turned into a bunch of lemons.
Check it out. Now we have lots and lots of lemons. That's so cool. And that's a little bit like the way an endowment works. An endowment is like a lemon tree. It just sort of keeps the lemons coming, which keeps the lemonade coming, which keeps the money coming for Crusade. And that's real magic. And you can help make it happen by giving to the WHAS Crusade for Children endowment. We hope you will.
Well, what a great explanation of how your donations help the Crusade for Children keep going year after year after year. And with the ease of giving online, we have so many ways you can donate. Here's the Director of Philanthropy, Heather Benson, with the many ways you can give.
Donating to the WHAS Crusade for Children is easier than ever. Donate online by visiting whascrusade.org. We accept all major credit cards, Venmo, or PayPal. You can also pay by e-check, and your donation will come straight from your checking account. You can even credit your fire department in the comments section. Donate directly to the Crusade through popular money sharing apps, such as Venmo, CashApp, PayPal, and Apple Pay. Create a Facebook fundraiser for the Crusade and encourage your online family and friends to help you reach your goal. Finally, as you do your holiday food shopping, don't forget to designate the Crusade as your charity of choice with Kroger Community Rewards. A percentage of your purchases will be donated back to the kids. To date, the Crusade has received nearly $20,000 from shoppers just like you from their Kroger purchases.
That's That's exactly right. We need folks to make their donations using any of the easy ways that Heather just explained a second ago. You can use the apps or the QR code there at the bottom of your screen. There's Venmo, CashApp, and PayPal. Great and easy ways for you to donate, and thanks so much for all that. The DePaul School's been a Crusade grant recipient for many years. We're joined now by Dr. Lori Bodiger. She's head of school here. Hi, Lori. Thanks for having us.
Thanks for being here. We're delighted.
Tell us about the mission and vision of DePaul School.
This is our 54th year at DePaul School, and what we have done is had a school that has always been based in research. We serve children with learning differences because we know how amazing they are. Most of our children have dyslexia, ADHD, and we know that they think differently, so we teach differently. School makes sense here.
Indeed.
Lori, let's talk a little bit about the grant money and how is the grant money from WHAS Crusade used here at the DePaul School?
The grant money over time has been absolutely amazing, Shay. The rock wall is something that the children who love to climb already, they get on there and have a blast. It also serves the kids who are a little bit less confident and gives them something that they can work toward. They try it and then they're amazing. The robotics program, it's an affinity that our kids have. They are natural entrepreneurs, problem solving, etc. So as they finish here in DePaul, head off to high school, they will be in creative entrepreneurial careers.
How important is this money?
We are wonderfully grateful. We know that WHAS Crusade believes in our children, and our children will be the ones that give back.
Oh, I absolutely love that. I know everyone else will too. Thank you so much, Lori, for welcoming us in here. Thank you to everyone for welcoming us in here for this great opportunity. Terry, I think our friends back here might have a special message for everybody at home.
Thank you for watching the show, too. Thank you, Lori. Thank you, everybody at DePaul. They're all going to go out and conquer the world now. Thanks for watching and helping to build a financially secure future for our WHAS Crusade for Children. One more time, hooray!
So we're going to bring a kit out to you and let us know if you need help.
Today we have Special Olympics Unified Robotics team here with our Achieving Dreams camp.
And then we'll put that on top of there like that.
That serves individuals with Down syndrome.
Watch out. Hey, watch it.
We are learning about robotics. We're learning how the robots work, how the programming helps the brain of the robot move around.
Everyone, this is your robot, okay? So you guys are gonna get to take all these pieces inside your robotics kits, and you're gonna get to build onto your robot for the competition, all right?
Uh-oh.
Today, Special Olympics Kentucky partnered with the Dreams with Wings camp to put on a unified robotics demonstration. You want a hug? There you go, dude. We're going around to the tables, working with the individuals to help build their robots and help them show how their robots can interact and how they can interact with them. Good job. That looks awesome. I might use those colors next year.
Unified Robotics started for us about a little over a year ago. So you want to come up with something really cool and awesome, all right, that your robot's going to be named. It's an extension of the activities that we do within schools that are pairing individuals with and without intellectual disabilities to participate in sports and various activities together. We were able to partner with Fern Creek High School and work with their unified robotics and have them come and bring their expertise.
So the Fern Creek students today brought robots and they showed how to manipulate the robots and what their robots were capable of. And our campers were so excited to see them in action.
Look at Cam up there.
I'm always excited to bring activities that our special education students maybe wouldn't otherwise get a chance to participate in. And for our general education students, give them a chance to interact with students that they maybe otherwise wouldn't form friendships with.
So you see these little pieces? Yeah. It's just really enjoyable just being able to interact with them. That's your masterpiece. And just see the joy that comes to them just through unified activities such as robotics.
Well, we're actually looking at the robots and actually doing Legos. It looks awesome.
There you go. Now watch it go.
Whoa!
We have 2 camps that run simultaneously. It's 7 weeks out of the year, Monday through Friday, 8 hours a day. So without the help of the Crusade, we wouldn't be able to put on a summer camp like this. And we've had this camp for 23 years. So the Crusade has been instrumental in our ability to serve more and more children, teens, and young adults.
I'm seeing a lot of smiles on faces, and hopefully this is an activity that is new to them, but something that they can continue maybe to grow their interest in.
Yeah. Those robots were kind of awesome. It's just incredible. I love this work, and I love being able to do it with such incredible individuals.
This is my favorite part of the year. The summer camp just helps me feel so much more connected to our community.
If you guys ever want to stop it.
It's really like lightning in the bottle each year, and I know we couldn't do it without the help of the Crusade.
Look at it go! Oh no, Austin fell off!
When you give to the kids, what does your money buy? The easy answer is technology, but it's so much more than that. iPads have been around for more than a decade. Today, special software on an iPad means children with special needs can interact with a simple touch. Without an iPad, communication would be a struggle. An iPad like this can improve literacy, communication, and motor skills. And it can touch so many children, including those with hearing and visual impairment and youngsters with developmental delays. What does this touching therapy cost? With your $300 donation or 3 donations of $100, a Crusade-supported agency can put an iPad like this one into the hands of another child with special needs. Go to whascrusade.org and click on Donate to make a secure online donation. Or give with Venmo, CashApp, PayPal, Apple Pay, or use the Crusade's QR code to make a donation. There is no better investment than children. And we promise 100% of your donation will go directly to services for children with special needs. 100%. Join us and make a difference for children with special needs.
Oh, we're already live?
I believe we're live.
Well, I tell you what, we're live.
There you go.
Injured, but live. Yeah, we were talking. Well, first, welcome to the 71st Crusade for Children, WHAS Crusade for Children. Bobby Jack, I'm here with Brian Walker, and of course, the guy of the hour in the middle who helps coordinate all this. You got quite the job. Joey Scott, how are you?
I do. I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Well, you know, I just figured a second ago, you're like, we haven't talked in a while. How are we? And I'm like, I don't know yet, but I think Brian...
They had to twist your arm to get you here.
Somebody, I think she said a few minutes ago, it's like, you know, I don't know what kind of injury I can have next year to return, because it seems to be I'm on a roll right now.
Yeah, it's kind of happened too often, right? So, but no, yeah, I'm glad to be here. Have you both here.
Glad to be back.
Yeah, this is your second go around.
Second time.
We're proud to have you back again. You're 43rd or something like that.
Something like that, yeah. And you've been doing it but you were 5, so.
I have, and you know, I mean, you look around here today, this remote grows every year. We have so many dedicated firefighters and other community members here today too, and they just go all out for this Crusade for Children. We're really proud of them, really proud of them. And like to say a special thank you to John Gentry with State Fire Rescue Training Area 5. If it wasn't for him, this wouldn't be possible having us down here use the facility. So we really appreciate him and Mr. Rusty Todd, who comes in still and gets it all ready for us. So we really thank him.
Oh, and we want to thank WBNA TV too, Channel 21, which again, when we started these remotes years ago, made it so much easier on the firefighters, kept them at home in case they got a call, and it was a lot shorter trip home after you all had been standing out at roadblocks and going door to door and all of that. Get you home to your families a little quicker.
Yes, sir. And roadblocks, we don't really do many roadblocks anymore. And but credit to the fire service, they find new inventive ways to come up and make money, and we're really proud of them. And the community's jumped right in there and supported them. So we're really proud of everybody.
Yeah. We've learned how to change.
We have. We've had to. COVID kind of made us change our way of living, and we've adapted to it. It's what firefighters do. So we adapt.
I like that. Got that little firefighter line in there.
He did indeed. He did indeed.
You want us to get started? Because I know Brian's got some folks over here he needs to talk to.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I believe you're going to go to Rineyville first.
I was told we're going over here, but I may be wrong.
I'm flexible. We'll do whatever we need to.
Are we going to? Is Brian over here? Oh. You know better than I do. All right.
All right.
All us things listen to Joey.
And, how are you doing, sir?
Sir, I'm blessed and highly favored to be here with such a great crew representing Rineyville.
Well, was last year your first crusade here?
Sir, it was not, sir. This would be number 8 for me, sir.
8?
Yes, sir.
It took me that long to meet you because, I know people can tell from your accent you're from, like, the deep south.
Yes, sir. It's that deep south place known as New York City.
I know you got a great crew in Rineyville. Tell me a little bit what's going on.
Yes, sir. I would love to. First of all, before I talk about the great firefighters and support that we have, I have to talk about the Rineyville and Hardin County community. None of this would be possible without them. They expect us to be ready and capable to respond, and in return, they provide us the best relationship possible. And they came out, everyone knows this is hard times right now, inflation, the nation's divided politically, we got all this other stuff going on, but when it comes to caring for the kids of Kentucky, my hat is off to the citizens of Hardin County and Rineyville, because you make it happen for those kids and you make things possible that would otherwise be impossible. So now I would gladly speak about my firefighters, sir.
All right, well, good. But warn me when you take that cap off like that, because the sun kind of blinded me.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I'm going to need Neville's glasses.
Yes, sir. Well, right here is Mr. Neville Skaggs, right? He's been a longtime member of Rineyville Fire Department, also a member of our board. We got Lieutenant Anthony Odom right here. We got Sparky right down there. Sparky, wave hi, Sparky. Right, we got Ms. Laura. Sparky, step back a little bit, Spark. We got Ms. Laura Corbett, Sergeant, right there. I have to step out a little bit. Yes, sir. Right. We got Ms. Rogers right there. She newly joined this month. She's a junior, highly involved with the department. And right there is Mr. Jesse Cross. He's a new junior this year as well. And last but not least, that is our illustrious Assistant Chief, James Snodgrass.
All right. Okay. Well, who's going to do most of the reading and talking and list?
Lieutenant Anthony Odom right here. I just want to start out with, last year we had a member of our community give $100,000 who didn't want to be publicly recognized, and we'll honor that. Before Anthony starts going over the list, it doesn't matter, citizens, whether you gave $1 or $100,000. It's about the condition of your heart and the fact that you took the opportunity to give something that you didn't have to. And for the $14,107 from Rineyville, we thank you very much. With that, I'll turn it over to my lieutenant.
All right. Lieutenant, I'm going to get in between you and I'll get right in the middle between you and Neville. All right.
It's Michelle and William Bucknam, William and Alicia Not Living Trust, Dawn and Jerry Stith. We have Paul and Ruth Froge, Marcia M.
Lander.
There you go. Edward and Susan Borders, Daniel C. I think that's Gunther. Sorry if I pronounce these wrong. Mears Farm, Leo Brangers, Jane Thornton, Daryl and Donna Foster, Tim and Jennifer Wiseman, Joseph and Joanne Brown, Doris Rogers, that was in memory of Elroy and Dan Rogers.
Where are you?
That's I'm not sure.
Donna A. Gregory Vessels.
Yeah, there you go. Donna A. Gregory Vessels.
I'm guessing.
Yeah. Douglas Rogers. We thank every one of you all for your donations.
All righty.
Well, sir,
were we going to get right into the total that quick?
Yes, sir. It's $14,107. But before we close out with Ronnieville, I just want you to know you still have an opportunity to give. If you haven't had an opportunity yet, we may not be out there roadblocking anymore, but just go ahead online and go ahead and take that second to go ahead and give to this great. And you have to the end of August to do it, but we appreciate it if you do it today.
You know, we've got to get him to come out of his shell.
Well, I'm not sure how to break him out of his shell.
Well, again, let's do that total one more time, though, because he breezed right by it.
The total is $14,107.
All right. For Ronnieville. Nobody in the truck, so.
That's okay.
That's okay? Oh, yeah, how about pouring the money?
There you go.
There we are. I'm going to have to get quicker with this one arm. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate that, and I wouldn't worry about mispronouncing names. I'm sure Brian has probably seen the, I guess, a YouTube video not too long ago. They had somebody announcing people who were graduating, and they put the phonetic spelling before the real spelling. And you talk about slaughtering names, but it took her forever to catch up because one of the words and the name of the school was Thomas something, and she pronounced a Thomas as Tomaeus. So, you know, we're not perfect. We're not perfect. As a matter of fact, we were closer than she was.
That's right.
And she probably had a bigger education than I did. Not head, but anyway. All right, Brian, you got Joey over there. What you got?
And Brian Walker, I do the mornings on Quixie 98.3 here in E-Town, so I see Joey a lot. He comes in and keeps us up to date on what's happening with Hardin County, but we're here today to talk about Crusade and to talk about these totals, and there are a lot of groups that get involved and to help make this a success, not just fire departments.
That's right. You know, we have different community members setting up lemonade stands. We have them setting up, we actually have the American Legion Post 113 that came out today, so we're really proud of all of our new Crusaders that come about on board the last couple of years, and they're making a big difference. So I'll let you talk to them and tell you a little bit about what they've done this year.
Certainly. All right, ma'am, you're in this taxi here, and you've got a nice driver with you. Your name's Julia?
Yes.
So tell us a little bit about what you've got here in the form of this check, and how'd you get the money?
Okay, this is a donation from American Legion Hardin Post 113 over on Ring Road, and I have a check for $1,500, and it's just a donation from our organization. And I also have a check from our finance clerk for $100 in memory of Chuck Hensley, and for a total, so that gives us a total from the American Legion of $1,600.
Thank you, Julia. We appreciate that. So Joey's going to drop that in the bucket there. Thank you for what you guys do, and we appreciate everybody's service and being supportive in so many ways. And we have got a great group coming up now. We've got Cub Scouts 685. Now you got a whole bunch of things going on. How did you guys raise this money?
We did a lemonade stand by
selling lemonade.
But yeah, selling lemonade. By what's it place called?
Barnyard Supermarket.
Okay, so how many people helped you do this, grown-ups and kids together?
Probably like 20 grown-ups and this 4 kids. No, this group right here.
All right, well, you guys did a great job. Now, what town are you guys from?
Shepherdsville.
Okay, thanks for coming down here. So if you want to donate, call 888-382-7511. You can donate securely at whascrusade.org. Let's see that drop right there. Now, what was your total today?
$167.
$167 in lemonade. That's a lot of lemonade. Well, we're going to bring up our friends from Empowered Life next. And I know Matthew, we've talked about Empowered Life quite a bit. Thank you guys for being here today. Matthew, tell us how much money you raised and how did you do that? Step right up.
We're going to do it.
Romy's going to do it. Well, step up here, Romy. Let's turn around so the camera can see you. So how much money did you guys raise and how did you do it?
$1,035.15.
$1,035.15.
Matthew's going to tell you how much.
$500.
No. 5 lemonades.
5 lemonade stands.
Did it in 5 lemonade stands. So where were those set up at?
One was set up at a pharmacy. A pharmacy. One was set up at Lamore Nails. And the other one.
And you did 3 more.
Glendale.
Glendale Days.
Yeah, Glendale Fest.
Glendale Fest.
And
Ronnieville Farmers Market. We had 2 there.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys coming in today. Empowered Life. We've got one more group here. Project Learn is coming in. Hi, how are you? And who do we have with us today?
We have Caitlin and Ryan and Caitlin's mother Beth.
So we really appreciate all of you coming in and helping out with the Crusade for Children. What did you guys do to raise some money?
We had 2 afternoons of lemonade stand, one misting rain the whole afternoon, and the other one was bright sunny skies.
You did better on the misty day, didn't you?
No, we didn't. We did them in front of our facility, just down the street, 225 College Street.
We appreciate you coming in. How much money did you raise with those 2?
$620.
That's a lot of lemonade. Now, how much of that did you drink and not pay for?
None.
Thank you all for coming in. Anything you want to say today? No? A little shy today? Well, we appreciate everything you guys do, and thank you for helping raise money for Crusade. Joey, what's up next?
Well, I'll tell you what, we've got more crews over here. We've got White Mills Fire Department coming up next, so everybody's doing a great job. So I'm really proud of them. How about our new Crusaders there?
I love it. Absolutely love it. Back over to Bobby Jack now. Let's talk to White Mills.
White Mills, got Dan here, and Dan, how many years for the Crusade? I know we were talking just a few moments ago for you, because you said you grew up in Louisville.
Right, I grew up in Louisville. I remember as a kid having the fire departments come by and collect money, but I've been on the fire department for probably about 15 or 20 years, and so I've been doing it for that long here in White Mills.
All right.
Moved down here for work, so
appreciate you. You have a decent helper there with you today.
Yes, I do. This is Janie. Met her just recently, but she apparently has been involved with the Crusade for a long time.
That she has, yes indeed. Like, you got a list of folks there you'd like to thank that's helped out for Crusade 71?
Well, I'm thanking my community for coming and supporting us for the fire department and also with the Crusade. I got Tim Riggs gave us a $100 donation. The White Mills Civic League gave us $500. Jane Link donated $25. Louise Williams donated $25 in memory of Grover Salee. Kathy Gregson gave $150. Justin Salee gave $50. The Centerpoint Baptist Church gave $1,000. William Peters gave $100. The Summit Methodist Church Adult Sunday School class gave $200. Phyllis Lasley gave $150. We had an anonymous gift for $2,000 for Jesse and Betty Johnson. And Janie Lynn Dalton gave $171 in memory of her grandparents, Virgil and Mary Jane Dalton.
All right. I'm thinking that 171, that 71 may have something to do with the 71st Crusade.
Yes. Janie. Apparently so, I'm Janie.
Okay.
That's the contributions we had, besides some people who dropped by the station and gave us some money also. But
all right.
Some other money.
Well, for White Mills in 2024, what are you looking at total-wise?
We're at $10,048.15.
Do that one more time.
$10,048.15.
All right. Jamie, are you going to put some of that money in this bag or fishbowl? Awesome. Well, Dan, look forward to having you back next year, sir. If I can figure out which one of these arms to use. And I don't know if you can get I got to find out. We met earlier. What's your name?
Iris.
Say that again? Well, that's okay. But I thank you because you've been holding this up. They had you on one side of the parking lot and the other. They're working you hard, aren't they? All right. Well, if you haven't given yet, still plenty of ways to give throughout the day, and there's so many different ways. With so much technology, the Crusade for Children over the years has found ways to make it easier for you. And I know on Sunday afternoons, it's always nice to be in Jefferson County in downtown Louisville, and you actually have a sheriff come by your house and stop, and you don't have to be concerned like with Brian Walker when sheriffs come by their home. You're welcome.
That. We are still at State Fire Rescue Training Area 5 in Elizabethtown. And speaking of Elizabethtown, we got Lieutenant Cale here with the E-Town Fire Department. Now, are you going to be giving us all E-Town's numbers, or is this going to be by station?
This is going to be all of E-Town's numbers. I'm going to kind of go through some of our smaller donation checks that we've received from the public, some of the events that we've done, some of the things we're going to do, and then I'll give you your totals.
All right, let's have it.
All right, so we're going to start with our $25 donations. We have one from Gerard Kromeyer. In our $50 donations, we have Charlene Amadeo, Candy Burnett, Sydney Capel, Mary Dvorak, Megan Hellmuller, Craig Hoffman, and Craig Johnson. So we thank you for them $50 donations. For our $100 donations, we got Rebecca Bishop, James Duplessis, Stephen Hartledge, Robert and Carol Jenkins, Wallace and Patsy Profit, and Linda Roth. All had $100 donation checks that were dropped off. And just remember, any of the checks, anytime you got a check throughout the year, you can drop it off at any Elizabethtown fire station, and they'll be able to we'll be able to send that check in and get it taken care of. We received a $500 donation from Donnie and Anna Gosser. So we thank you for that. This year we had what's called this last Harvest Festival, we had the Ron Thomas Fishing Tournament, which was the first of its kind. We're going to be doing that every year at the Harvest Festival here at Freeman Lake, so September 28th. Come out and see us. There'll be online registration, and there'll also be registration at the table. So we want, with the fishing tournament, we were able to raise $640. So we want to give a special thanks to the Central Hardin High School bass fishing team for coming out and letting us use their equipment, their scales and water tanks and everything. So we appreciate them coming out and helping us out. And also want to thank the Elizabethtown City Events Department for assisting with getting the event coordinated. We received, just like we do every year, the Hardin County Board of Education sends us in a big donation. This year they were able to donate $1,936. So we thank them for that, as always. This year we were able to receive a check from a Bound Credit Union from the employees for a total of $3,074. And of course, with our city employees, we do a payroll deduction, so that allows the employees to donate for Crusade throughout the year. And this year, the city employees donated $6,342. So a big shout out to the city employees. We thank you for that. Also this year, our daughter here, Lillian, signed up to have a lemonade stand through the WHS Crusade. And
where was your lemonade stand?
At my yaya's house.
How much money did you raise? Do you remember?
I forgot $200.
That's awesome. Was the lemonade good?
Yeah,
Did you mix it or did somebody help you?
I mixed it.
Good job.
So Lillian's lemonade stand totals are going to go towards Elizabethtown Fire Department's totals. And so this year, total for Elizabethtown Fire Department, we were able to raise $14,245.
$14,245. Fantastic work, Lieutenant Kale. We appreciate you very much.
Thank you.
And we're going to kick it back over to Bobby Jack Murphy.
Hey, Brian, and I guess you either the second or third, Paul, to ask is like, hey, you seem to be injured every year. I'm on the injured list of the Crusade team, aren't I?
Yes, sir, you are, but at least you're here.
Yeah.
Doing a good job.
Wouldn't miss it. Well, what have we got going on at Central Hardin? It's been a big year, I know. Tell me who all's lined up down here.
I'll say we have my captain, firefighter, junior firefighter, and then auxiliary.
All right. Backing up.
And little auxiliary.
I know it. What's her name?
That is Lily.
Hello, Lily. How are you? She's got pretty light blue eyes. That is pretty. And she's holding up some very important numbers and opportunities for folks who can still, they can even, I saw that on there. It says, tell Alexa. I'm wondering if somebody's got us up at home right now on a TV and we could yell together, Alexa, please donate $10 million to the Crusade for Children. We just need to put a name on it.
True, very true. Whose name you want to pick, Bobby?
I'm going to leave that up to you.
Oh, no.
Pass the buck there.
Yes.
Well, I know we got a total. What have we been doing at Central Hardin to add up this year?
Well, we had, every year we have an anonymous donor. He gives $1,000, and he wants it in honor of the Crusade providing daily miracles.
What's his name?
It's anonymous.
I'm just being bad.
Yeah, that's okay.
I thought maybe I'd catch you, but
no. To be honest, I don't know his name.
Okay.
He comes in, gives a check. I don't even look at it. It just goes in the bag. But this year we raised $4,385.30.
Do that a total one more time. That's a big number.
Yeah, $4,385.30.
All right. Well, thank you very much. And you going to pour it in? All right. Let's see how it sounds. Very good. And, kind of keep her around. You don't move any furniture anymore on your own, okay? All right. And I'll have to tell you a story about a refrigerator and me in the back of a pickup truck one day. Well, again, we want to thank everybody that's coming out. You have been given over the past few weeks. Actually, it's a yearly thing because most of the fire departments are already thinking about what else can we do next year to kind of raise more money. And creativity, a lot of times over the years, has really amazed me.
There's no bounds as to what they've done to kind of kick things up and to draw attention to it year round. There have been people who have had special dinners, comedy shows. There was a murder mystery play that the audience was interactive with it. Of course, the lemonade stands have really come a long way. Employee donations through withdrawal from your checks. There's so many ways to get involved, not just this weekend, not just during this push where all the attention gets put on it.
Well, I know we were talking with Joey at the beginning of it, 71 years ago when, 2 or 3 people first got together and dreamed this up, they probably have no idea.
Yeah.
Or had no idea.
Yeah, no way you would even know that it would still be happening.
Right.
Much less how successful it would be. And the money that has come right back to the communities where it's from in the forms of medical equipment and grants and so many organizations get help they just wouldn't get otherwise.
Right. 100% of the proceeds, too, that you give go right into the Crusade dollars because over the years they've found ways to sustain themselves. So 100% of the money, and you don't find that in any other charities.
No, not at all.
Well, you've got more people over here. I'll let you go that way.
We're going to head over and we're going to talk to the folks at Stebensville Fire Department. Who's going to be the talker today?
Me mostly.
You mostly. Assistant Chief Claggett, how are you today?
Very well, sir. And you all?
We're very happy to be here. So glad to.
Wounded?
Yeah. I've got a bad ankle. He's got his. I don't know what we're doing next year. We're going to break something.
Got to do something to gain more attention.
So, who all do you have here with you today?
You want them to introduce them themselves or me to do it?
I think they want you to do it. They think you're the mouthpiece.
Okay. We'll start off with my daughter-in-law, Brooklyn, her husband, Jordan, myself, Bruce Claggett, Assistant Chief, my granddaughter, Iris, granddaughter, Vea, our Chief, Shane Carpenter, firefighter, Noah Pence, and firefighter, Ethan Offshar.
So you have a nice crew here today. Of course, if folks want to pay attention to what she's holding, and I'm sure you can see a lot of that on the bottom of your screen, the thing that amazes me is now it's not just I'm going to hand you a check or give you some cash or maybe donate it to your account. You can do all this electronically now, too. So if you're sitting at the house and you're like, I meant to give some money, you still can.
Yeah. That, and also another big wheel is remember the Crusade in your wheel. Last year we were very, very fortunate to be bestowed upon 6,000. Well, the numbers are too big. $650,000 from a wheel. So that's always another great way to donate to the Crusade.
Incredible blessing, it really is.
Our plaque from the Jim Walton.
Yeah, and this is something special here. It really shows the amount of love and the amount of caring and the amount of giving people have in their hearts.
Exactly, and we can't be more grateful to the Ferguson family for doing that for us.
All right, let's run through some numbers, shall we?
It's fairly quick. Earl Hart donated $100. David Lee, $100. Sammy and Marcella Reed, $50. Emily Simmons Living Trust, $10. Dora Davis, $1,000 plus my yearly hug. This lady always gives me a hug every year, and of course that's my personal. I get to keep that.
It's kind of a detriment to her, but you know.
But yeah, somebody's got to give somewhere.
Yeah.
And then D&D Stillwell Mobile Home Transport, in loving memory of Deborah Stillwell, Joan and Bobby Miller, Dewey Sr. and Peggy Stillwell, $1,000. We also want to thank everybody that stopped at our roadblocks when we went door to door. You know, everybody says, well, all I got's a few pennies. These few pennies add up, and we are totally grateful for that. Thank you all. It all adds up.
What's our grand total?
I guess I ought to tell you that, shouldn't I? Grand total for Stevensburg this year, a little lower, obviously, $4,721.
$4,721. That's fantastic. All right, let's have some money drop there. And you got every one of them in. Good job. All right, Stevensburg Fire Department located in Stevensburg. We appreciate you folks coming out and everything you do. So we've got opportunities to give going through the whole weekend. Obviously, there's all these ways you see on your screen. And you can actually stop by a Crusade site and just hand some money over right now if you'd like to do that too. We're still in Elizabethtown at the Fire Training Center. Bobby Jack, who do we have now?
Going to head down 65. Well, I guess we could go down New Glendale Road or one way or the other. Tyler is here, Glendale, Kentucky, and as we talked a minute ago, I'm still trying to get the opportunity to meet your chief, and I, tried to get him to get in a circle and have a word of prayer that they actually have to live in the vicinity of Mike Bell, but things going well in Glendale. I just wish that Glendale area would just grow some.
It's definitely growing, sir. It's definitely growing.
Every time I go, it seems like something else is going on.
Ever changing, very fluid area.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yes, sir.
Well, tell me what Glendale been doing in this past year to make up for the Crusade.
We've done quite a bit. We'd like to thank, Glendale Fire Department would like to thank those that live in our community, those that work in our community, those who pass through to help support WHS Crusade for Children. It's been an ongoing event to raise funds. Last year we did about $4,400. This year, $7,264.80.
No, we'll get back to that number again. That's a big increase.
Absolutely. So what's ongoing, we have future events coming up, so please look at our Facebook page, see what's coming up, and continue. As it's an ongoing charity, please continue to donate and reach out to us on Facebook, and we can go ahead and set you up for any donations that you have.
All right, Tyler, tell me about some of the people, the names of the people working for you today.
This is our Assistant Chief Jones. Then we have Firefighter Klein and Firefighter Pierce.
All right.
Just a few members of our volunteer fire department, sir.
That have come out to help bring the money up today, and we appreciate that a bunch. And is it Jones?
Assistant Chief Jones.
You're Jones.
Yep, Klein.
Klein?
Yes, sir.
Are you up to dumping that bucket?
Yeah.
All right, put it in. All right. And for anybody else out there, again, still many ways to actually give to the WHAS Crusade for Children for 71. Even if you'd like, I think I heard Brian say it a minute ago, if you just want to come by here and say hi to you, you'd be happy to take any checks that they have, and we'll just update your final total there.
Absolutely, sir. And we do have a few people that we'd like to mention if we may.
Do. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Jeff and Mary Key. For their contributions, Jeff and Mary Key.
Gosh, that name sounds familiar, but go ahead.
Edward and Susan Borders, Lucy Ash, and Green Acres Lawn and Landscaping for their contributions. We wanted to just send a special shout out to thank them for their contributions. Truly appreciate it.
Well, give them that total one more time for Glendale and Crusade 71.
Absolutely. $7,264.80 and growing, hopefully, sir.
All right.
Absolutely.
There you go. You come right back over here. Absolutely. If you see me, you'll get one of those.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, of course, there's so many people to thank with the Crusade for Children because it's just such a big undertaking. I know Brian and I were talking about it a few minutes ago, of how the Crusade is so different from any other telethon that goes on, but it's also the most successful local telethon in America. And I know over the years there have been people who have actually come to study the Crusade, and very worthwhile charities, and they can't seem to match it. But the reason this happens to be with the people of southern Indiana, central Kentucky, and the state of Kentucky is that very special people that care, and all these firefighters and their families giving up their time, not only fighting fires, but also helping out the special needs children. But Brian, I'm trying to figure out, it's a nice looking truck.
Vine Grove. They have a very nice truck.
And I tell you, the truck though cannot compare to that hairdo.
That takes some effort right there.
And he's going to want to punch me before I get out of here.
I never had the looks or the hair. I'm telling you what, they probably zoomed in on you just there.
He didn't hear that, thank goodness.
Sergeant Hall, how are you? Who's with us today? Now, we had to borrow a youngster to hold that. She's from Kentucky 86. That's their chief and mechanic out there.
That's exactly right. I'm Sergeant Hall with the Vine Grove Fire Department. This is firefighter Corey Birch. And, like you said, we have a youngster over here helping us out. We appreciate you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So, we brought in, we'll list down some shout-outs first. So, first off, we have from Miss Layla Haddle, $35 donation. From Carlton Tupper, we have a $50 donation. From James Berry, we have a $50 donation. From Rita Vessels, we have a $50 donation in memory of Paula Vessels. From Chisholm Family Funeral Home, we have a $100 donation. From Matthew and Valerie Haddle, we have a $100 donation. From William and Renee Davis, we have a $200 donation. From Norma and Lonnie Hancock, we have a $200 donation. From Barbara Prophet, we have a $200 donation in honor of Beckham Prophet and in memory of Ronnie Prophet. From Sue Story, we have a $250 donation in memory of Ray Story. And from Glenn's Auto Body, we have a $250 donation. And we'd also like to acknowledge those who donated all the food to us that we have listed here. And then a special thanks to the Sicilian Bank for counting our change. From a little bit more insight from the roadblock donation total, we got $4,924, and from the Vine Grove Firefighter Association, we made $8,268. Now, last year's total, we were at $15,409. This year's total is a little bit lower, but we're still at $13,196.
It's a very nice total, very good to have. So all these departments, some of these are volunteer departments out in the county, some of these are city-run, and everybody's money adds up. It all goes together to make one huge total. How long have you guys been doing this, as far as your involvement with Crusade?
Personally, I started out when I was a junior, so I guess going on maybe 6 years or so, something around those lines.
And how about you, sir?
I've been doing it 2 years.
2 years, okay, me too. And how about you? I know you're with the Kentucky 86 department.
2 years.
2 years. We got a lot of 2-year people here. So if folks want to help throughout the year, you guys obviously do the collections all year long. And if they want to help out, what's a good way to get in contact with the Vine Grove Fire Department?
They can get in contact just by coming up to the station anytime of day, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. Our chief is there, and we're always there throughout the weekdays and weekends, all the time, doing something, training, maintenance, or something along those lines. So we're always able to catch in person there at the station.
71 years of Crusade for Children. It's raining, but that's okay. The crusade has to go on. We have had a really nice day so far. Last year it was like 1,000 degrees standing on the asphalt. I'll actually take this little drizzle over that, quite frankly. Bobby Jack, are we ready for you to take back over? Or do you want to crawl out from under that umbrella?
Well, I'm going to cry. I'm actually here. Of course, this is Isaiah's first time to be Elijah. There we go.
We knew it was a biblical name, but I knew you'd mess it up.
There we
it's
go.
Elijah.
But we're glad you're here today, Noah. But his first year to be out doing the crusade with us, and I just appreciate this fine lady back here. Do you have somebody in your family that kind of pushes the crusade?
Yes, we do. So Kaylin actually has benefited from the crusade quite a bit. When she was a baby at 11 months old, she spent 2 months in the hospital at Cozaire with a brain aneurysm and a stroke. And so she's benefited quite a bit. She's 11 years old now and doing great.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That was good to hear. Okay. Oh, did you dump money, or did we forget to do that?
Thing to do before we got done. We got to have the money drop. We got to see what happens here. So proud of you guys. Thank you for coming out today. We've had this going on for 71 years. I've just been involved for the last 2, but I can see the amount of effort that goes into this, the amount of love, the amount of time, and it's thousands of people from all across the state, whether you're making a donation or whether you work for a fire department, and of course all the media companies are involved. We're here right now at State Fire Rescue Training Area 5 in Elizabethtown. If you've got a donation and you want to make it in person, swing by. Come on over. We'd love to take it right out of your hand and even recognize you here on the show. Bobby Jack, are you back yet?
I am back yet, and
if you want
to swing by, if you want to swing by with an umbrella for me and Brian, we'd be happy to help out. But I know we're going to talk to Robert here in just a few moments. But Tabitha, and I've probably asked you this before, but being my age, I'm thinking Bewitched. And Tabitha, can you wiggle your nose?
No. But I was named after that witch.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Well, I'm not going to complain because I've got to get Elizabeth Montgomery out of my head. So I'll move over here for just a second. All right, Robert, you got us all lined up here. Sonora. I know where that is. Been there a time or two.
Yeah, we're south of E-Town, just a small community.
and all of our proceeds have come from roadblocks, and we haven't been able to have many roadblocks this year because of the rain.
Right. We've had rain around here recently?
No, of course not.
Very few dry spells at this point.
Yes, it is.
Well, tell me about who you got lined up here before we get to thanking some people, because I know one, I saw her earlier, I think, but she used to take care of me down at the Atria, and then we find out we've got twins in this mess too.
Yes. I've got my wife, Susan, and a gentleman from Upton, James Johnson, and my twin daughters, Ashley and Abby, and we have a junior firefighter, Lane Stucker.
All right. Well, thank you all so much for helping out there today. It looks like you got a few people you would like to acknowledge for this day. All right.
Okay, for $1,000, we have Jim and Marilyn Hodges. $500, T. Hodges. $400, James Johnson. $300, Ben and Olivia Stucker. $150, Rebecca Todd in memory of Bob, Nell, and Buddy. $150, Russell Todd in memory of Robert, Nell, and Buddy Todd. $100 from Dixie Homemakers. Lena Stilts in memory of Leo Stilts. Chris and Tabitha Stilts in memory of Rachel Burton and Leo Stilts. Donna and Kevin Clark in memory of Becky Cobb, Russell and Tina Chisholm. Manakee Funeral Home. Robert and Susan Wethington in memory of Roger, Sherry, and Pat Wethington. Another $100 donation, Robert and Nell Todd in memory of Buddy Todd. $50 from Anna Mae Reed. $50 from Ashley Wethington in honor of Hazley, Livy, Ellie, Matthew, Carly, and Eli. $60 from Abby Wethington in memory of her grandparents, Roger and Sherry Knight and Pat Wethington. And $40 from Lena Caverman in memory of John Adams. And $20 from Ruby Calloway in memory of Jimmy Wise.
All right. Now, I noticed your wife didn't even look over at the paper and was able to correct you on one of those names.
Yes, I couldn't do this without her.
I guarantee it. We appreciate
nieces and great nephews.
Gotcha. Are you going to get to a total there? Or you got some other things
no,
to
I've got a total.
All right.
Our grand total for this year is $5,704.07.
All right, $5,704.07. Some of it we're ready to put it in. Are you going to do the honors, sir?
I get to do the honors.
Can you hit that?
I don't know. What do you think?
I'm my money. All right. Well, thank you so much. Take care of Sonora, and anytime you get up there, do you want me to take this from you now, Tabitha?
I think it quit raining.
I think you're probably pretty good. Maybe we could, I don't know, do like Mary Poppins and maybe fly off somewhere, or did I just hit you in the head? Okay, I'm going to give this back to you before I injure somebody else.
Now, Bobby Jack, we're not in Kansas. So we can't do the Wizard of Oz.
Okay, we're not.
I want to do that.
All right, I'll start clicking my heels, and we'll see where we go to next.
I want to see you click your heels. No, I don't. You'll turn your ankle.
With my luck here lately, probably will. Kentucky 86. I think I've been there before a time or two.
Well, I tell you what, it's amazing how many fire departments we actually have just in Hardin County.
Oh,
it's kind of shocking, really. There's so many communities, so many cities, and that's not even counting Fort Knox.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
And of course we get a lot of folks just outside of Hardin County that make this little trip.
Yeah.
Because, E-Town, until I first came to work here, I don't know how many years ago, I never knew it was the hub city.
Yeah.
But it made sense when somebody actually explained it to me.
Well, you got 65 running through here, 62, 31. You got I don't know how many parkways stopping in here. The railroad goes through here. The river's just north of us. So, we're kind of in the middle of everything here in Hardin County.
If you're going to get somewhere from here, we're ready to go.
All right. So let's get over here and talk to our friends at Kentucky 86 Fire and Rescue. Chief, who all is with you today?
We have Miranda Robinson, Carly, Bree, Alex, Jesse, Brittany, Noah, Scarlett, and Amy.
It's a lot of names to remember.
A lot of names to remember.
Yeah.
Especially when you put me on the spot.
I know. I like putting people on the spot. So Kentucky 86, if folks don't know, they're watching us from some other community, tell us where that's at.
That's right in the heart of Cecilia. Can't get no better community than Cecilia, and we're a small town community, and we strive for the Crusade for Children.
It's a beautiful little town, too. It really is.
Yes, sir. It is. We're missing a couple of our people that's normally here today. Bobby Jack is a good friend of ours as well, but Charlie and Adeline and Sarah and Adam, they had a funeral to go to, and we're thoughts and prayers want to go out to the Hayden family. Charlie is driving the fire truck, leading the funeral procession for that today. So that's where he's at. He normally does all the speaking. I do the grand total, but it's a little switch roles today, so it's a little. Me and her's going to take care of it. Make Charlie proud.
You've got some speaking to do, I understood.
Yeah, he's got more than me, though.
Well, why don't ladies first? Let's let you have something.
He's got to do all his things.
Oh, okay, all right. I'll just get with the program then.
Yeah. So this year we raised money by hosting fish dinners and chicken dinner. We hosted 2 fish dinners, which were really successful.
I have to interrupt. If you've never been to a Cecilia chicken or fish dinner, y'all know how to do it.
That's right. We're the best at it. I mean, the first fish dinner we had was quite it was kind of bizarre because we never expected the support that we had. The parking was terrible. We didn't have enough sides, but everybody was calm and cool. But we made up for it on the second one and made it a good showing. And that's all you can do. You know, you never know what to expect when you're doing things like that, and we were overwhelmed after the first one. Our chicken dinner, we had a silent auction with that as well, and that's a continued success each and every year. I think we've been doing it now for the Crusade for the last 5 or 6 years, so it's continued. And Adeline, Charlie's little granddaughter, she sets up a lemonade stand every year at Cecilia Days, and that raised some money as well. And then the roadblocks. This past week we've been out there every morning, every evening. Yesterday we spent over 12 hours out there. It was a little damp at times, but we powered through it and got through it and helped raise as much money as we could. It was wonderful weather this week. It's perfect. Most time you're out there, you're sweating, but it had a nice cool breeze all week, and it was a wonderful week. I would like to thank all that donated for the fish dinners, the chicken dinners, the money at the roadblocks, whatever you did to help, we thank you so much for that. We had a lot of people in the community that stepped up during the chicken dinner and the fish dinners, that made sides, that brought to-go boxes, that, plates, things like that we didn't have to spend. The firefighters didn't have to spend. The community stepped up and brought that stuff to us, and that really helped us out a lot to be able to raise more money for the Crusade. I would like to thank the Miles Apart Band. They played at the chicken dinner. This is the second year for them playing. At the chicken dinner, they do a phenomenal job, and they are 100% for the Crusade for Children. They are very good to us, and we are very thankful for that band. And lastly, I would like to thank all the firefighters and their families for the help. Without them, none of this is possible. So that's all my thinking. I don't want to get into names because I know I'd miss 100 people, and I don't want to do that. So I will start with the in memory of and in honor of. So in honor of, we have Mr. and Mrs. Jason Butterworth for $700 in honor of Mason. Nick, Katie, and Clay Dodd in memory of my daddy, Stephen Brady, for $500. Another $500 anonymous in memory of Lewis Crozier. A $500 in honor of Mr. Greg Lowe in memory of Brenda and Angel, and in honor of Megan, Maddie, Ty, and Evan. $300 donations. Mr. and Mrs. Brad Wilcox in memory of Rhonda Basham. Mr. and Mrs. Charlie Williams in honor of Hud and Ad. $200 donations, Mr. and Mrs. Paul Wimsat in honor of Abby and Ella. Francis Dunn in memory of my brothers Tommy and Wayne. Darwin Ramsey in memory of Brenda Ramsey. $150 donation, Mr. and Mrs. Billy Wright in memory of Evan Wright. $250 donation, Jeff Thompson, in memory of Denise and Sandy. Turn the page here. $100 donations, Mr. and Mrs. Philip Williams Jr. in honor of grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Ruby Williams in memory of deceased members of the Williams family and Jackson families. Mark Thompson in memory of Kathy Morgan and Louis Crozier. Donnie Goodman in memory of Mom and Dad. Mr. and Mrs. Adam Bonnell in honor of Ad and Hud. Jeannie Coppersmith in memory of Wayne Williams. Don Howard in memory of Mama and Papa, and Sharon Crozier in memory of Louis Crozier. And that's all our in memory ofs and in honor of. So now I'll turn it over to her.
All right, now it's your turn.
It is. All right, I'm going to read off our donations that we had. $1,200 from Gary Lynch, $1,000 from the Gray family, $500 from Mr. and Mrs. Quinn Kofer, Mr. and Mrs. Cordell Tab, a $300 donation from Mr. and Mrs. Raymond Miller, $250 donation from Mr. and Mrs. Carl Cox, Mr. and Mrs. David Dillard, Carol Bewley Bringers, $200 donation of Mr. and Mrs. Tommy Smallwood and Brenda Wolf. Then we had a t-shirt sale, which was $125. Then Alan Bonnell's lemonade stand at the tractor show was $100. David Lee, Joanne Sherrard, Louanne Allen, Laura Owsley, Connie Gray, 2 anonymous friends of the children, Mr. and Mrs. Jerry Kurtzinger, were all $100 donations. More $100 donations from Brenda Skis, Peggy Dartery, Mr. and Mrs. John Ward, Karen Winsap, Mr. and Mrs. Greg Thomas, Mr. and Mrs. Gerald Hill, Mr. and Mrs. Ben Green, Mr. and Mrs. Mike Little, Mr. and Mrs. Larry Thomas. We had $150 donations from Cecilia Auto Sales, Mr. and Mrs. Mickey Brangers, Mr. and Mrs. Alex Pullen, a $70 donation from Quest Company, $50 donation from Mary Jo Priest, Larry Hicks, Mr. and Mrs. Doug Clark, Janice Madison, $50 donation from Mr. and Mrs. Mike McGuffin, Mr. and Mrs. Don Sexton, Mr. and Mrs. Troy Kugel, $40 from Leo Bringers, $30 from Sherry Ills Davis, $25 from Mr. and Mrs. Charlie Smith, Mr. and Mrs. Mike Wimp, Mr. and Mrs. Alan Davenport.
That's a lot of them. I love it. I love those numbers rolling in.
A lot of them. And this year, we were up from last year, which, you know, like I said, the fish fries and the chicken dinners helped us out tremendously, and we can't thank each and everybody that contributed to that enough. Our grand total this year is up about $3,000 some dollars. I don't know the exact number right now, but our grand total for 2024 Crusade for Children is $25,590.86.
I love that. Love it so much. I love the creativity too. I believe it's time to
tell him do it again. Tell him do it again. Do it again.
$25,590.86.
Love that.
That's Cecilia.
I know. Little Cecilia. Let's see some money drop, shall we?
Come on. All right.
Excellent work, folks. Appreciate what you guys do at Kentucky 86.
Well, I am going to actually hijack the 71st Crusade for Children.
You do that.
I was listening. I think this is. No, I could hear out of this one. I'm missing Charlie. And Adam and everybody. I hear there's
that funeral they had to attend.
Okay, well, I'm sorry to give them my prayers. And you know, for 2 years there in Cecilia, they had an honorary mayor who was just an incredible guy.
Yes, sir, we did.
Yeah,
we did.
And I just wanted to.
Up and left.
Hey, but my daughter's coming back, and I real soon. But you know, if Lainey Wilson gets a hold of this video, she's going to have her some firefighter bell bottoms.
Yeah,
I just see that coming.
I'm telling you right now, that is exactly who that reminds me of.
Yeah, they are rocking those this year. There ain't no doubt about that.
Yes,
how does a fella get a pair of those?
I'm not sure. That's out of my league.
Gotcha.
You know, I got to tell you, we need some with these shirts this year because we would be happening if we'd only known.
You get the memo for next year.
Yeah,
Okay,
no kidding.
you got
No
it.
kidding.
All right. Well,
Thank you, guys.
hey, you know what I found out a minute ago when Mike was looking at us? You know what that means?
He's going to shove us over if we don't move to the next
we need to
one.
shove over,
Yeah.
So I'm going to go back this way before we start shoving this way.
There you go.
And we'll head right back over to West 84. And I have to admit, for all the years that I've been coming down here, it took a while till I got to know everybody. I used to get Kentucky 86 and West 84, those numbers 86 and 84 in my mind, and I don't know how many years it took me before I actually got it correct. All right, it's Mr. Powell, right?
Yes.
All right, I want you to tell everybody who's here today and helping you out.
Well, up here in the truck, we have one of our new firefighters, Jody Nolly.
Hi, Jody.
We have my daughter Willow, my son Lucas, my wife Ashley, my daughter Taylor. Down there we have Amy Nally, which is Jody's wife. She just joined our department as well. And then we down on the end we have Billy Dupin.
You married up, didn't you? Okay. I just wanted to check out there. And you look so familiar. That may be it. And so he's got you kind of weighted down on this end, and you're going to start off with some folks that we need to thank for their donations to Crusade 71.
Yep. West 84 Volunteer Fire Department would like to take a few minutes to recognize all our volunteers that took time out this year at the roadblock, at our pig roast that we had. We do a lot of different donation or crusade events throughout the year to try to get as much money as we can for this great cause. Every year we go into White Mills' area. They're kind enough to let us invade their area. They have a little bit busier area for people passing through, and they let us sit up the roadblock there. Cox's Welding allows us to use their parking lot during that time and park our trucks in there, and anybody that's working the roadblock to park there. We want to thank them as well. We would also like to thank everybody that come out and helped with the pig roast that we had this year. Everybody that helped cook, clean. We had people delivering food. It's getting to be a more and more of a community event, and we're really glad to see that happening.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yesterday, while sitting at the roadblock, we had a gentleman come through and drop a very sizable check in our boot, and we were happy to receive that. I'd like to thank Kevin Gray for bringing that to us.
Awesome.
That check was $1,000 from Angie Miller, $300 from Arlene Powell in memory of Daryl and her son Stevie Powell, $200 from Darren and Penny Powell, $200 from Paulette Miller, $150 from George Miller, $150 from Bonnie Booker in memory of Jerry Booker, Paul and Edna Bland, $100 from Wanda Skaggs, $100 from Blake Powell, $100 from Ronald Powell, $100 from Wayne and Ashley Powell in memory of Frank and Frony Huffman.
Now, do you know these pals?
I'm kin to a few of them.
Okay, I'm just making sure. I am too. So, well, maybe not those, but we stretch.
Yeah, we stretch out quite a distance there.
Okay.
We got $50 from the Buckleys, $50 from Kathleen Johnston in memory of Clinton Nichols, $50 from Lois Hay in memory of George Hay, and we had a last-minute donation from Amber Whitcock of $100. Through technology, we were able to get that taken care of.
There you go.
We had a $110 donation from Maxine Dudgeon in memory of David Dudgeon, $50 from Travis and Amber Dennis in memory of Marie Dennis, which was one of our board members that passed away this past year. We got $25 from Cindy and Johnny Henderson in memory of Marie Dennis, $25 from Floyd and Gladys Bland in memory of Marie Dennis, $25 from Marvin Skaggs in memory of Vandy and Thelma Skaggs, $25 from Marvin Skaggs in memory of Catherine Cooper, $20 from Nancy Dupin, $259 from Smith's Chapel United Methodist Church, $50 from Pleasant Grove United Methodist Church, $500 from New Life Vision Church, $50 from Needham Presbyterian Church, $100 from Kathy Munnan in honor of Jared Butterworth. This year on our roadblock, we collected $919.50. We want to thank everybody that come out and braved the rain yesterday and helped donate to the roadblock.
Now, you were telling me a few minutes ago, you were standing there for 12 hours yesterday.
I was there for 12 hours yesterday. Yes,
Yeah.
I stood out in the rain all day yesterday to help raise money for these kids.
You're a good man.
Once again, we held our annual pig roast this year, which brought in $1,317.30. Once again, we want to thank everybody on our department and everybody in the community that come out and helped us raise this money. Last year, we raised $4,385.75. And this year, West 84 donated is up 39%.
Oh.
And we collected $6,180.
$6,180.
Yep, we're up $1,715 over last year.
That is incredible. Now, tell me your name again.
Willow.
Willow, can you put that money in there? All right. That is awesome, and we appreciate everything you all do at West 84, and look forward to next year. All right. Are all of you going to be here? Okay, and you hold on to her because you're not going to do any better. All right. Now, Brian, I want to bring this up because I was just talking to Mr. Powell over here. He spent 12 hours standing at a roadblock yesterday.
Wow.
With the rain off and on. And what makes it special more than anything else, that is not something that's rare. It happens all the time.
It does indeed.
And as you saw his wife, you saw his daughters and kids and stuff, when they're out collecting for the kids, they're giving up time with their families. So we can't thank them enough for what they do. The firefighters are the backbone, there's no doubt.
Well, show me a firefighter that's wealthy and that's just got piles of money, and I'll say you're joking. These folks already are doing this really out of love. There's not tons of financial compensation. And then, like you said, to heap onto that, more efforts to raise money for Crusade and to do all these things. Yes, it takes a lot of things from their wife and their kids and their family. But I've noticed everybody's got their whole family here. They bring, it's a family event. It's not just the firefighters.
It kind of it encourages me to know that when sometimes you don't see it, that these kids are watching their moms and dads doing this. It's going to get in their heart, and they're going to continue to grow, and the Crusade is going to be here for another 71 years.
That'll probably be after we're gone.
That's going to be great. But, you were talking, you've never met a firefighter that was wealthy. You're about to meet one that is very good looking, because Tyler over here, I mean, he is the man. And talk about patience. Yeah. Listen, he tried to train me at EMS 911, and I know there was times he just wanted to.
You're used to talking, so.
Well, the talking part was good. It was the talking and typing. If you'd have threw me a piece of candy, I would have probably been out on Ring Road. Just, I couldn't have done it. But I'll let you get to Upton.
Upton Fire Department is here, and these are the numbers and places you need to know and places you need to go if you want to donate some money. But like we said earlier, you can just stop by the State Fire Training Rescue Office here in Elizabethtown and hand us some money. We'd gladly take it.
I saw you
Chief
back
Iser,
there,
how are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
But I knew if I looked at you,
fantastic. Thanks for asking. You guys have got some money. You got some donations you want to talk about, and who's going to be reading us all those wonderful numbers?
I'll be good. You
I'm Lane.
Find a place, and
First off, we want to thank our community for the annual Christmas event. We wouldn't be able to do it without any of the sponsors. The sponsors was Travis Miller Trucking, Cruises Trucking, Elite HVAC Services, Hardin County Sheriff John Ward, Full Armor and Guns, Upton Eats, West Point Bank, WJCR Radio, Carl's Auto Care, Roger Gunneman, Upton Masonic Lodge, Upton Florist, Upton Barber and Beauty, LaRue County Extension Office, and the Upton City Council. Our big donations this year was Jones Home Center, $100, Upton Florist, $100, Cruises Trucking, $100, Roselle's family in memory of the members who have passed, $100, Billy and Teresa Wilcox in memory of Jonathan Greg Wilcox, $50, Donna Walters in memory of Jerry Walters, $50.
Brings us to our total.
And we've got a total now we want to talk about.
Absolutely. We are up 446% from last year.
That is a significant jump. Fantastic. Give yourselves a hand for that.
Absolutely. We could not do it without our community, as well as the fire department members that get out there on the road, host the Christmas event that we do every year. This year, our grand total is $8,190.42.
When you consider the size of Upton, not just geographically with the population, that is a fantastic number.
Phenomenal.
I mean, really, percentage-wise, that's big numbers. And, you listed off all those businesses and organizations. That's probably most of the businesses and organizations in Upton.
Absolutely. Hands down.
So how long has Upton Fire Department existed? Do you know the number of years?
1956 is when the Upton Fire Department was established.
So probably jumped on Crusade right away.
Absolutely, right away. This year, I mean, just really blew it out of the water. So I'd like to thank everybody that helped out, especially these ones you see standing here.
Who all do you have with you today?
Today I've got Lane Curry here. He's a firefighter. My assistant chief, right-hand man, Jeremy Heisel, and then his wife, Deanna Gardner.
Well, we appreciate all the families that get involved in this, and we've talked about it before, but it really becomes a family thing. It's not just the men and the women that are on the department, but it's the young ones all the way up to the retired folks that still help out.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Any words of encouragement, any thoughts for the folks out there that you'd like to pass along?
Just keep doing what you're doing. This is a great thing that we have going on here, and we're going to continue on every year.
Oh, we're just doing so well this year. Thank you again for raising those numbers like that and all the support that you received from the community. Bobby Jack, we have had the weather get weird today. It was cloud covered and a little breeze earlier, and then the sun kind of came out. Then it started raining, and now it's getting hot.
Getting a little hot, but I did feel a good breeze there a minute ago.
But guess what hasn't changed? These donations rolling in, and all these people doing this.
I keep hearing, we're up. We're up.
Lots of that.
We're up.
And even the ones that are down, it's just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
And, I mentioned about, Tyler and him at 911. There's no doubt being a first responder is a calling. You can be called to a church, you can be called into the ministry.
This is almost a form of ministry. It really is.
Oh, yeah. In many, many ways it is. But not only do you see firefighters, but they hold other jobs in the first responding thing, too. So it goes deep, and I'm glad there's people out there like that.
Yeah, it's really a beautiful thing. It really is. You're going to be talking to West Point in a minute, and let's always remember, as their mayor, Richard Cerisi, says, West Point is in Hardin County.
Yes.
It's not in Meade County. It's not in Jefferson County. It's in Hardin County.
You just got to drive through there to get there.
You got to drive through another place. You can't get there from here.
That's true. Well, as we get over here to West Point, first I want you to introduce yourself and this fine group of people we got in. She's got a good looking, I like that gray Crusade ball cap there she's got on. Think I can talk her out of that?
Probably not. But she's pretty strong-willed.
All right, and you are, sir?
I am Chief Eddie Curl.
There we go. I was going to call you Curly, and I knew that wasn't right. That's why I kind of staggered.
Call me whatever you want.
Okay. Well, Mr. Curl, if you would, let's start the truck.
Start the truck?
No, start with the truck.
Oh, okay. This is engine 4032. This is one of our mainline apparatus. This is Cadet Ryan Baker.
Who we got behind the wheel?
Oh, this is Chris McVeigh, Captain Chris McVeigh.
All right.
This is my daughter and one of our firefighters' wives, Elizabeth New. This is Lena McVeigh, that's Chris's wife. I have Joe Sable and Mike Sable next to her, and my wife, Lisa.
All right. Thank you all for coming out today and helping. You got a long list that you need to jump into?
I do. And unfortunately, it seems like every year when we come here, we have to announce that we've lost a firefighter or a past firefighter. This year's no exception. We've lost 2 this year. We lost Lieutenant Irvin McVeigh, who had over 30 years of service, and Captain Pete Clifton Bennett, who had over 30 years. Around the firehouse, we called him Petey Trot. And both of them were lost pretty unexpectedly. They were both retired members, so this year we'd like to dedicate our Crusade contributions to their memory.
And those years of service and knowledge, you can't, there's no way to make it up.
Both of them were, while they were on, they were very instrumental in collecting for the Crusade.
All right.
All right, I'm going to start out with the in memories of. We've got $10 in memory of Jeff Wright from Tim and Donna Taylor. $20 in memory of Jeff Wright from the Joneses. In memory of Mayor Rube Yelvington from Nancy Tate Yelvington, $25. In memory of Josh Roeder from Earl and Prudence Roeder, $50. In memory of Josh Roeder and Pete Bennett from Crystal and Gary Heverin, $50. In memory of George and Alberta Baldridge from Kurt Baldridge, $60. In memory of Jenna Marie Frost from Joseph and Angela Frost, $100. In memory of retired Lieutenants Irvin and Michael McVeigh from Chris, Lena, and the grandkids, $100. In memory of Beverly Jeffries and Forrest and Naomi Curl from Boombad Fireworks, $100. In memory of James Sappy Hayden from Nancy Hayden, $100. Sappy was also one of our firefighters that died unexpectedly a few years ago. In memory of Dad and Pete from Tommy and Teresa Mercer, Dad being Bill Lee, $100. $100 in memory of Joan Adams and John Henry Adams from Ed Adams. $100 in memory of Pete Bennett from Eddie and Lisa Curl. $125 in memory of Janet Cootie from Daniel Cootie. $200 in memory of Rhonda Barnes, Steve Kirkman, David Masterson, Timmy Mattingly, Edward Van Diver from the class of '86, from James Beisner, $200. $200 in memory of Amy and Angela Taylor from their brother Jim. $250 in memory of George E. Moore and Edward Paschel from Dean, Susan, and George Haggerty, $250. In memory of Robert and Lucille Rayleigh, Forrest and Naomi Curl, and Betty and Bub Stowers from Vernon and Carolyn Curl, $300. $300 in memory of Jeff Wright from Ron McCreary. $50 in memory of Michael McVeigh and Michael Haycraft. I'm sorry, $500 in memory.
I was going to correct you there. I was like,
Sorry, Terry.
You're missing a zero. And who keeps up with the checkbook at your house?
At our house? My wife.
Good name.
She lets me know what's in there, believe me. All right, $500 in memory of Michael McVeigh and Michael Haycraft from Terry McVeigh. $500 in memory of Nellie Kendrick from Bill and Maddie Hartley. $500 in memory of Clifton Bennett from Carl and Loma Hall. $200 in memory of Pete Bennett from Flash and Lavender Curl. $50 in memory of Andy Sable and Irvin McVeigh from Joe Annette and Mike Sable. And $100 in memory of Beverly Jeffries from Lynn and Butch Curl. Now these are the in honor ofs. $100 in honor of Megan Bryant from Laurice and Howard Doyle Jr. $100 from Joe Short and Fran Moore for George's years at Cosair. George is one of our recruits on the fire department.
Okay.
$100 from Bill and Marcia Ash for being blessed with 3 happy, healthy grandkids, Annie, Edson, and Hux. All right, our business donations, $50 from Valero, $100 from Bickle Brother Auto Sales, $100 from C&V Rentals, $150 from Duval Equipment, $200 from the River of Life Full Gospel Church, $500 from Hoover's Trucking, $500 from DNA Rentals. Our general donations are $20 from Barbara Francois, $20 from Louise Wardrop, $20 from Vicki Steele, $20 from Brother Marlon Kimball, $25 from Barbara and Mike Hayes, $25 from Galen and Carol Ann Goldsmith, $25 from Dixie Warren, $50 from Mark Misbach, $100 from Tony and Annette Baker, $100 from Lisa and Troy Allen, $100 from Samuel and Sheila Collins, and $100 from John and Sandra Briggs, $200 from Charles and Connie McCreary, $250 from Richard and Bonnie Cerisi, $100 from Dean and Susan Haggerty. Now, according to Joey Scott, we're up 25% this year. Now, I'm going by Joey Scott math, so I hope he's right.
Well, I'm going to trust, after that 50 and 500, I'll trust Joey on the math.
I would too. I wouldn't trust me. One thing I forgot to mention, Bobby Jack, is we had Kona Ice set up for our street dance. Mm-hmm. We forgot to put them on there, but they were instrumental. They're going to give us...
Not sure the total yet, but it'll be towards next year's donation.
Okay, from Kona, it'll be for next year. Yeah. That's all right. Well, you already got a base then, aren't you? And I keep seeing Lee's Chicken showing up, and I just keep getting, mouth starting to water. Yeah.
All right. This year's total, and before I give the total, I'd like to thank all the members of this department, especially Lena and Chris McVeigh. They have sort of taken over this year. I've been busy with work and had other things going on. I couldn't have done it without them and the auxiliary and the membership of this department. And to the citizens of West Point, I mean, we're a small town, 900 citizens. To come up with this total is unbelievable.
We can't wait. I'm looking forward. Thank you all for stepping up too and helping out.
And this year,
and it's all a team effort.
It is. This year, we're dedicating this to the memory of Lieutenant Irvin McVeigh and Captain Pete Bennett and our total this year is $12,070.38.
That is terrific. $12,070.38. You're the only one not holding anything. How about putting that in there? All right. He had the wheel, but I figured it'd take a while for him to get out of that unit.
Well, it does take him a while to get out.
Not as long as it would.
Takes him longer to get in it.
Not as long as it would take me to try to get up in there this particular year. Thank you all so much there in West Point and that part of Hardin County. Man, you got a group here out of LJ, don't you?
Lebanon Junction's here with me.
Watch that guy in the middle, Morgan.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Concerning, is he?
Stealth. He can be on you.
Sneak right up on it.
Yes, sir.
So introduce yourself and everybody that's with you today from Lebanon Junction Fire Department. Don't forget the ones hanging out the truck window like puppy dogs.
Adam Heath, Fire Chief. It's my son Maxwell. One of our junior firefighters, Morgan Shoemaker. And then my son Jackson. And that's Raylan. And then one of our major's wife, Shelby.
Now, who drove the truck? Because hiding out over there.
Major Orrin Long.
So you got some numbers to run through with us and some thank yous to give out, I'm pretty sure. Now, how you feeling about your total this year?
We were down a little bit from last year, but...
Just a little bit.
Everybody worked hard. It was a good year.
All right, let's hear what we have.
So first of all, I would like to thank the community and our firefighters for their dedication and support to make this happen. You know, it's a team effort. We had some special events through the year to help support the Crusade. Eastern Star number 72 had a bunco night and raised $170. And then we had a turkey shoot at the Bullitt County Rod and Gun Club, and they raised $3,466. We teamed up with the elementary school, and they had 15 classes that raised $871.96. June 1st, yesterday, we had a pancake breakfast, raised a total of $464. Special thanks to Dangerfield Construction and the Bullitt County Rod and Gun Club Auxiliary for donations of the country ham, and JHK Mart for the donation for the drinks. Going into the donations, we had a $500 donation from Kim Johnson in memory of her son, Chris Johnson. Chris was a member of the Shelbyville Fire Department and Lebanon Junction and passed away. $200 donation from Rosemary Durham in memory of Craven Durham, Jerry, Marcella, and James Hoagland. $200 from Michael and Kimberly Hickey. $200 from Cameron and Mary Taylor. $150 donations from John Samuels, JHK Mart, and John and Karen Coleman. $100 donations from Charles and Tina Ferris in memory of Jennifer Beglin, from Barbara and Marty Mudadir in memory of Sandra K. Mudadir, and from Michael and Rainey Davis in memory of the Davis, Mulvaney, and Nuz families. $100 from Terry and Paula Capps, Cynthia Price, and Teresa Preston. $50 donations. We had Tim and Kathy Lively, Cheryl and Danny Walker, City Liquors, Terry Troutman, and James Falkenberg. I think that's pretty much it.
That's a lot of people doing a lot of good things. So if you want to donate money, of course, you can hit any of those numbers that are shown on your screen or showing up there on the camera. How long have you personally been involved in the Crusade?
About all my life. I was raised up around the firehouse with my uncle that was past chief of Lebanon Junction. And all in all, I just turned 40 this year, so about 40 years worth. So
you used to be the little kid dumping the money, right?
Yeah.
Well, let's let your son carry on that tradition then. Let's see what we've got here. And that total again, for those who might not have seen it or heard it, let's hear that one more time.
So this year, for the 2024 Crusade, We raised $8,510.47.
$8,510.47. So proud of you guys. Thank you for what you're doing and all the effort that goes into it. And I love the creativity communities are having. You know, a turkey shoot, a pancake dinner, fish things, chicken dinners, all kinds of opportunities to give back and to get involved in the community and to help keep things moving along. Bobby Jack Murphy, you have a large contingent of people here with you.
Well, you know.
And did Joey Scott personally invite all these people?
I did.
Yeah.
Well, you know, if you're going to bring them out, bring them out.
Well, this is my crew. This is the Valley Creek Fire Department family, and
you called in some stringers, didn't you? Some folks, yeah.
I did. They do an amazing job. I mean, they work hard. Not only for the Crusade, they come down for the remote, and they work hard on helping us set up and cooking the food. And I've got a lot of people to thank for this year. So
I know who to hit if that hot dog turns on me.
Well, that's exactly right. He's standing pretty close there. I can get a hold of him. All right. Special thank you to the Valley Creek family. And we don't call them the fire department, we call them family because we are all one big family. Thank you to Andy Perry, Isaac Weedman, Stephen Ginn. They came out last night and they cooked the pulled barbecue for us. And I mean, it was amazing.
Excellent. Yes, it was.
And they cooked that all night long. So I was very proud of them for taking care of that. Special thank you to Trooper Tyler Walters, Kentucky State Police Trooper Tyler Walters, for coming out providing security for us today. He did a great job for us. And Bobby Jack, we've had just a blessed year and really got out and done a lot of different things to raise money this year. Not only just collecting door to door, we actually had a beauty pageant, and I won. You know, I'm just
really? I'd been surprised if you didn't.
Yeah. We had a golf scramble at Lincoln Trail. I'd like to thank Lincoln Trail Golf Course here in Vine Grove. They really work with us every year and help us out on that golf scramble. We've got a raffle today we're doing for a grill that was donated by Halo Product Groups out of E-Town. What an amazing donation for them to give us. We're really appreciative of that, and I mean, it really stepped up big for us.
And it also smoked some real good pork.
Yes, it does.
Yes.
Yes, it does. Yes, sir. So that's a few of the people I'd like to thank today. You know, and once again, never forget the community, because if it wasn't for our community stepping up the way they do all through Hardin County, it's just amazing people. I'm so blessed and proud to be a part of this community. So, all righty. So let's start off with $25 donations. George and Sharon Williams, William and Sharon Wood, Nancy and Taylor and Roger Gibson, Dewey and Lisa Childress, Melvin Bryant, Timothy and Penny Simpson, Deborah Suter, Don and Mary Hill, James and Virginia Kerr. That was a $30 donation. With their $50 donations, Robert and Fonda Deaver, Wilder Rental Properties, Ellen Douglas, James and Shirley Ogden, Matthew and Kelly Hart, Douglas Whitman, Robert Masterson, Brenda Reynolds, and Vanessa Williams. Over to our $100 donations, Jacob Duke, William and Diana Hart, Hardin County Septic, Ronald Martin, Nancy Sargent, Sylvester and Terry Bennett with a $150 donation. On our $200 donations, Philip and Christine Tabb, Charles and Gloria Cole, Catherine and David McWilliams, Everett and Donna Cardwell, and Mark Haynes come in with a $500 donation for us this year. Mark's a always big contributor to the Crusade for Children. We appreciate him. Another special donation, $200 from Little Joe's Kitchen and Heartland Catering of Elizabethtown. Then we had a $10 donation last night in honor of Kaylin Sawyer. She's one of our big Crusaders, so we're really proud of Kaylin. So money comes in for Kaylin every year, so we're proud of Kaylin. All right, in the memories of $60 Paul and Deborah Sheen in loving memory of Daniel Sheen. $25 donation from Edna Williams in memory of Paul Williams. $50 from Mark and Barbara Williams in memory of Bug Michael Call. $50 from Elizabeth Knight and in memory of Chester Knight. $200 donation in memory of Chris and Tommy Holsey. $200 donation from Kevin Thomas in memory of Jane Boone. $200 donation from Kevin and Carla Thomas in memory of Greg Berkeley. $300 donation from Kathy and Razor in memory of her loving husband Mickey Razor. $1,000 donation coming from Troy and Tracy Bush in memory of their granddaughter Paisley. In memory of Tony Scott, my father, he always gets a lot of different memories of. So $150 donation from Geneva Scott, $300 donation from Joey and Carla Scott, $200 donation from Charles and Mary Bryant, and a $500 Specialized Hall in Elizabethtown. So we miss you, Dad, and we love you. Special donations this year, we had my daughter, Presley Scott, done a hair event where she put tinsel in hair and just done a great job. Press Scott, styling, done a great job and raised $400 doing that. So,
all right.
But she still didn't give me any hair. I don't. I just can't understand it.
Well, you got to have something to work with, Joey.
That's exactly right. $1,000 coming from T. Michael Jones, and we really appreciate him as well. So, and then we had Kenyon Mao come in with a $150 done lemonade stand this year, and we're really proud of him. He came in.
Lemonade stands have really turned into something.
You know, it's amazing. It's just amazing the community support. People get out and buy the lemonade. I'm really proud of that. And he didn't want to be on the air today, but we wanted to personally thank him for the good job he did as well. So, all right.
Are we getting to the total here?
Close to the total. So, and I'm gonna read Valley Creek's total first, and then we'll do. I'll tell you what. Let's do the drawing. Ashley, if you want to come on up.
Okay. This is for the grill, right?
This is for the grill. We've got John Gentry here. John is the area coordinator for
Hi, John.
State Fire Rescue Area 5.
Nice to meet you. Thank you for Joey and all of his group with the Crusade. We're always glad to open our doors every year for this, to host it, and we've enjoyed it this year, and we look forward to having it again next year.
We'll be counting on you now.
All right.
All
we
right.
ready?
We open the box. There we go. That's some good Tupperware.
Now, this is yours, Joey. You're going to donate it back so we can do it again. Preston Hoffman.
Preston Hoffman, you're the winner of the grill. We will be in contact with you. So thank you, John, very much.
All righty.
Thank you very much.
And thank you to all the people who bought tickets for that as well. So that was
got a bunch of them in there too.
Big help. All right, so grand total for Valley Creek this year, $18,300. Really proud of that. $18,300.
That's terrific. Yep.
Yeah. Now let's talk about the Hardin County, the whole remote here this year. Last year we had some large donations come in, and that really bumped our total up highest as ever been in the state of Kentucky.
I remember that.
In Crusade's history. So we're really proud of that.
in honor of Brian being his first year.
That's right. That's right. I was kind of waiting to see if we got some more because he was here.
People went, well, if he's coming back.
But, so if you take those donations out, we're actually up 4% as a county. And those are one-time donations and was very special donations. We're really proud of them. But we're actually up 4% as a county. So for Hardin County's total this year is $140,775.93.
Fantastic.
Wow. The remote here, the local remote here, and that's counting everybody that came in, turned in money today, is $149,286.40.
Closing in on 150 G's.
Yes, sir. I mean, and this it's going like this every year. Everybody just comes out and supports us, and we're just so proud of them. So, and there's a lot of hard work goes into raising money for the Crusade, but you see this charity go to work every day in our county, and that's the best thing about it. 100% of it comes back to your county, and we're so proud of that.
Awesome. Joey, you did it again.
Well, I tell you,
got a good crew.
We did it again. So I'm glad to have you both back with us again.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Great job, and greatly appreciate you.
There we go.
Greatly appreciate
I don't know how to do this
Well, yeah, a little odd now. So, all right. So, again, thank you guys for coming, and let's do it again next year.
Sounds good to me. Do we need to wrap it up? Because I know they're going to be busy.
I think so. Yeah.
All right. Brian, 71st Crusade for Children. We're going to get Abraham to take us over to Bardstown.
Elijah.
I know. Listen, when you started with the biblical names, but at the end of the day, Elijah's going to go, would he
got Adam and Moses on the camera.
There you go.
We'll be back in an hour and a half, though.
Hour and a half.
No, 2 hours.
2 hours.
Yeah.
Again, on Channel 21, WBNA, Nelson County EMS is going to be our next stop. But again, on behalf of everyone in Hardin County, everybody came out today, thank you so much for donating to special needs kids here in Kentuckiana for the Crusade.
Yes, sir.
Awesome.
I'm grateful for this opportunity for them to be able to come out and have this every year.
So the Center for Courageous Kids is a year-round camping facility where our mission is to inspire, empower, and enhance the lives of children and their families living with special needs or medical conditions. What we're able to give them is really just to experience that rite of passage that all children should experience, which is camp.
All right, what do you say to go? Walk on. Perfect. Good job.
So it's a completely no cost to the family, and that's one of the things that I think our families and kids are always grateful for and surprised with when they come to camp.
It's a blessing to not worry about where can I come up with the money so that they can go to camp next year. The opportunities there because of donations, and that's what we're really grateful of.
So this weekend, we have families here who have children with hemophilia, sickle cell, other bleeding disorders, and then also kids that may go to an oncology clinic for different childhood cancers or blood disorders of that nature. We also have families here this weekend with our new relationship with the Institute of Health Equity. Those children may have never experienced this much nature, coming out and going fishing for the first time, or taking a nature walk through our woods down to our treehouse adventure lodge for the first time. So really just providing those first time experiences is one of the things that we hold dear here at the Center for Courageous Kids.
I'm here today with my 5 children and 2 grandkids at Center for Courageous Kids. We're out here just to have a good time, spread our wings, and just have some fun. Each one of my children have a medical condition. Everyone has sickle cell anemia, and then 2 of them have asthma, and one of them also has diabetes.
Yeah, I think you're gonna bite me.
With this camp here, having the medical facility on site, it kind of gives me an ease of mind just in case something happens. It takes a lot of the worry away.
So most recently, what we've been able to insert with support from Crusade for Children are some of our brand new medical golf carts, where that gives us the ability to have more medical staff out on site in the activity areas with the kids. The grants that we receive from WHAS Crusade for Children make what we do possible. It's imperative, it's necessary, and it's something that since 2008, we've been so grateful and overwhelmed to have the support.
Have you enjoyed riding blue?
Because their mission mirrors what we want to do, putting the kid first and put the kid experience first.
So I love how the Crusade for Children gives the opportunity to give these children a chance to get out and have a good time. They get to meet other children like them with the same health conditions, and I love that.
It's something that makes me feel like my life is purposeful, and it gives me really a reason to just wake up every morning and be happy that I'm coming to work, because I get to work for such a powerful and necessary mission.
Come on.
Okay, let's go. Salsa? Yep, and then that goes there.
Now you're cruising.
All right, we're gonna take a breath, Bubba. Good job.
Churchill Park's an amazing place to be, an amazing place to work.
If I said, do you sleep in a chair at night? Yes or no?
We serve students who all have moderate to severe disabilities, ages 3 to 21.
My name is Chris. I go to school at Churchill Park. I have cerebral palsy.
We just have a really unique relationship, Chris and I. We've kind of formed a pretty strong bond over the last several years.
Tell me. Fallout Boy.
Fallout Boy, is that your favorite group? My name is Chrissy Lee, and I'm the principal here at Churchill Park School.
Now it says we have to cut out our gray area.
He definitely loves being here. It doesn't matter if he's in a good mood or a bad mood, he still wants to come to school.
We're gonna use a comb, and
whenever you walk in this building, it's just, you just feel the love.
Good job.
Everybody is happy, and our kids feel that.
Very good, thanks.
My name's Crystal Autry, and my son Christopher goes to school here at Churchill Park. He was here for pre-K and then had to go out to a regular school. He wasn't doing very good in public school. And then in middle school got to come back, and he has done tremendously better since he's been here.
Chris, when he first started with us, was in just a typical wheelchair. His mom really pushed us to see if we could get his mobility more independent, and she asked us to look into an electric chair for him.
It was scary at first because we had to know that if he's in a power chair and he's going, if he runs into something, he could potentially hurt himself really bad.
One of the kids that I work with is Christopher Cupp, and he's really dear to my heart.
Come on, Chris. I'm gonna beat you. I'm gonna beat you.
We've had a lot of fun together.
I'm winning. Come on, Chris.
My name is Mark Najjar. I'm a physical therapist here at Churchill Park. When his mom came to me and said she'd like to try him in a power wheelchair, to be honest, I had my doubts that he had the cognitive skills to understand how to drive the chair.
You're mean.
But what we did is we worked with a wheelchair specialist, and we got him very similar switches that he was using that Crusade provided to operate the chair, and all of a sudden he demonstrated that he was able to understand that if he hits this switch, it's going to make my chair move, and he was really excited about that.
Come on, let's go. We're gonna go put our lunch pictures up. Good work.
He really loves to have some independence, and that was one of the first things that really this chair was able to provide. Was all of a sudden he had an opportunity where he didn't have to rely on people to do this for him.
Through the Crusade and the donations that have been made, we were able to work with Chris to understand that activating a switch device could take him places, not only with his communication, but well beyond that.
The Crusade is essential for what we do. With the equipment that we can buy through the funds through Crusade is absolutely essential to our job.
We're just grateful for everything that people who donate, as well as the Crusade, are able to do for Churchill Park.
It's really, really awesome that the Crusade for Children donates money to us to get things for our kids.
If you get the chance to donate, please donate. It really changes lives.
We had so much fun. Well, today I am back. You got out of bed. And see what happens. Hold it still here and, oh!
So this is the Dreams with Wings camp. We have two camps. One that serves individuals with Down syndrome and another that serves people on the autism spectrum.
Now, how many people here have actually seen the Ohio River? Anybody? I work at Louisville Water, and my job at Louisville Water is the best.
We had the Louisville Water Company and Taylor and McRae, a very talented instructor, teach us about filtration and the importance that plays in keeping us healthy and in the water that we drink.
That is the name of the filter that we use. Is it coming out faster than the sponges or a little slower? There we go.
Good.
And then now I'm gonna pour. Ready? Here we go.
Good job, everybody. Good job.
Let's see what happens.
This is our 21st year, so we're really excited to be able to keep bringing it back and delivering a summer to remember every single time. Dreams with Wings is so many things. We are a local nonprofit that serves children, teens, and young adults from ages 7 to 87.
Oh, our three closest scientists have all said yes for the sponge.
It's really everything we can possibly do to spark creativity, physical activity, and social emotional learning.
Heather, are we ready for me to turn back around? Okay.
Are you guys ready? Yeah!
All right, here we go. Ready? Let me see. Oh, yes.
We're extremely grateful because we wouldn't be able to do it without the Crusade. Without the generous gifts of all the donors and without the Crusade, we wouldn't be able to make this camp everything that it needs to be and that these campers deserve to have every single summer.
Welcome to Shelby County and the WHAS Crusade for Children. We are here for the next 2 hours. I'm Reed Yaden and
I'm Ian Hardwitt. We're happy to be here today. And first, we're going to start off with a lemonade stand that's been out here. You guys raised a bunch of money over 2 days, but first we want to talk about who you guys are and all the type of people who came out to see you while you were running this. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, we're Dorm and Preschool Center here in Shelbyville. We've been around for 60 years. We had our oldest preschool classroom that came out and sold lemonade for 2 days. We raised $928. We had a wonderful support of our community. We had both fire departments, the Shelbyville Police Department and Shelby County Sheriff's Department, and lots of community members that came out to join us and support us.
Ian, the old saying, when you have lemons, make lemonade, $928. You know, the lemonade stands are really kind of kicking in. We've been doing this for several years. This year we've had more than ever, and they're raising some serious money.
Yes, we
It's a
had
good
some
example.
fantastic turnout from our community.
I would say, indeed. And it was good lemonade.
Yes, it was
Okay.
great lemonade.
Make your plans for next year.
Yeah. Do you know how many lemons it took to raise $928?
2 cans worth.
Oh, you're giving away the secrets now. Okay. We are going to continue rolling here till 5 o'clock. Ian?
We also have
Okay.
an honor check in memory of Malia Rose Wilson from Don Cash.
And how much is that?
$25.
$25. Okay.
Yes.
Good. We got it all covered. Ian,
Yeah.
you're gonna roll on here, and you're gonna deal with Baghdad.
That's right. We're coming over here to the Baghdad Fire Department. We're going to see what they were able to do. They weren't selling lemonade, but we're going to hear right now from, what is it, Ricky, right?
Rick Floyd.
Rick Floyd. Okay. Rick, go ahead and set that down.
Okay.
And Rick, could you tell us a little bit about the Baghdad Fire Department? Where are your people at today?
Well, I'm here, of course. Rest of them home resting up from a busy weekend. We had a good weekend. The weather cooperated, and everybody worked hard at it.
Where were you guys posted up trying to collect money for Crusade?
Okay, we got Station 1 up in Baghdad. We collected up there. Then we got a Station 2 over in Cropper, and we had a crew collecting over there. So everything turned out real good.
Yeah. Feels like we're about to get rained on, but could you go ahead and tell us, some of the important names, some of the important people who've come together to really bring this cause together?
Yes, sir. I'm going to start out with a $40 donation, Steve and Tammy Hatter in honor of Blight, and L. Warren, Cassidy Newton in memory of Cassidy Newton in honor of Blight, Ellie Warren, Jeannie Edgerton in memory of Bill Edgerton, Jeff Edgerton, former pastor of Lebanon Baptist Church, Rusty and Mary Jo Newton. $50 donations is Dutch and Barbara in memory of Billy Aldrich, Susan Shy in memory of Bob and Ted Shy, Charles and Brenda Higgins Sr. in honor of John Beach, Francis Brandlett, Brian and Barbara Franklin, Danny and Donna Goodlett, Tyler and Kelly Rosenbaugh in memory of Blight, L. Warren, Lemonade Stand, Teresa Helen Hafler and Maxine Hardy, Charles Stogel in honor of Blight, and L. Warren, Margaret and John Nicholson in honor of Blight, and L. Warren, Thomas and Susan Wells in memory of Sherry Williams, $100 donations, Bonnie Slatter in memory of Eleanor Dressenhaus, Joan and Mary Jo Newton in memory of Ken Slusher, Tabitha Browning in memory of Angela Dressenhaus and Anita Slaughter, Baghdad Roller Mill in memory of John Beach, Belinda Casey in memory of Cecilia Breathing, Laura, Lisa, and Lacey in memory of Bobby Eddington.
And there's plenty more I see here. We're going to keep going down the list for y'all even as the rain comes down.
William and Heather Richardson, William and Linda Jennings, Mary Jo Newton Insurance, Cropper Rutan Club, Judy Montfort, Darrell and Carol Cox, Baghdad Roller Mills, Baghdad Baptist Church, Mary Ann and Tommy Smith, Leila and Brent Hatter, Donald and Mary Slayer in honor of Blight and Ellie Warren, Teeny Tipton in honor of Blight and Ellie Warren, Kim Coleman.
Let's walk it in just a little bit, yeah.
Kim Coleman in honor of Blight and Ellie Warren, Devon Sue Rankin in honor of Blight and L. Warren, B&M Food Mart in honor of Blight and Ellie Warren and memory of Garner Newton. $200 donation, Thomas Jean Kenning in honor of Baghdad Fire Department. Judy H. Floyd, Mike and Kathy Taylor. $500 donation, Belinda and Les Nichols. Rose Dreaman, Karen B. Chester in memory of Bob, Catherine, M.L. Bellwood, and Jerry Slesher. $1,000 donation to Alvin Yunt in memory of Lou Ann.
And we still got some more.
And $2,248 donation, 54 cents to Baghdad Volunteer Fire Department, Ladies Auxiliary. These two girls, Ellie and Bly Warren, they done a one-day lemonade stand. And the Crusade benefit, they was premature babies. They was in there for a while, and they made $3,591 for a one-day lemonade stand.
That's excellent. Do you have any special thanks that you want to share today as well?
Yes, sir. I got a couple. Cropper Club for the food deal they donated to the firefighters, and Kathy Bartis for preparing breakfast for the firefighters at Station 2 this morning.
And it sounds like Mother Nature has given us the drum roll for this year's total. Can you tell us what that was?
Yes. Grand total for Baghdad Fire Department is $15,047.02.
And I'm seeing here from your previous numbers, $15,047.02. You're blowing records from previous years. Can you just tell us how it feels to bring all that money in for a good cause?
Real good. It's great. Enjoy doing it.
Excellent. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. We got underneath the cover just in time as the rain starts to come down. I want to tell you all right now, if you want to join the Baghdad Fire Department and their $15,000, there's a few different ways you can donate. You can call right now, 1-888-382-7511. You can go to WHAScrusade.org. You can even donate by mail if you wanted to mail things off to 520 West Chestnut Street in Louisville, Kentucky. If you've got your phone out right now, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Apple Pay, you can scan a QR code on your screen right now. I'm going to let Reed Yaden take it back over. He's going to be talking to, looks like Eminence Fire and Rescue. Reed, tell us what they've got going on.
Hey, we've got a good crew here. Rain shower passing over. They got this thing tinted in a hurry. And we've kind of huddled under here. The crusade goes on regardless. This is Paige. You're representing, and a lot of folks here, from the Eminence Fire Department.
Yes, sir.
I tell you, Eminence, soft spot in my heart for Eminence.
Yeah?
That's where my career began.
Okay.
That little radio station on Highway 55. WSTL, 1600 on the dial.
There you go.
And when I worked there, Woody Donovan owned it. A great guy in the community, but he brought radio to Eminence. Okay, let's get on with your any recognitions you want to make here.
Chief's going to do that at the end.
Okay, that's fine.
Yep. So we just got to have some. We just have people that have donated.
Okay.
So we'll just start at the top.
Sure.
$10 from Shirley Bohannon, $25 from Webster Service, Jennifer Stevens, JT Stinson, Cheryl and Jimmy Tingle, Carl and Peggy Rubel, Evelyn Stivers, Daryl and Mary Scriber, $40 from EC Janegi, $50 donations from James and Teresa Baker, Gail Yunt, Diane Cushman, Ursula Adams, George Bell, Judy Milner, and Rhonda Dees, $60 donation from United Citizens and Trust Bank, $75 donation from Nancy Mooney and David and Harriet DeVore, $100 donations from Pruitt Funeral Home, Scott and Karen Mary, El Nepal, Tim and Lisa Adams, Pam and George McDaniel, Bill and Jean Wells, Marsha Ellis, Jillian Roberts, Scotty and Marianne Bates, Joyce Chisholm, Doug and Booty Payton, Tommy Detwaller, $120 donation from Vernon Hamilton, $150 donation from Pam DeVary and Margaret Hayden, $200 donation from Lucas Monument Company, M&K Construction and Remodeling, and Marlene Hughes, $250 donation from Ann and James Wilhite and Crossroads Lighthouse Church, $300 donation from Donald and Phyllis Rice and Danny and Vicki Cravens, $500 donation from Thelma Galt and Our Best Midway and Tony Harlow. And then we've got several in memories of. $50 from Kimberly Patterson in memory of Brianna and Hannah, $75 from Christine and Edward Pollard in memory of Jonathan Adams, $100 from Tim and Carla Pollard in memory of Jonathan Adams, $100 from Chris Cushion and Michelle Wardrop in memory of Daddy, $100 from Teresa Phillips in memory of Carl Phillips, $50 from Wayne and Lou Gunnell in memory of Steve Sparrow, $100 from Jeremy and Sandra Lucas in memory of Daddy, Granddaddy, Granny Pat, and Gary, $100 from Terry Lucas in memory of Ronnie, $200 from Becky Lucas in memory of all of my family, $100 donation from Godby's on Main in memory of Adelie, $100 donation from Larry and Cindy Couch in memory of Bill and Louise Adcock, $100 donation from Freddie and Dee Dee Downey in memory of Gary Lucas, $50 from Danny and Sheila Meadows in memory of Gary Lucas and Lee Roberts, $502 from the Sparrow family. They had a yard sale, so that came from the yard sale. $50 from Donald and Karen Loudon in memory of Alyssa Loudon, $100 from Denny Washburn in memory of Laura Washburn, $10 donation from Carolyn Barnett in memory of Lily and Nady, $60 from Les and Alex Holland in memory of Mama and Kurt Riekenbach, $100 donation from Tony and Marsha Adams in memory of Jonathan Carroll Adams and in honor of our granddaughter Caroline Renee Adams, who was born 3 months premature and only weighed 1 pound and 8 ounces. $30 from Rebecca Noel in memory of Mr. and Miss Billy Pruitt. $80 from Lillian Burdick in memory of Alma Hyatt, Paul Sue Martin, and my husband Had Burdick. $100 from Josh Page and Caleb Jamil in memory of Ronnie Lucas and George Inowine. $60 from Michelle Riekenbach in memory of Kurt and Tina Lucas. $50 from Pam Sparrow in honor and loving memory of my husband Stephen Sparrow. $100 from Mike Lucas in memory of Tina and all the loved ones gone before. $500 from Stevie Lucas in memory of my family. And then in honors, we have $300 from Browning Chevrolet, celebrating 50 years of Chevrolet sales and service, and $100 from Tony and Jeffrey Moore in honor of Brianna Moore.
Okay, that's all your specials.
That's all our specials.
Okay.
And then here's Chief.
Chief, come on over.
How you doing?
Good.
Good.
Tell us
Good
who
to see
you
you.
are. This is the chief of the
I'm Steve
Eminence
Lucas.
Fire Department.
Steve Lucas, Eminence Fire Department.
Okay.
If we missed anybody, we're sorry. We really appreciate everybody. I want to thank all the ladies that helped out at the firehouse this weekend. It's starting to really rain out here. Really appreciate Mayor Fred Downey and all the city council for all they do to us. Thank you very much to Robin, Debbie, and Donna for everything. They keep us out of trouble. But our grand total this year...
Hang on before you do that. You hear a lot of noise out there. It's not an emergency. It's all the Crusade. They're making a lot of noise in downtown Louisville, and by golly, we can do it out here too. So they're moving some of the apparatus in position here. Shelby County.
That's the Shelby County boys.
Yep. Okay.
Because of Bobby Coward, they got a lot of noisemakers here. So. Eminence was down a little bit this year, but we appreciate everything and everybody did. So the 2024 total for the Eminence Fire Department, $13,502.83.
$13,502.82.
Yes,
that's a great number, Chief. Thank you. Wow.
And thank all the people of Eminence, Kentucky. We really appreciate it.
Wow. We don't have a tote board out here. We have the old-fashioned kind of tote boards. Now, before we go on to our next department, you've been holding this sign up. Let's get that plug in. While we do that, if you want to make a donation to the Crusade, Special Needs Children, 1-888-382-7511. With that, Ian's over there with another great department from Newcastle.
That's right. This is the Newcastle Volunteer Fire Department over here, and braving the rain to give some money to Crusade is just the tip of the iceberg for what these folks are willing to do. We're joined by their chief out here right now. That's Chief Wesley. Now, Chief, can you tell us a little bit about who you want to thank today and what it took to get all this money together right now?
First of all, I want to thank all these guys. Without them, the auxiliary, the people that couldn't be here with us today because they had to work or whatever, they did an awesome job. Fish fry, door to door, roadblocks. They withstood all the weather, rain, sun, heat. We did it all. So with that, I want to thank our community. Without them, this wouldn't be possible. So I'll start off. I'll try to run through it pretty quick, get us there by this rain.
Give everybody their flowers. You take as long as you need to.
We're going to do it in memory of donations. We have $100 from Gary Jones in memory of Luke Morris, Eddie Razor, and Melody Powell. $100 from Jenny Elston Stark in memory of Ben and Mildred Elston, her parents. $100 donation from Marilyn Rose in memory of Edmund and Ron Rose. We have a $100 donation from Richard and Martha Dusher in memory of Adam Dusher. $50 donation from Shane and Tracy Curry in memory of their father. $50 donation from Diane Clark in memory of Ronnie Clark. And we have one in honor of donation, a $100 donation from Jenny Elston Stark in honor and health of her children and grandchild.
That's wonderful. And you're going further down on the list here. What does it take to bring all these people together for such a cause?
It takes a lot of work, a lot of food, a lot of water, a lot of drinks, a lot of time, and a lot of love for the cause, really.
Absolutely. So who else do we got here that gave to y'all?
These are going to be our church donations. Each year on Crusade Sunday, we take booths to the churches in our community, and they do an outstanding job of getting back with us and getting money to us. The first one's going to be Main Street Baptist Church in Newcastle, $50. Henry Christian Church in Newcastle, $265. Point Pleasant Christian Church in Eminence, $241. Newcastle Christian Church, Newcastle, $7.25. Newcastle Methodist Church in Newcastle, $147.55. Newcastle Baptist Church in Newcastle for $160. Each year, too, we go around to all of our businesses in our community, and they step up to the plate every year. So our business donations is going to be $25 from the Day Chiropractic there in Newcastle, $50 from Club Pharmacy, $60 from United Citizens Bank and Trust, the Newcastle location.
It all adds up. It truly does.
We have $100 from Serbian Hill Farms. These are all $100 donations in businesses.
That's right.
Serbian Hill Farms, Keith Jeffries Law Office, Zarian and Sullivan Law Office, Henry County Supply, it's a John Deere dealership in Newcastle, Ernesto's Mexican Grill in Newcastle, Four Seasons BP, Pruitt Funeral Home, Insurance Associates, and B. Morris Insurance.
I'm seeing some of those names over here on the big pink board, but you got a few more numbers to get through right now. So tell me, this is kind of a big one, right?
Yeah, this is our last donation. We have a winery over in Newcastle, Smithberry Winery, $1,500. These are also food donations as well.
You said the food's a very important part of getting everybody together.
Very important for these guys.
And that's everything. Okay. So we're coming up on the total here. Before we get around to the total, do you guys want to run through any of the names on this board real quick, just to say, you know, who really showed out for you, who gave food and everything?
Really, Hometown Pizza, Ernesto's, just about every food place in our community actually donated food, fed our firefighters one night or the other. We did 2 weeks of it this year, so it took a lot for us to get fed. So.
It's a lot of work, it's a lot of fun, there's a lot that goes into the bellies during this time of year. What does that translate to as far as your total?
This year our total, we're pretty good size up from last year, so we're pretty proud of it. Like I said, they worked hard. So this year we got $21,203.61.
$21,203.61. That's all from the Newcastle Volunteer Fire Department. Let's take a look at that grand total all written out. We've even got a little smiley face here. There's going to be a lot of happy faces that come from this money. Thank you all so much for everything that you did this year. There's ways that you can give at home too. You can check out Crusade on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, or YouTube. You can call right now, 1-888-382-7511, if you want to start making a difference just like these folks over here. Reed Yaden's going to take it back over. He's going to be talking to the Pleasureville Fire Department. They're also a volunteer fire department. Lots of people giving their time for such a great cause today.
Indeed, we just roll right on here in Shelby County. In fact, John, get a shot down through there. You see all the apparatus lined up. They roll the apparatus into place behind us as they talk to us. Lot of Crusade support here in Shelby County, as you can see. Now, we're going to talk to the folks here at Pleasureville. The rain's letting up, guys. I think you brought us good luck. Okay, as you said, we're not going to melt.
That's right. Most of them afloat.
Introduce yourself. You're going to be the spokesperson.
I'm
here.
Matt Woods. I'm the chief of Pleasureville.
Well, Chief, it is an honor to have you with us here on TV today.
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me.
The airwaves are all yours.
All right. First of all, I want to thank this group. We've been doing some form of crusade activities for the last 3 weekends.
Tell you what, let's you and I step aside over here. Okay. John will get a good shot up in there. We get them all on TV.
This group here, for 3 weekends straight, we've been doing pork chop suppers, roadblocks, everything crusade related. All I said was be here at a certain time. They were there an hour before I was. So
can't beat it. The can-do crew.
Yes, perfect crew. I can't say that much about them, and I appreciate every one of them.
Okay, and as you say that, the rain is ending. We made a step out. So you want to step outside? Let's step outside. Come on, we'll be brave here. Yeah, you all can swing in behind us here.
We braved it yesterday in the roadblock, so we'll be okay.
Yeah, there's still a couple of drops coming down, but not much.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll get started with the $20 donations.
Sure.
Lavinna and Billy Choir, Linda Roberts, Glenn and Teresa Woods, and the Bramble Law Office. 25s are Marcella Clemens, Bo Clemens, Philip and Cynthia Douglas, John Logan Brent, Michael T. and Anna Thomas, William Rodney and Linda Young, Ronald and Melinda Rucker. $30 to Linda Jane Carpenter, the Roberts Family Farm, Betty Rucker, Linda Payton. $50 donations are Anthony and Allison Hillebrand, Doug and Susan Schlossnagel, Terry True, Bob and Kathleen Irwin, Collier Trucking Incorporated, Howard and Jairus Byers in memory of Gene Batts, Carolyn Wilson in memory of Carolyn Snook. $60 are Mitchell and Joanne Ashby, Elizabeth and Danny Stivers. 75s are Joey and Rebecca Heddy. $100 are Bill and Peggy Craigmile, Beverly Aldridge, Philip and Gertrude Sewell, Jack Balcom, Peggy Bryant, James Simpson, Barry and Ruthie Highshoe, Mike and Mary Balta, James and Geraldine Taylor, Jeff and Helen Browning, Charity and Andrew Woods in honor of Barry Highshoe, Craigmile Farms, Charlotte and Ronnie Grigsby, Jeff and Elizabeth Adams. $125 from Mary Jo and James Brown in memory of her brother Owen Earlbond. $150 was Pleasureville Hardware. $200 was Debbie Jones. $250 was Glenn and Ruthie Smith, Dean and Paula Club. $300 was Pleasureville Christian Church, Timothy Benham in memory of Nancy Benham. $500 was Julian Porter Roberts, Mike and Sharon Bright, Ice and Home Improvement, Hussey Copper. $1,000 donations are Christine Marshall, Jack and Gwen Trumbo. Paper got stuck here.
That's okay.
Colson Family Logistics Incorporated in memory of Tony Kellogg and Blake Colson. Kristen Carly and Cruz in memory of Nancy Benham. We had the Venmo and the PayPals and the Cash Apps. It was $110 from that.
Wow.
To feed this herd, I call it.
Food donations are important.
Yes, we had food every night. Some of the membership cooked. I cooked one night. We ate good. We did have some. The Valero Pleasureville donated drinks and pizzas at our roadblock.
Ooh, sounds good.
We had a pork chop supper on May the 18th.
Oh, you're making me hungry here.
That raised up $3,200. Our best $3,200.
Those were good pork chops.
Yes, sir. Our best restaurant donated coleslaw for that.
Well, this is a good restaurant.
Yes, sir. IGA Campbellsburg cut us a deal on the pork chops, and I want to thank them. Joe and Tracy Thorne, they had a cookout in their garage last Sunday while we were roadblocked. They said, come on up and have some food. Have a hot dog and hamburger with us. So we went and had a hot dog and hamburger. That big boy behind us, he ate a bunch. That's my nephew. I can talk trash about it.
Okay, I'll let you do that. I'm not going to do that.
I got a special speech I need to give before I give the total.
Sure.
So in the 70s, a family came to join this department. The father was the chief. The mother was the head of the ladies auxiliary, and they had 3 sons that were part of the department as well. The oldest of the sons became chief and was for a little while. Second stayed on for a few years, and the youngest retired from the department at the rank of assistant chief. He was also a Crusade coordinator. Some years later, several I might add, and a grandson, which is myself, is now the chief. And now now great-grandsons and great-granddaughters are part of this same group. A real family affair,
I guess.
as you can tell.
Yes.
The Crusade has always been played a big part of our family. So this year, we dedicate our Crusade efforts in memory of Walter Hubert Highshoe and Wayne Highshoe, and in honor of Norma Jean, Mike, and Barry Highshoe. So this year's total, and must I say, it is way up. And again,
unbelievable.
I thank these people. I thank our communities, Pleasureville, Bethlehem, and Defoe, which showed up.
Let's just step over here a little bit so John can see everybody as you're talking here. Get ready to make some noise here.
They showed up, and I'll say they showed out. So last year's total was $14,000 even. This year's total, and if I didn't see it, I wouldn't believe it, is $23,103.49.
You didn't beat last year's total.
Yes.
You blew it out of the water.
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
That is a number.
Yes, sir.
Last year we got to go through this again. 14,000 last year.
Yes.
And
I'll
this
say
year
it
you're-
again. $23,103.49.
And that is from the Pleasureville Volunteer Fire Department.
Yes, sir.
Thank you all. Hey, we did it. Out of
Yes,
the, out
sir.
of the
We
tent
did it.
in the rain.
We did it. In the rain, in the sun. We burn up, we froze. It's all good.
Next year, buy those pork chops there at Pleasureville.
Yes, sir.
They must be pretty good.
All right.
Thank you all a lot. Okay, Ian, we roll right on, and you're going to take us down to Spencer County. You got a group from Taylorsville.
Coming back over here to Taylorsville Fire Department. Now this is a combination fire department. We've got volunteers, we've got paid firefighters. We're going to start here with their chief, Nathan. Can you just talk about what it takes to get everybody together for this?
Oh man, it takes a lot of work. It's something we work on year round with a number of events, charity bike ride, a golf tournament, various fundraisers, roadblocks. We've had a very good year this year, so we're happy to bring you a good total.
Well, tell us a little bit about what it takes to make a good year, who has to show up, who has to give.
Oh gosh, everybody from our volunteers with the fire department, families, friends, helping with the events, the roadblocks, and our community. I mean, if our community didn't donate, wouldn't make this possible. So we've just had outstanding support all the way around, and so we're here to give you a good report this afternoon.
Excellent. We're so happy to hear that. Can you introduce us to who's giving us that report today?
Sure. This is Taylor Nation. She's a lieutenant in our fire department, so we'll turn it over to her.
All right, Lieutenant, tell us where we're going to start off today and just start running down the list.
Okay. First, I want to just recognize we've had several events this year, and we had way too many events. In memory of David Stout. And then we've had donations, $1,000 donations from Elaine Hartman and M.L. Miller, $700 from Lewis Ferguson, $600 from Ken Craig and Wakefield Baptist Church, $500 from Charles Johnson in memory of Kathy Johnson, Taylorsville Country Mart, Plum Creek Baptist, Norma Meyer, Shannon Toomey, Nick DeVito, and Scott Travis, $300 from Lavielle Cecil, Greg Neal, Spencer County Tree Service, Donald Tapp, Damon Jewell, and Mary Robinson, $250 from Pro3 LLC in memory of Buddy Hill and Cindy Morris, Mike Villanova, David Henry, and James Girdley, $200 from IMI, Daughtery's Body Shop, Carl Robinson, Teresa Winkler, Glenn and Jane Goebel in memory of Jennifer Goebel, $150 from the Keeney Company, Stephen Pinkston, Dennis Sales, Tommy Akins, Charles Gaffer, Kevin Damask, and William Meany, $124 from Steve Heiss, $100 from Herbert Stucker, Nathan Nation, Lucille Nation, Linda Monroe, Mike Manley, Barbara Perkins, Ernest Beeson, Jimmy Stewart in memory of Tom and Helen McKiley, Charlotte Nedros, Kitty Lawson, Houston Dahl, Second Baptist Church, Beverly Tucker, Lowry Brown, James Tipton, Ray Brooks, Joseph Kinney, Linda Titchener, High 12 Club, Charles Jewell, Dennis Owen, Salt River Electric, Michael Owsley, Spencer Farm Service, Marianne Woods, Harry Harding, Ronald Cape, Debbie Herndon in memory of Hannah, Jerry Dill, Daniel Pressler.
The list just keeps going on. It's beautiful to see.
Yeah, that's awesome. We also have $100 from Dahlem Animal Hospital, Fed Wright, Philip Mudd, James Henry, Francis Hayden, James Hodge, Robert Martin, Rodney Jordan, Robin Waldridge, Adina's Embroidery, Larry Butler in memory of Andy, Dan and Marcia Crow in memory of A. Russell, Gerald Smith, Larry Nally, Nancy Daughtery, David Bishop, Kirk Tuttle, Stephen Stein, Dennis Cox, Jay Mitchell, $75 from Chris Herbstreich, Jerry Kaiser, and John Schaus, $50 from Dennis Bowman, Patricia Stump, Diane Fisher, Michael McDonald, Don Fountain, Davis Downs, Kevin Brown, Barry Hume, Robert Black, Richard Moreland, Jesse Krotzer, Scott Williams, James Johnson, Michael Abel, William Clinton, James Rennell, Daryl Herndon, Larry Hare, Marilyn Sweezy, Janet Patterson, Gary Parks, Stephen Holliday, Charles Mattingly, Clifford Garrett, Jerry Buchel, Pamela Luthen, Chester Hughes, Davis Shelburne, Randall Jeffers, and Linda Goins, $40 from Sonny Shields, $30 from Chadwick Harris and David Bogard, $25 from Donald Hart, David Richards, Doug Sweezy, James Bray, Anna Stokely, David Meredith, Jerry Schroeder, Stan Triplett, Mary Tapp, Chris Kropp, Charles Wise, Brooke Klaus, Matt Brown, Ruth Charles, William McCoy, Robert Gilbert, Danny Cox, Cherry Taylor, Nancy Dixon, Lee Meyer, William Fry, Lisa Peak, Orville Brunson, Marshall Newton, David Hunter, and Robert Jones. $20 from Preston Jeffers, and $5 from Mary Stout.
Awesome. That's a big list of names. Can we get a little bit of a round of applause for all the people out where y'all are at? Excellent. Are there some more names that you want to recognize down here? Are these some of the businesses y'all worked with?
No, down here below, we've just broke down some of our events that we had. We sent out a mailer this year, which we've received $14,384 from. We had a pork chop fundraiser last fall, and we raised $703.42. We held our first golf scramble this year in April, and we raised $4,580.74. We held a bike ride, thanks to the Last Days Motorcycle Ministry for helping us out with that, and we raised $7,132.60. And we also placed some store buckets around our community, and we raised $375.09 from that. And we also have a department record for our total this year.
Okay, awesome. Before we get to that department record total, maybe want to hear from one person in the department. I know some of y'all got a little bit of wet out here. Would anybody just like to come up and say anything about work at Crusade? What's your name, man? Can you tell us real quick?
Jamie Martin.
Jamie Martin.
Yep.
Jamie, how long you been doing Crusade?
It'll be about 4th year.
Okay. Did you have your hand in any of the events that went on this year?
Roadblocks, and then I participated in the golf scramble.
Gotcha. Did you play a good game that day?
No.
Yeah. Mr. Martin, can you just tell us, in the 4 years you've been doing Crusade, what's it like to see all that money pour in, and what's it like to be, working with your firefighter family on it?
It's just good to see it come back to the community that it come from.
We got that total. Do you want to give it to us, Lieutenant?
Yep. So our grand total this year, it is our department record, $41,214.70.
A department record, you said. Congratulations, you all. Again, that's the Taylorsville Spencer Fire Department. What's it like to break your total?
It's amazing. We didn't know if we were going to make it this year just because of the rain. It hindered our roadblock a little bit, but we had some awesome donations come in last minute, so we were able to break that total.
Well, despite the rain through the season, we're seeing a record-breaking total. That's right. Yeah, one more time. Yay! Despite the rain, breaking totals, and that continued on through today. Despite the rain, we're delivering all this money, all in the name of a good cause. No matter how much you give, you can do it at home. You can pick up your phone right now, scan the QR code on your screen, either with Venmo, CashApp, PayPal, or Apple Pay. You can always call 1-888-382-7511. Thank you guys so much for coming out here today. We really appreciate it. Thanks, y'all. We're going to go back over to Reed Yaden. He's with the Bedford Fire Department. They've raised some money too. Lots of people giving out here today just in the name of doing something fantastic. Reed?
Hey, thank you, Ian. What a number. We're getting some unbelievable numbers here today. The rain let up. Rain a little more. Now it's letting up again. It's teasing us, but I think it's going to be out of here shortly. Never rains on the Crusade. It's just liquid sunshine.
That's right.
Okay, introduce yourself to us.
Chief Will McCoy with Bedford Fire Department.
Chief, and who's with you here?
This is Christina Evans. She's a firefighter with us.
Christina, welcome aboard. You have some recognitions, or?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I'd like to start with Diane Arnold, $50 donation. Noble and Jewel Henderson, $25. Jane and Richard Beckner, $100. Donna Horine, she's been a firefighter with our department over 35 years, donated $500. Pamela and Glenn Perkinson, $100. Merle and Lena Westrick, $100. Joel and Paula Sugin, $100. Steve and Abby Turner, $100. JW and Frankie Sacklaben, $100. Bobby and Joanne True, $100. Big shout out to Bobby. He was one of our founding members of the fire department in Bedford.
And when was the fire department founded?
1964.
Wow.
So, Marion and Elizabeth Wentworth, $50. Union Grove Church White Bible Class, $50. Vicki Gaither, $50. Robert and Mary Stewart, $50. Union Grove Sunday School, $1,100. Larry and Ruth Staples, $30. Sandusky Construction LLC, $50. Kathy and Eric McGuire, $50. Maddie Rife, $25. Ann Wise, $100. Mike and Charlene Terrell, in memory of Charles Wainscott, $100. Union Grove Christian Church, $500. In memory of Terry Ann Tilley and Philip Bruce. And our grand total this year.
Okay, we're ready for this. Your grand total.
$7,099.38. We are up from last year.
Like that. So many departments up this year. That's a good sign.
Yes, sir.
Chief, as always, thank you. You've proven that the support for the Crusade is far and wide.
Yes, sir. I've been doing it for over 20 years now. Absolutely great feeling every year.
I got it. Your firefighter here took care of you. She emptied the water off the tent. She was careful not to put it on you.
Yes.
You survived. Okay, let me give you an important telephone number. We'd like to have your participation in the WHAS Crusade for Children. 888-382-7511. Do you know how many special needs kids were helped last year because of your help for the Crusade? 200,000. The money that's collected by the Crusade is returned to the community from whence it came to help special needs children. The other thing you need to know, every penny that's collected here today and everywhere else goes to the kids. The overhead is paid for out of a Crusade endowment of $40 million. That endowment spins off enough interest to cover the cost of putting on the Crusade. And it's a year-round event, and there is a very, very limited staff, but they're very, very frugal and very efficient. That's the reason 100% of everything that comes in goes to special needs kids. We thank you for your participation. We're rolling on here in Shelby County, coming up to the 4 o'clock hour shortly. Ian, looks like you've got another great community over there. The Waddy Fire Department's here.
That's right. We only have great communities out here today because they're all here for such a great cause. We're here with Captain Greg Darst. Captain Greg Darst. And Captain, before we get to all the names and all the money, can you tell me how long you've been doing Crusade for and what it means to y'all as a department to come together for this?
I can't remember how long Waddy's been participating, but this is my 38th.
Your 38th Crusade for Children?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me what some of those first Crusades were like and how it's similar or different from today?
Well, back in the olden days, we used to drive through all the communities and knock on doors and run a bunch of roadblocks and things like that, but the roadways have gotten a little bit too dangerous for us to get out there anymore, so we tried different ways, and sometimes they're successful, sometimes they're not, but it's all still good for the effort to help the kids.
Tell us a little bit about some of the events that you guys put on, some of the things that you do to raise some of that money.
So our main way for people to contribute is we open the firehouse up for a couple of days and have a drive-through, and all the people in the community know to come through there and put money in the boots there. This year we ran 2 new events that we hadn't done in the past. We did a Christmas decorating contest, and all the admission fees for that went to the Crusade. And then we also did a craft bazaar this spring, and proceeds from that went, and I'll report on those as we get going down through the list.
Yeah, some creative ways to start raising money. Is it fun for y'all to be able to do this?
Oh yeah, it's real fun. And back in the olden days when we were able to get around and go to different houses, it was always good for pre-planning and knowing where you could get your trucks to and where you couldn't, and it really helped as being a firefighter, knowing if you had a run at that community that you knew how to get there and help out.
Yeah, so Crusade's good for not only what we do for the children, but in just bringing people together and connecting those communities out there.
Exactly, and the fellowship and getting everybody together and having some meals together and telling stories it's always good.
I've heard the food is a common theme throughout Crusade. Not so much the rain. I know you got a little wet before we came over here today. Let's start going through these names and reading who gave to the department.
Alrighty, so we had a $10 anonymous in memory of Kathy Landers, $25 by Chris and Kelly Craig in memory of Kathy Landers, Carrie Daisy in memory of Kathy Landers, Darlene Smith in memory of Bobby Ivers, George and Kathleen Schuler. $30, Linda Morris. $50, Ricky Warford in memory of Brooke Warford, Juanita Smith, Libby Hargadon, Ralph and Lois Carey, Margaret Cook in memory of Kathy Landers, Bonnie Gibbs in memory of Kathy Landers, Jenny Watts in memory of Blake Watts, James and Wanda Long, Julie Razor, Bill and Janice McKinney, Ed Fagenbush, Brenda Ivers, J.C. and Sarah Lyons in honor of Linda Urey, Daryl and Terrell Brown, George and Peggy Adams, Laura Darst in memory of Kathy Landers, Michael and Bonnie Hedges, Lindsay and Elaine Siebert, Linda Hill, Brenda Hayden, Charlie and Eula Masters. $70.30, Gene Isaacs in memory of Ron Johnson, KSP Trooper number 703. Daryl and Jennifer Taylor, also in memory of Ron Johnson, KSP number 703. $75, Sandra Perry. $100, Robert Spencer, Baghdad Roller Mills in memory of Elmer Brown. Judy Tipton in memory of Robert and Elizabeth Tipton, Nick Tipton, Doris Sissel, Jerry Coleman, Buddy and Jesse Price, Keith Cook, and Owen Bond. Penny Reynolds in memory of Kathy Landers. Kay Witt in memory of Bob Spencer. Allison and Damon Moore in memory of Joe Franklin. Shirley Wright in memory of Bill Wright. Yogi and Tara Payton in memory of their loved ones. Johnny and Brenda Miller. Vivian Landers in memory of Charlie Landers and Kathy Landers. Mike and Kelly Darst in memory of Kathy Landers. Mark and Beverly Lay in memory of Otto and Mary Keller. Eddie and Donna Kinsolver. Doug and Darlene Smith in memory of Paul Brooks. Burl and Sharon Robinson. Rondell and Judy Dawson. Benton and Veronica Bohannon. Ann and David Bentley. $130, Sam and Marcia Evans. $150, Sandy Gilbert in memory of Adelaide Eve Gilbert. $200, Doug Witt. Roger Early, Sarah Jane Rankin, Johnny and Janet Gardner, John and Mary Bradshaw, Waddy Ruritan Club. Deborah Simpson in memory of Jerry Wilson, thanks to Shelby County for not picking that check up and having her call us. Joe Williams and Connie Heckman Williams in memory of Peggy and Kenneth Whitaker. $250, Laura Darst in honor of Mike, Greg, Matt Darst, John Bradshaw, and in memory of Frank Hargadon and David Wilson. Pat Hargadon Insurance Company. William and Melva Stewart.
And the list just keeps going on. Does that fill you with hope whenever you start to keep dragging on these sorts of things?
Yes, it does. $300, Paytona Garage. Greg and Shannon Darst in memory of Chelsea Joe Lincoln. Margaret Miller, $350. Kenneth and Martha Farrell in memory of the Jensen family. $400, Henry Goodrow. $450.02, anonymous donor. $450 in memory of Kathy Landers, and the 2 cents in honor of our former chief, Darrell Brown. $500, James and Carla Riddle in memory of Everlay and Landon Riddle, and in honor of Parker, Connor, Lily, and Chase. Frank Tinsley, Steve Landers in memory of Kathy Landers, Phyllis and Richard Blackaby in memory of Dale Gilbert, Danny Moffitt, Lamar Hundley. $600, Waddy Baptist Church. $703, Norma Johnson in memory of Ron Johnson, KSP Trooper 703. The 2 new events we had this year, the decorating contest raised $300. It was organized by Carla Riddle. We thank everyone that participated in that. The craft bazaar we had this spring raised $620, organized by Carla Riddle, and we thank all of our vendors and our patrons. Got just a couple special thanks. Mrs. Smith's, Mrs. Joy's, Miss Naomi's, and the Heart Seekers classes, all at Grafenberg Baptist Church for donating food and drinks to us. We thank the congregation at Grafenberg Church for allowing us to collect after their Sunday service this morning. We got $1,535.25. And then we had additional food donations by the Waddy McDonald's, Speedway, the Subway at the Waddy Loves, Truck Stop, and then Yogi Payton.
Well, before we get to that total, I just want to ask you a few questions about everything that came in. Number one, 2 cents is kind of a specific in honor of. That was for the former chief of your department, is that right?
Yes, it was.
What's the significance of the 2 cents?
I think that anonymous donor is probably one of our firefighters. He likes to do that every year, but I'm not going to drop any names, Troy.
So when you see some of your own family's names and your own name popping up in that list, does that kind of indicate how much the firefighters' families are kind of piling in on this effort?
Yes, we get great effort from all of our families. We got some of our firefighters' children here with us today, and we've got a long tradition at our department of getting together and for the fellowship and the whole family coming out and dining together, and we all have breakfast on Sunday mornings and just good times.
Very wholesome. Is there anybody with the department who would like to say anything today? Any shout outs that y'all would like to give at all? That's all right. We're used to these sorts of things. We're going to come back over to that total. Can we get a little bit of a drum roll from the rest of the department? There we go. Okay, they're doing it for you. What's that total, Captain?
So last year we were down a little bit, but this year we're happy to report that we're up slightly to $16,907.25.
Over $16,000. In all your years of doing this, did you ever think you would reach that?
Well, it's a lot of money for our little area.
Yeah.
But
what do you think that says about the people of Waddy?
They're very generous, and they know this is a good cause, and normally you don't have to ask them twice. If you get a hold of them, they normally always give.
Don't have to ask them twice. We hope we don't have to ask you at home twice. You can give right now if you want. 1-888-382-7511. Captain Darce, thank you so much for joining us today, and congratulations on, what is this, your 38th or 39th? The 38th Crusade that y'all been doing, and of course, this is the 71st that the Crusade's been running. Reed Yaden's gonna pick it back up with another excellent fire department. Reed, tell us who you're with over there right now.
We are with the city of Shelbyville, their fire department, standing in front of one of their beautiful quints here, one of the two quints that they have, and this is Craig Cottengim, one of the firefighters with Shelbyville Fire, and we coordinated here. When we get the grand total, we're going to make some noise on cue.
Sounds good.
We like it. You've got some recognition you want to make there from Shelbyville?
Yes, yeah, so on behalf of the Shelbyville Fire Department, we just want to thank the community for their generosity, for everyone who donated this year for Crusade. So I'm going to run down this list, and first off, we're going to thank the individuals who donated $25. So we'd like to thank the Anderson County Fire District Auxiliary in memory of Beverly Brown, the Shelbyville Fire and Rescue Community Outreach, also in memory of Beverly Brown. We want to thank Donna Roman, Tola Stevens, James and Ann Reynolds, Michael and Veronica Osborne, Krista Hamilton, Laura Lyon, Boyd and Nancy Phillips, Kay Krug, Ricky and Pamela Jones, and Patricia and Jesse Wallace. We also want to thank Joanna Wright, who donated $30 in the memory of Luke Morris, and Jeffrey Wilson, who donated $40. The following individuals all donated $50, and they include the Indian Fork Baptist Church in memory of Beverly Brown, Rob Rothenberger, Roger Smith, Joe DeNicki, Bobby and Sue Andriott, Rob and Pam Carter, Donna Whitus, Leland and Mary Steely, Karen and James Husband in memory of Donald Husband, Howard and Joan Roper, Brad and Mary Haymond in memory of Luke Morris and Jason Haymond, Jean Conder, Gary and Donna Wilson, Robert and Carolyn Walters, Beverly Cole, Heather Cecil, Helena Kruer, Benjamin Steffen, Brenda Jackson in memory of Anthony Beckley, James and Marilyn Cleveland in memory of Jane Hurst Weichert, and Connie and Brandon Egan. We also received a $60 donation from Rhonda Wentworth in memory of Melody, Connie, and Luke. We received a $75 donation from Christopher and Sandra Miller in memory of Beverly Brown. Walker's Paint and Body Shop donated $80. And then we received $100 donations from the following: Pathlin Flower and Gift Shop, Laura Yvonne Schmidt, Don and Vicki League, Clyde and Linda Tharp, Charles and Lucy Long, Hubert and Libby Pollitt, Judy Spalding in memory of Linda Whitaker, Letitia Allen, Kenneth and Ann Gardner, Teresa Hedden, Mary and Jennifer Watkins, Larry Rogers, Deborah Anderson, First Fruits Farm and Flowers LLC, Patrick and Sherry Abshire, Parthana Willis, Spray Tech Incorporated, Carla Foster, Ed and Donna Yoakum in memory of parents Oscar and Virginia Yoakum, and Leroy and Margaret Eldridge, and daughter Pamela Yoakum Felix. Pam and Tom Federspiel Jr., Lane Kephart, Webb, Tina Tipton in memory of Jack Rogers, Mary Dahl, Troy Etherington, and Terry and Charman Smitha. We received $111.65 from the customers of Cubert's Quick Stop. We also received $150 from the following: Stephen and Marion Taylor, Douglas Boardman and Marie Morgan, Carrie and Deborah McGann, Donna and Stephen Miller. And then we received $200 from the following: Marcy Floyd Tanner in memory of Linda Whitaker, Sue Perry, John and Rebecca Tinsley, SMC Group LLC. We received an anonymous donation in memory of Linda Whitaker, also from Wendy Gregory, Tommy and Eve Lawson Lewis. The customers of Kroger Community donated $202.62. We received $232.10 from the customers of Convenient, $250 from Alan and Rosetta Matthews. We received $350 from Melissa Matthews. We got $500 donations from Farrier Product Distribution Incorporated, also from Melanie and Drew Newton in memory of Ruth and Tom Hodge, and Chris and Sandra Miller. And then lastly, we received $1,000 donations from Catherine and Harry Hinninger and Charles Matthews.
Okay.
And with
you got a special recognition for your total.
We sure do.
Year. Don't give the total. We'll
sounds
cue
good.
We'll cue the noise.
That
back
sounds
there.
good. So this year, Shelbyville Fire Department wanted to dedicate this year's total in memory of Luke Morris, who was a longtime supporter of the Crusade. I believe he was involved with Crusade for Children for over 20 years. So we lost him last year, and it was a big hit to the community.
Very nice thing to do.
Yep.
You want to cue your firefighter there?
Go ahead.
Okay. A little bit of noise. Here is the grand total for Shelbyville.
Shelbyville Fire Department was able to raise a grand total of $21,196.69.
$21,196.69. Nice number from Shelbyville.
Definitely. Thank you very much.
How many miles do you all cover?
We cover 9 square miles.
9 square miles, but it's pretty intense in terms of the density of people in that 9 miles.
Absolutely. We have about 17,000 residents in the
community's
city.
growing.
Yeah, sure is.
Hey, thank you so much.
Yeah, have a great day.
On behalf of Crusade, thank all of you who've helped out today. 888-382-7511. We would love to have you participate in the Crusade by making that call, making a donation, and we take all the credit cards. That's no problem whatsoever. All to help special needs children in Kentuckiana. We have about an hour to go. Ian is coming back with more, and we're going to talk to some folks from Mount Eden right now. Mount Eden. Ian, it's all yours.
We're here with Mount Eden Fire, and can you tell me who you are real quick and just the role that you play in this Crusade for Children?
Sure. My name is Jennifer Moore. My dad has been at the Volunteer Fire Department for Mount Eden for over 52 years. He's the longest serving volunteer there. And my husband is the sheriff here in Shelby County.
Tell me what it's like to, see your husband coming out here and working with your dad on bringing all this money in and the great cause it supports.
It's a wonderful cause. I know several children that have benefited from this, and I wish more people would give because the children really need it.
They absolutely do. If you want to give right now, joining in that mission, you can call 1-888-382-7511. You can pull out your phone right now to scan that QR code on your screen. Venmo, CashApp, PayPal, Apple Pay, they all work. But people out in the community who are giving, they make up the bulk of these donations.
Absolutely.
So tell us a little bit about who gave from your neck of the woods.
I sure will. So I have a list here, and so some of the donations I'm going to read are just general donations, and then I'm going to do that in memory. Joseph and Deborah Mudd, $500. John and Joanne Bain, $100. Margaret Harrington, $100. Donna Palmer, $150. Shannon Smitha, $100. Sharon and Kenneth Bernardi, $100. Bentley Monument is $300. Attorney James Hodge is $100. Robert and Nina Jones, $100. Allison McGahee, $200. Erica McGahee, $50. Robert and Tanya K. McGahee, $100. James Shields, $100. Shannon Funeral Home, $100. Susan Collins, $300.
And we're going to move down on what looks like some churches here.
Absolutely.
Can you just talk about the role that these churches play when it comes to giving? Are you there during the service, or how are they doing all that?
So what we do at my church, which is Mount Moriah Baptist Church, we set the plates out after service, and we do it for 2 Sundays, and then count the money and then bring it to the fire department.
So everything we're looking at here is just 2 Sundays at each church, right?
If not just 1 Sunday.
If not just 1 Sunday. Okay, let's start to see what poured in from them.
Okay, Mount Moriah Baptist, $252. Mount Eden Christian, $350. Briar Ridge Christian, $604. Salem Baptist, $95. And Pleasant Hill Christian, $1,056.
Just looking at this, you know, the numbers are already adding up. How did you feel about this year as a whole, as the money was coming in?
I think they're happy and satisfied. Like I said, we need more donations for these children.
Can you tell us about some of the ways that money goes to impact the children? You said you even know some yourself who have benefited from Crusade.
Yes, actually, I know a child here in Shelby County that has benefited several items, like that. And so necessities that she needs at the house, or physical therapy, training for therapy with speaking or any of that kind of stuff, you all have helped her tremendously.
It can be hard sometimes to get the resources together to do things like that, but when the community comes together, we can make it possible. You can do it at home right now, 1-888-382-7511 if you want to donate. But the money that y'all brought in at Mount Eden hasn't stopped yet. Tell me who we got here at the bottom, who we're remembering with these donations.
All right, so this is our memory list. Lonnie and Peggy Cook, $25 in memory of Keith Cook. Brenda Jameson, $25 in memory of Donald Husband. Joseph and Connie Williams, $200 in memory of Peggy and Harold. Larry and Beatrice McLean, $100 in memory of Robert Bentley. Harold Herndon, $150 in memory of June Herndon. Judy and Donnie Bentley, $200 in memory of the Huffmans and Bentleys. And David and Kathleen Whitehead, $1,500 in memory of Billy Spalding.
That's an incredible amount of donations for these in memoriams. Have you ever seen a really special one roll through your department that you can think of off the top of your head?
A donation? These guys behind me won't get out of the truck and speak, so...
You're going to have to say it for them.
Any special donation?
Tell me a little bit about when you're coming together as a department and you're trying to make all these collections. I hear food is a very common theme for fire departments throughout this whole process. Is that true for y'all as well?
Well, I am not out there with them actually taking the donations, but this is going to sound kind of silly, but we have not had a facility to shop for groceries or any of that kind of stuff for many years. We had a store that blew up in Mount Eden. It actually made national news.
That's wild.
And so we have not had facilities in Mount Eden. This year we built a Dollar General store, and I know that sounds so silly, but if you have not had necessities and you'd have to travel for 15 miles to go get something, it really means a lot. And so I know that the Dollar General has been right there at the intersection where they set up, and allowed them also to put a booth inside the store to collect money. And yesterday when I was in there, they talked about how much they had collected and had done really good.
Yeah.
So just little things.
Well, shout out there to the Mount Eden Dollar General. You know, everybody needs somewhere to gather and raise all this money and get out into the community. Do you have anybody else to thank, or are we ready to go right on to the total?
I assume we're ready to go to the total.
Okay, excellent. Can we at least get maybe some horns from the truck over here? Oh, there we go. All right, what's that total?
Okay, and before we do that, I do
Okay.
need Doug Herndon, who is driving the truck.
Okay.
His mom passed away.
Yes.
And we're doing this in memory of her. Her name was June Herndon. She's been a supporter for over 50 years.
Oh, that's excellent.
Her husband, Harold, and her kids, Doug and Tim, and their grandkids have all been part of the Mount Eden Fire Department. So we would like to do this in honor of her.
Well, in honor of June Herndon, what is the total?
$12,500.
Oh, very nice. $12,500 coming out of Mount Eden. I see the smile on your face. Are you guys proud to pull that together?
Absolutely. We're going to do better next year.
Better next year. There's a lot of departments who improve every single year. There's some people at home who have the opportunity to donate. You can call now 1-888-382-7511, or you can go to WHASCrusade.org. What would you say to somebody who's maybe on the fence about giving right now, just to push them right over the line?
It's a good cause, and if you have a child that you know that needs this, this money is used for this cause. And you might have a child in the future, a grandchild or a child of your own, and it might need the services. So it's for a good cause. Please give.
It's for a good cause. It all stays in your community. You can take your phone right now, scan the QR code on your screen, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Apple Pay. We take it all. You can find Crusade just about anywhere, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube, where you can hear the fantastic stories of the work that they do. Thank you so much for being with us today and all the money that you all raised.
Absolutely.
It was nice to see y'all. We're going to pick it back up with Reed, and Reed's got a big fire department right behind him. We probably don't have to tell you who it is. You can see on your screens, but let's hear it anyways.
Okay, the Shelby County Fire and Rescue. Don't go very far away. This is a big one. I will tell you what, it is 10 minutes after 4 right now. We are here in Shelby County till 5 o'clock. You will want to stay around. Something big, something really big is going to happen this hour. Let me bring in a friend of the Crusade, friend of special needs kids, and just a all-around good guy, Bobby Coward, ex-chief, former chief.
Yeah, hi Reed.
You were chief here for 30 years.
Right, that is correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so stayed on to help coordinate still
you did
in Shelby County.
What you didn't see is everything that was going on behind the scenes. It started raining. First drops barely hit. They had this whole thing tented for us. You had people lined up. This thing runs like military precision out here.
Well, obviously it takes good people to do that stuff and some dedicated people. So I appreciate all the folks that are out here to help coordinate the scene and everything like that. And so I think we're going to get a little sunshine here to finish up.
I appreciate it's going to come off here in a minute.
appreciate you coming out. It's been a long time.
Listen, anytime I can go to Shelby or Henry County, it's like coming home.
Yeah.
And you never forget where you came from.
Yeah, and we had him last year out here,
He's
so good
making
to see
a return
him back.
visit.
Yeah.
What we're
Good
going
to
to do,
see him back.
They've got 4 spokespeople here. You're going to take the first one, then we'll seesaw back and forth, and for the grand finale, we'll all 3 be in it.
Yeah, good deal. So
Okay.
just one thing, and I don't know if he's watching or not, would like to say hi to John Blim. I know he's down behind the camera today. We talked to him yesterday morning. So hopefully he's having a good retirement, and we appreciate everything John did during his time at the Crusade.
John was a retired vice president of the Crusade, vice president of marketing, and a great guy. Been at WHS for years. He retired this year. We miss him greatly, but he comes back. Everybody comes back for the Crusade.
Oh yeah, he was texting yesterday, so then he called me. So we talked to him for a little while. He said he was going to be on one of the cameras today, so we were glad to see that. And John was always a great guy, and I know Sean's been great since he's been in place.
Sean has moved in to the Crusade.
Yeah.
Sean Kalin took John's place.
Yep.
and he just picked up where John left off and going right on with it.
Right,
That's
absolutely.
the nature of the crusade. It's bigger than one person, bigger than two people. It is huge, and you see that today.
Right. So one last thing, I just want to thank everybody in Shelby County, the whole county, for coming out and giving to whatever fire department you gave to. Obviously, we had departments from Henry County, Trimble County, and we appreciate all those folks coming over and all of those citizens in those communities giving to the crusade. You know, obviously, it's a great cause. It's something that we've all been working many, many years towards, and so we appreciate everybody that came out, that gave, and especially if we held you up at our roadblock. I know, you know, we apologize, but again, it's just for a great cause, and we've got a couple of places in our community. Shelby County School System, I know, is one of them, and also the Dorman Center, which was here earlier with the lemonade stand. So they benefit from the crusade annually, so we appreciate them.
Very good.
I do want to say one more thing before I forget.
Hold on, this is the fifth one more thing.
I do want to thank Sheriff Mark Moore and his folks out here for their security.
Let's
and
just say
we
this.
appreciate that.
A lot of money comes through here, but it's very secure in here. I feel like I'm in the presidential bubble with the Secret Services. They do a very good job, and they do it unseen.
Thank you. We appreciate both of y'all again.
Why don't you get the first spokesperson up here? I'm going to step aside and leave it with Ian.
There you go.
That's right. Tell me who you are and what you've been doing with Crusade for the past few years. I know a lot of people here have a good history with it.
Well, my name is Jeff Ivers. I'm the deputy chief. Actually, I've been doing the Crusade basically ever since I was born. My father was one of the originally founders of the fire department, so I was born and raised like several of our firefighters here. We were all born and raised in the fire department, so we've been around it all of our lives. And it's one special thing that we plan for every year.
You said you saw it when you were a boy, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any fond Crusade memories from when you were a kid?
Well, maybe not as a kid, but as in my teenager years and my early 20s. We used to have on a Saturday night, we used to have a wonderful little water balloon fight with a couple neighboring departments, and we would actually shut down one of the Shelbyville streets for us to be able to have that balloon fight and water balloon fight, and it was rather fun. They would come to Shelbyville, and we would go to Baghdad or East 60, and we would have fun.
Do we do the balloon fights anymore? Did that have to stop?
We had to stop. You know, some of us got older, so we wasn't able to move as fast. Some of them has moved on, but no, we don't do it much anymore. We still have our fun. That's the key thing.
I think you ought to bring back the balloon fights. I don't know.
Well, as I look back here, there's a lot of younger ones back here. I just don't know how the new chief would take that.
Right.
Because some of the things that we done back then, he was involved in, and I don't know if we want that to happen to us. You know, that's the key thing. That's the key thing. But we can always consider it.
Yeah, so there's still plenty of ways that you can have fun while you're raising money for Crusade.
Oh, it is. You know, we do a lot of wonderful things throughout the year. We have a wonderful golf scramble that, you know, we bring fellow firefighters from throughout the state in to play in our golf scramble. We actually got strong supporters here in our community that support us every year with the Crusade for Children. And we're so blessed here in Shelby County to have that capabilities, not just with our fire department, but every fire department in Shelby County.
Did you play in the golf scramble this year?
No, I didn't play. I haven't played golf in a while. They had built some new houses out by the golf course, so I didn't want any type of liability having paid for any windows.
Gotcha. That's a good reason not to. Tell us what you want to share with us here today and just why it's so important.
Right. Well, first of all, you noticed when the guys and gals in the white truck pulled up, the rain went away, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, we know how to bring the punch. All right, so now we got this beautiful sunshine that we're dealing with. But to get started, the Shelby County Fire Department, we'd like to thank everyone who gave so generously at the stations, at our roadblocks, and in your subdivisions. For those of you who stopped by to our roadblocks, we appreciate your patience. Apologize for any inconvenience that we caused anybody that was behind them that maybe had an appointment to get to. But it all goes to a good cause, but we apologize if we delayed you at any point. If we failed to mention anyone or mispronounce anyone's name, we apologize, because I guarantee you, not just myself, but The other one's behind me is going to be reading some names. We might mess up a name or two. So if we do that, we apologize for that. But we greatly appreciate your donations that you've done.
Absolutely.
We've got all of our food donors on boards, but we're going to talk about them probably later on. Okay. Just a little bit about, their donation and what it means to us and to our firefighters. Special thanks goes to Kristen Doley and Kayla Wiley for keeping the kitchen straight. They're the one organized and got all the food donations. They do a wonderful job every year. We have it made. We have food there. We actually start doing subdivisions on Tuesday after the holiday, and they made sure everyone was taken care of the whole week and all the way up through today.
Food's a big job for Crusade every single year.
That's it. And, we can't go to mention Chief Card. He retired. A lot of guys got worried that, oh, man, because his family always came in on Sunday mornings and you wouldn't believe the breakfast that we have. A lot of people were afraid Chief Card's retired, man. We're not going to have that breakfast. Well, guess what? Chief Card and his family, Granny Sue, Bobby, Steve, Katie, Heather Card, Justin, and Danielle Humes, Dwayne Wolford, and Gloria Sebastian, they cooked us a wonderful breakfast. I mean, you can't. The guys and gals, once they get done eating breakfast, it's hard to get them to go on a roadblock. They're just wanting to sit around. They're full. So, but we appreciate them doing that, and they've done that for us for many, many years. And it's a blessing for us. It's a blessing for us.
Retirement just can't keep them away from Crusade.
Well, when you retire, there's a stipulation that you can't be involved in the fire department for a few months. Well, I can tell you this. It probably killed his soul sitting at home. But after that time span, we got to see him start coming back around the firehouse. And it's a blessing for us. You take someone who's been involved in the fire service for 40 plus years. That's a lot of experience there and a lot of experience for us to be able to have. So we're blessed to have him still coming around to the fire department.
And that's 40 years of Crusade experience coming back. Is there anybody else you'd like to thank?
Well, we would. Our money counters, they get trapped in a room. So they sit in there starting about Thursday night through Sunday. Now, we do let them come out and eat, but we appreciate them for sitting in there, taking care of counting the money, getting all the donations written down for us, where we'll be able to read out here on TV for them. We'd also, I know Chief Kyer did, he thanked Mark Moore and the Sheriff's Department. They're a great help. They're a big supporter in our community to the fire service and to emergency services. But you make that phone call, they're here for us. They're here to provide that. And then we also like to thank the school system because, we're here. We got a nice area that we're allowed to use. They even opened up the school for us to be able to have, the restroom capabilities. So big enough spots so we're able to have a lot of people, a lot of different departments from several different counties come in.
Yeah, it's always wonderful to see everybody start to line up right down the stretch and just have this big show of force.
That's it.
For something so important.
That's it. And for the money that we're bringing in, it all goes to a great cause. It all goes to the kids, and you can't beat it. That's what it's all about. Everybody here, if they don't have a child, they've got a niece or nephew, or they got their own children or grandchildren, or even some of them's got some great-grandchildren. But it's what it's all about. It's all about the kids.
Yeah. Is there anybody you'd like to?
Well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pass it on to Zach Butler. Zach's going to come in and he's going to read in honor and memory of, and then he's going to go right on down the line.
So Zach, you have a very important job here. I'm going to let Reed Yaden talk to you for a little bit. But just before you get started on all those names, tell us what your history with Crusade is and what you did this year.
So I've been involved with Crusade and fire service my entire life. I'm a fifth-generation fireman. I've been in it since I was young, started as a teenager, and, have worked my way up and gained all the experience. And fortunately, this is my 25th Crusade. I've been around it since I was born, quite literally. So it's something that holds very near and dear to my heart just because it's literally the family business.
Can you tell us about some of those early days, what you remember as a kid, running around, getting in everybody's way?
We got in a lot of trouble growing up. So, it was just like you always had a lot of, bigger brothers, quote, or, other people that you could go to, or, all the different kids, all the firehouse kids were always a big group. So it was always fun. I know me growing up, we always looked forward to Crusade because it was a time you got to spend the whole week at the firehouse. Like that, how cool is that, right? Not a lot of kids get to do that, but the lucky firefighter kids, we got to do that. So it was always something, that I looked forward to and all of us kids looked forward to. And now I've got a young one, so it's kind of one of those things, start them out young and then they'll stay.
Is your young one here with you today? Do you?
He's sleeping.
Is he sleeping?
Yeah.
Can we at least take a quick little look at the napping baby? I don't want to wake him up too bad. So this one doesn't get in as much trouble as you, I'm guessing.
I don't know. It depends. If he's asleep, not so much. If he's awake, yes.
Gotcha. So has the magic stopped for you after 25 years of
No,
doing it? Yeah.
no. I'll be here till I'm in the ground.
You have a very good responsibility here today. I'm going to let Reed take it over. You got some stuff to share with us today.
I do. So we're going to start out with some in honor of donations.
Sure.
Just a few of those. So I've got a $50 donation from Thomas Seacat in honor of Heidi Dawn and Hadley Joe Bruner. Kenneth and Brenda Bridwell, $100 in honor of Ryan Whitman. Paul and Tina Whitman, $100 in honor of Ryan Whitman. David and Jennifer Stinger, $120 in honor of Nora Jean, Benjamin, and Lucas Wood. Gail and Brenda Wiley, $400 in honor of Parker and Connor Wiley. So that's all the in honors. And we'll flip over here, and I've got some in memories.
It's a nice thing to do. People make donations in memory of someone who has passed and make a donation to the Crusade so that the memory lives on.
Yes, 100%. And you know, that's something cool about it. Someone could be gone for many years and they're still remembered, and it shows it. So we had an anonymous donation of $20 in memory of Luke Morris. $50 donation from Wayne and Jackie Ivers in memory of Bobby Ivers. $50 donation from Ryan and Jesse Smith in memory of Harold Burge. $50 donation from Richard and Jan Belcher in memory of Bobby Ivers. Michael and Anna Fitzgerald, $50 in memory of Juanita Cleveland. Megan Gaddy, $50 in memory of Jennifer Minturn. Mary Landers, $50 in memory of Jesse Landers Sr. Lois Newton, $50 in memory of Jimmy Newton. John Bosler Jr., $50 in memory of Wendy Cook, as well as $50 in memory of John Bosler Sr. Dana McGahee, $50 in memory of loved ones gone. Angela Roberts, $50 in memory of Mike Roberts. Linda and Michael Miller, $60 in memory of Aaron Grosshands. So these next several are $100 donations. $100 from Dennis Newton in memory of Connie Boland. Thomas Seacat, $100 in memory of Brenda Seacat. Stacy Whitaker, $100 in memory of Betty Franklin and Juanita Cleveland. Sam Kovach Jr., $100 in memory of Sam Kovach Sr. Kayla and Tim Wiley, $100 in memory of Mike Roberts and Adam Bentley. Kathy Ragland, $100 in memory of Curtis Tuttle. Joanne Bemis, $100 in memory of Chief Baby Bemis. Jeff Ainsley and Caleb Scott, $100 in memory of Brenda Seacat, Charlena Huffman, and Ed Yunt. James Whitehouse, $100 in memory of Wilma Whitehouse and Jesse Whitehouse. J.A. Rusty Newton, $100 in memory of Jimmy Newton. George Beckley, $100 in memory of Anthony Beckley. George and Vanessa Calhoun, $100 in memory of Anthony Beckley. Brenda Jackson, $100 in memory of Anthony Beckley. Andy and Suzanne White, $100 in memory of Richard, Eva Joyce, and Lynn Sanders. Andy and Suzanne White, $100 in memory of Eugene and Gloria White and Nanny Miller. Ada Blackburn, $100 in memory of Bill and Mary Jones. Georgina and Jeff Ivers, $125 in memory of Bobby Ivers. Kristen and Sean Doty, $150 in memory of Brenda Seacat and Daryl Doty. Edward and Patricia Griffin, $150 in memory of Eddie and Catherine Dees and Jenny Dees. Billie Jean Ivers, in memory of Bobby Ivers, who worked many crusades and years with the Shelby County Fire Department, $150. Sherry Wilson, $200 in memory of Palmer Wilson. Donald Ray Tinsley Sr., $250 in memory of wife Joanne Tinsley, son Danny Kevin Tinsley, and granddaughter Erin Lee Tinsley. Barbara Williams, $250 in memory of Sherry. Teresa and James Smith, $400 in memory of Harold Burge and Edward Smith. Dennis and Melissa Newton, $500 in memory of Harold Burge and Garnett Newton. Ruth Ann Heath, $500 in memory of Max Heath, Isaac and Elizabeth Sullivan, and Harry and Virginia Heath. Betty Burge, $500 in memory of Harold Burge. And David Graham, $1,650 in memory of Kathy Graham. And I am going to pass it on now to Miss Kristen Doty.
Okay, come on up, Kristen. You've got more recognitions. Ian, you take it from here. I'll see you again in a few minutes.
But before we get to, reading things off the list, just introduce yourself to the folks at home. What's your role with the fire department, and how many years have you been doing Crusade?
I'm Kristen Doty. I am a member of the Shelby County Ladies Auxiliary. And I have been on this department when I met my husband back in 1997. So you do that math. Yeah. Before that, my uncle did some stuff with the Danville remote. And so when I was 8, 9 years old, I actually sang for the Crusade. And so many, many, many years.
What'd you sing back then? Do you remember?
I do. The sun will come out tomorrow.
The sun will come out tomorrow? Yes. You might have been singing that, I don't know, a couple of hours ago, because the rain's cleared out for us now. Do you have any other good Crusade memories from that, 8 to teenage year range that, like, Zach shared with us?
No, I don't think so.
Maybe you weren't as much of a troublemaker as Zach?
I definitely was not a troublemaker.
Okay.
Yeah, I was definitely the good one.
So you're in a firefighter power couple. Is there anything you want to say about, bringing that experience to raising money this year for the Crusade? What does it take when you guys work together to bring that in?
It takes patience. Okay. It takes, it's just about the Crusade. It's about the heart. It's about the kids. It's about making sure, that we can raise as much money as possible so that we can support the kids. And so if you can put that first, then you can do anything. You just muddle through it.
There's a lot of people who did put that first. Let's get started with, what they put forward.
All right. So I have $50 donations. These will all be 50s. I have Dennis and Wanda Stivers, Denise Jesse, Deborah Estel, Clay and Dinah Zander, Bruce and Wendy Edwards, Bruce and Connie Graham, Brenda Pop, Arlene Wright, Mr. and Mrs. Donald Richardson, Angela Roberts, Luis Gonzalez, Emily Tinsley, Chloe Heyman, Mark and Susan Myers, Joel and Taylor Trandell.
And the numbers just go up from here.
They do. And we're going to continue with 50 for just a little bit longer. Glenn and Bonnie Brewer, Grant Tinsley Jr., Harrison and Judy West, Hempridge Baptist Church Sunday School, Hostrasser Properties, Jessica Smither, John and Flo Reese, Larry and Nancy Smitha, Lynn Anderson, Mary Lou Horn, Pam and Michael Kaiser, Philip and Maria Newman, Ralph and Diane Howerton, Ralph and Teresa Atha, Richard and Judy Madison, Richard Bland, Ricky and Glenn Cox, Robert Card, Susan Russell, Teresa and Donald Williams, Terry Ann Coots, the Keystone Class, Tim and Lisa Sams, Virginia and Carlin Pippin, Virginia Stallings, and Wayne and Peggy Puckett. We have a $70 donation from Barbara Edwards and two $75 donations, one from Randall and Darlene Arlington and one from Snow Hill Nursery.
There's a few businesses sprinkled out through there. Can you talk a little bit about, when you're bringing all these people in the community together to give, what that does for everybody? People run into each other at the store and they say, oh, I heard your name on the TV.
It's great. Our community is great. They're great supporters. You'll hear that about our food donations. We have a lot of local people who have some businesses here. For example, I'll go ahead and tell you about them. We have McKinley's. They're a local sandwich shop that's here in town. Actually, his wife is one of our firefighters. So, you get that word out. The food is good. It's great. Let's go on. We have Purnell's sausage. Everybody knows about Purnell's. They did a big donation as well. And then you have your regular restaurants, McDonald's, Arby's, Wendy's. You have all the ones on the signs here. They donate food every year. Every year we know we can call them and say, hey, we need to feed these guys. And they say, okay, let me tell you what I can give you. So It's really nice.
It sounds like the extended firefighter family really shows up on Crusade. Can you just talk about all the ways that, if somebody's on the department, there's probably 3 or 4 more folks back at their home who are also kind of supporting the mission?
That is correct. I am one of those, so, I cannot tell you how many times, we're having dinner and they have to get up and leave, or you're having Christmas and they get up and leave. We're out at Walmart trying to get some groceries and they have to leave. And we know it's okay because they're helping somebody. They're helping somebody who needs them, so.
Do you think the money you bring in for Crusade is also a reflection of, how people feel about their firefighters and the hard work that they do in the communities they serve?
I think that it is. I think, again, that this community is great and they support us 100%. I know that when we're standing on roadblocks, people are not only throwing in change, but it's those dollars that are coming in, 20s, 10s, 5s. Checks are coming in on the roadblocks, and they want to support the people that they know who help them on a daily basis, so it's really nice.
Absolutely. Who would you like to introduce us to next, and what are we going to be hearing about?
I'm going to turn it over to Georgina, and she is going to do some more donations.
Excellent. Georgina, it's so nice to meet you today. Before we get started with what you got to read off, can you just tell me what you do with the fire department and how many years you've been doing Crusade?
So I am Georgina Ivers. I'm the spouse of Jeff Ivers. I've been around for over 25 years, and pretty much I'll do anything they ask. Yeah. You name it, we'll do it.
It sounds like a dangerous job.
As long as it's not involving swimming, because I don't swim.
No swimming.
No swimming.
What was your involvement with this year's Crusade?
Well, I helped on the roadblocks as much as I could. If they needed something, all they have to do is ask. I usually am the gopher for my husband too. So, but spending time on the roadblocks, it gives you the chance to see people in the community that you may not see normally, which makes it a lot of fun for us that are doing the roadblocks, because you might see someone only once a year and it's out there and you're, hello, how are you, and then you always want to thank them for their generous donations. And so it is a long days and hot days and wet days the last few, but it is a lot that we get back also, just standing out there greeting people and seeing people, so it's very rewarding to us.
Yeah, to go out there and see people you maybe haven't seen in a while. Any good reunions that you had out there on the road?
I actually had someone drop by the other day that I hadn't seen for probably a couple of years, just say hello, and it's like, give us a call. Let's meet up for lunch. So it's nice to have that. Mm-hmm.
Crusade brings in money, but it also brings people together.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, okay. So just tell me what you got here. Run down the list for me.
So I am doing $100 donations. All of these are $100 donations made to the Crusade for Children.
Very generous indeed.
So Beth Wood, Bruce and Eva Thomas, Carol Eisen, Carol and Betty Cunningham, Daryl and Deborah Fitzgerald, Dale and Sharon Kramer, Daniel and Angela Adams, Danny McCall, David and Lily Hall, Finchville Royalton Club, Gary Tinsley, Gregory Bell, James and Joanne Gazik, James Ray and Susie Wiley, Janet and Jerry Tracy, Janet Bemis, John Bosler, Kenneth and Patricia Yeager, Kristen and Sean Doty, Lane Kephart, Linda Clemens, Lisa Long, Lois Bradford, Maria Bell, Mary and Charles McPherson, Mary Stewart, Mary Winstead, Maurice and Barbara Reisner, Melinda Cowart, Morton Beckley Funeral Directors, Nancy Doty, Patsy Jung, Philip and Jennifer Harrell, Ralph Fort, Ray and Stephanie Tucker, Robert and Betty Putoff, Rosa Douglas, Russell and Patsy Anderson, Samuel and Mary Lou Douglas, the Shelby Memorial VFW Post 1179, Stowaway, Thomas and Pamela Feddersville, Tim and Kayla Wiley, Tim and Megan Banks, Torrey Smith Realty Company, Vicki and Ray Elliott, Violet Razor, and Willie and Kathy Nichols.
That's a lot of names, and it's a lot of money. What's it like to see all of it pour in?
It is wonderful because it all goes back to the children for such a good cause. And Shelby County is just so blessed with all the people that are given to them over the years. So
Blessed with an excellent fire department, blessed with excellent giving people. Who do we need to talk to next, Georgina?
the next will be Zach. You're back.
Zach, coming back up, the troublemaker Zach on his 25th year doing Crusade. You're back up here with what?
I've just got some more donations to kind of finish out our actual reading of our donations from individuals.
Gotcha. These are some pretty big numbers, right?
Yes, sir, they are.
Okay, so tell me a little bit about, when you see that big number pop up and that donation comes through, is that a round of applause from the station?
Absolutely. That's something that we can all gather around and kind of, embrace that our community takes care of it. And, again, we're lucky to have the community that supports both the fire service and the Crusade. So it's kind of a very heartwarming feeling to know that our community is taking care of it.
The kids are lucky too. They're the ones who benefit from all of it. Let's hear those numbers.
So I've got a few for $125 from Eric Thompson, one from Harold and Carol Thornton, then James Wright for $150, Danny Eisen, $150, James and Mary Clark, $150. These next several are going to be for $200. Bob Murphy, $200. Carol and Maggie Husband, $200. Charlotte Bond, $200. Clay Street Missionary Baptist Church, $200. Debbie and Jerry Colvin, $200. Gary Walls, $200. Mr. Roy W. Baker, $200. Robert and Rosemary Taylor, $200. The Shelby Life Magazine, $200. For $250, Bruce Lane, $250 for David and Joanne Jolgren, $250 from Frederick and Barbara Johnson, $250 from Cat's Doggy Styles, Philip and Joyce Bell for $300, Barbara Wilson, $300, Baston Landscape, $300, Herbert McCown, $300, Jack and Sydney Easley, $300, John and Margaret Wilson, $300, $500 from Blake and Kelly Shows, $500 from David and Shannon Zopf, $500 from Deborah Martin, $500 from Eddie and Deborah Klingenfuss, $500 from Edwards Moving and Rigging, $500 from Kenneth and Julie Stacy, $500 from Mary Lou Bohannon, $500 from MD Electric Company, $500 from Sally and Eric McLean, and $500 for Susan Day. Then a $600 donation from Stansbury Electric Company, $610 from Tina and Bill Vandergriff, Richard J. Head for $900, and then lastly, John and Brenda Adams for $1,000.
That's a lot of money right there.
Is, absolutely.
Yeah. When you see all that tallied up, what does that fill you with?
Just joy and a sense of pride, because that's our community. Again, our community is taking care of the kids, and all the work that all these ladies and gentlemen are doing as a department and as a family, we're able to do that. Yeah. So that, it's a big sense of pride for both the county, the department as a whole, and all of us that are involved.
That's right. It takes your donations to make it all worth it, whether it's $1,000 or $10. All that matters is that you give. You can do that right now by calling 1-888-382-7511. There's a QR code on your screen, too. You can scan that with your phone, Venmo, Apple Pay, Cash App. We can take all of that for you. If you want to check out the good work that the Crusade's doing, they've got Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube where they share all of their fantastic stories. Zach, do we have anybody else we need to talk to today?
We do. I'm actually going to pass it off to Jennifer Stinger.
Jennifer, it's so nice to talk to you. I've seen you working behind the scenes here all day for the last couple of hours. What are you coming out here with the clipboard to tell us?
I am here to tell you about my best friend. And despite popular belief and working with him for 23 years is not Bobby Coward, but I'm here to tell you about Christy Kenner, who started a softball tournament. She started an organization called Heroes at Bat, and her tournament this year was to benefit the Crusade. Okay. So we did a tournament with first responders and recovering addicts with Awake Ministries, which is in town. I'm supposed to be reading this, so I'm going to read it.
That's all right. That's all right. It sounds like you have it all off the head, though.
And Heroes at Bat stands for Battling Addiction Together, and it was born out of a vision of bringing together first responders and citizens in recovery from drugs and alcohol. And Christy has a huge heart, and she's always looking for ways to help the community. She used to be on our department, and she loved collecting for the Crusade. So she wanted to make this tournament this year in honor of the Crusade for Children. We went out and played softball. Some of us had permanent bruises. Some of us are mad at Jeff Ivers because he called me out and because he was the umpire, and I kicked dirt on him. But we had a really good time and spent the whole day raising funds for the Crusade. So with sponsors and all the donations, her tournament in April raised $2,300 for the Crusade for Children.
$2,300. That's from Heroes to Bat. Is that right?
Heroes at Bat.
Heroes
It stands
at
for
Bat.
Battling Addiction Together.
Gotcha. Well, you were there playing in the game, right? Can you tell me about what that moment was like? Not only bringing everybody together for a good cause, but really kind of inspiring the folks who are going up to bat.
Yes, and we had a great time. We were terrible. We were good. It was not all at one time. But it was a great day of all the first responders together. We had firefighters, police, EMTs, we had jailers, we had probation and parole. Everybody was together, playing right alongside those who had arrested, those who they had brought back from a heroin overdose, saved in some way, all together for a good cause.
Yeah, it's really a moment for, I guess, the town to come full circle, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you said, again, one more time, that's $2,300 from a softball game?
Yes.
That's pretty impressive, yeah.
Too bad.
It sounds like even if you leave the department, you can't quite put down Crusade, right?
Exactly. She's always thinking about the kids. That's right.
Why do you think that is?
Because the Crusade's the best. I mean, how could you not take care of all those children? We know so many kids that have benefited from the Crusade back from a long time ago of being in machines or getting money for having surgery on their eyes, or we know little twins who were in the NICU for 127 days, and the Crusade bought those machines that kept them alive. So
yeah, it's very powerful work. You can help them do it. You can give online at WHAScrusade.org. Again, that's WHAScrusade.org. But we're not done out here with the Shelby County Fire Department. Who else do we need to hear from? Reed's got them for you. We're bringing them back.
Jeff, I understand you know a little something about softball.
I do. Unfortunately, during the Heroes at Bat tournament, I was...
Come on back out of here.
I was the umpire, and unfortunately, Jennifer wouldn't make it in the major leagues.
Whoa!
On baseball, because unfortunately, she struck out on a called third strike.
Oh, and you were calling them close, I bet.
I was right on. Right on, and she let me have it.
Terrible.
But I just wanted everybody to understand she wasn't as good as she thought she was.
Whoa!
But we had a good time.
I'm glad to share.
We had a good time.
Sheriff, we may need you over here in a minute.
Reed, I got a couple more to read about, and then I want to talk about some of our firefighters that passed.
And we said something big was going to happen here. We're about 14 minutes away from 5 o'clock.
We are.
And it is.
I want to thank Rockford View United Baptist Church members. They donated $1,600. Bluegrass Roller, they've been a great supporter of us with the Crusade. They donated $7,000. We talked earlier about our Crusade for Children golf scramble.
Yep.
I think Chief Doty or Chief Carter, one of them can confirm. But this year at our golf scramble, we raised $14,934.17.
That's quite a golf scramble.
It's quite a golf scramble.
A lot of golfers out here.
It's a lot of great. It is a lot of great golfers. Great people come out and support us. We had great help of actually getting this done. Wise Singers Golf Course, they work with us every year to be able to provide us with that capability.
That's a beautiful course out there.
It is. It's beautiful. The last thing I want to talk about before we get into our grand total. Tim, come up here. Last year at the Crusade, we lost one of our active firefighters. He was he was really strong with the Crusade for Children. His heart was with our fire department. He done a lot for us. Sergeant Anthony Beckley, and we miss him deeply. We miss him deeply every time. Like I said, he was a great asset to our fire department, and with that loss, it took part of us. But we go strong. We support him. We support his family. That's one of the biggest things that we can do for our fellow brother.
You know, the fire service, no matter where it is a family.
It is.
And the roots run very deep in these families.
It is.
Whether it's Shelby County, Henry County, or some fire department.
Right. And you'll see over here to the end, you've seen a lot of people that made, in memory of Bobby Ivers. That's my father. Bobby Ivers and Dan Wills, they were two of the founding fathers of our fire department back in 1967, 68. Wow. They was two of our founding fathers. They both passed within the past year. They were both dedicated not just to the fire department, but they were dedicated to the Crusade for Children. We actually had one of our other firefighters that lost her father. She posted a picture from 1966 that showed them on a roadblock collecting for the Crusade for Children. So that's how deep it goes back. The Crusade goes back here in Shelby County. We're so fortunate that we're able to fund, to be able to fund what we can do for the Crusade for Children. Our families, if you look behind us, and I told them today, Chief Doty and myself,
let's just step aside and let John get a view of all of these folks that have been so patient back here.
We're a family. I promise you, any of this group standing here today, if we called and we needed help, they're there to support you. That's some of the biggest things that we have going for our fire department. And we're that way not just for our family at Shelby County Fire Department, but for any fire department, is we're so fortunate that we're able to have that capability of being able to assist and take care of our brothers and sisters throughout the United States, not just the Commonwealth of Kentucky, but throughout the United States, that if that calling comes, we're there to support them. So we're so blessed, and with these three gentlemen here that served our fire department so many years, losing them, there again, even though one of them is my father, but for every one of us sitting here, Chief Doty, he lost his father a few years ago with the fire service, so it goes back, it goes back to us. So we're able to carry on their tradition that we love and that we cherish so much, that we're able to do that to our community and to the Commonwealth of Kentucky and Southern Indiana.
Well, you're in a growing community now. This thing's growing with leaps and bounds, both commercial and residential.
Very true. And I'll throw you a little pitch in, okay?
Okay.
All right. I understand Reed Yaden is looking for about an acre or 5 acres of land in Shelby County. I know there's probably a lot of realtors listening. So you could call WHAS, get a hold of Reed Yaden, and give him some property that he can buy in Shelby County, because we would love to have him in Shelby County.
My email's going to be burned up.
Hey, there you go.
It'd be coming home when I come out here to Shelby and Henry County. It's where it all began.
Hey, we'd love to have you.
Well, the people out here were very kind to this young snot-nosed kid when he was starting out in radio. Didn't know what he was doing, couldn't read the news right, but they were patient and always kind and gentle with me.
Well, and another key thing that you got going for you, we all know you got your pilot's license.
Oh yeah.
So
Love that.
If we ever able to maybe buy a helicopter.
Oh, you got an instructor.
There you go.
That's no problem.
We just purchased a drone.
Good.
So
you got all the licenses you need already?
Hey, we got everything we need with you.
Great.
So all we got to do is get you the property and get you some land out here and get you a house built. So I promise you, probably right now, you probably got some emails coming in. What do you think?
I suspect it's going to be, you opened up real good thing for me, Jeff.
Well, I tell you what, let's step right back over here and let's talk about.
Come on over, Ian. We're going to.
Yeah, I tell you what, I'm going to get both of y'all on this side for a second.
Yep. Here,
ready to do the
let's
grand
go up
total.
a little bit. Yep.
Chief Geyer, come on over. You part of this too. We're
Let's
all
move up a
done
little
this
bit.
together.
We're running out of mic cord here.
Oh,
there we
okay.
go.
Yeah.
Okay, now we got it.
One of the things about Shelby County Fire Department, we stick together as a group. With Chief Geyer, myself, and Chief Doty sitting here, I'd hate to say, well, we're probably got well over 100 years of fire service sitting here. Sometimes we all have our differences. That's part of life. But we all come together in the time of need. And that's what it's all about. Even though Chief Kyer's gone, unfortunately this year, Shelby County Fire Department, we sort of outdid last year.
Oh, my goodness.
Not saying Chief Kyer didn't do his job, but he
I
had...
wouldn't let you two guys get together.
Hey, he
No,
did
you
a
got
heck
to you
of-
got to keep them apart.
let me tell you, he did a heck of a job last year. I mean, because we were way up last year just as well as we were this year. So this year, for the Shelby County Fire Department.
Okay, listen to the number, folks. It's huge.
$95,618.31. Good job. So with that being said, he probably thinks I had something to do with it.
Oh,
but I was only informed to get him out in front of everybody before we could do that. Okay? Now, I don't know what payback's going to be to me from him and Jennifer. I don't know what's going to happen for me.
There will be a payback.
Oh, I promise you. I promise you. But we're blessed. I mean, we're blessed. Again, I've said it multiple times. We're a family. We're a family. All week we've been together. We've been together all week, and it's a blessing what we got. We got to keep going forward. As a matter of fact, before we even come up here, we were talking at the station. What can we start doing tomorrow to start collecting for the crusade? So that tells you how strong we are.
And that's exactly what happens. This crusade wraps up. Next year starts.
It is. We're already starting, and that's our goal. That's our goal is to see what we can do and the steps that we've got to take to beat this year. We know if we can't, any money that we provide to the Crusade for Children, we know where it's going. We know what it's going to be supporting.
It'll come back to the community where it came from.
That's right.
Yep.
We know it's going to come back to Shelby County and take care of our children.
And it's 100% of everything that comes in goes to special needs kids. 200,000 kids every year are helped.
You see a lot back here, okay? You see a lot of this. But also behind the scenes, there's a lot of work that gets done behind the scenes for us.
Tremendous amount.
When we come up here, we have, a great bunch of guys and gals that come up here at the fire station. We have a great group there that takes care of making sure things get going. But we couldn't ask for any better. We couldn't ask for anything any better for what we do. Chief, you got anything you want to say? I'll put you on the spot.
Well, are you worried about if you break 100,000, what'll happen to you?
Well, I didn't know that was going to happen, so I'd say it'd be 2 or 3 coolers, yeah. I just want to thank everybody, all the guys and girls and the kids. I told them when Chief Kyer retired, I said, did a heck of a job last year. It's my first year as chief. I just appreciate the same help, and they come through as always, and we rocked it, and next year we'll rock it some more.
Right. You got people you can rely on, and what better thing can you ask for as a chief?
Every day.
Yeah. Well, Reed, how much time do we have left here? Okay.
The crusade is going to roll on. What we're going to do here in a couple of minutes, we wrap up in Shelby County, we go to Nelson County, and they take the crusade from there. It just rolls on and on and on. And we couldn't do it without, people sometimes say, I can't really give, I have only a couple of bucks. It's those couple of dollar donations and the pennies and the quarters that add up.
It does.
The crusade is a lot of little pieces that all come together.
Every bit counts.
Yeah.
No matter what you give, large, small, in between, it all adds up. And it takes care of our kids.
Now, let me tell you, too, what happens after the money. The money is in, or will be in, tonight. And a lot of people pay with credit card, and there's some checks come in. The ministers of moral side of the news meet, and they will begin reviewing grant applications within the next 7 or 8 days. They make their decisions. Notification letters go out to the people getting the grants. My bottom line is, whatever the grand total is today, that money doesn't sit around in an account somewhere and doled out over the year. They'll have all the grants awarded probably in the month of June. That's how quick they turn the money.
And that's great, you know, because we have our children out there today. They need that help.
That's right.
And that's that's a plus for us, that we're able to have that capability of when that money comes in, being able to get put right back out in the communities that it needs to go to take care of our children.
But we're very proud of the fact that 100% of everything that comes in goes to the kids, special needs kids. How is that possible? There are expenses. Yes, there are. The Crusade, thanks to your help, has a $40 million endowment. They don't touch the corpus. They don't touch the body of the endowment. It spins off enough interest plus to pay the expenses associated. You don't run these things for nothing. There are some expenses, but they're very meager. They run a very, very tight ship. Consequently, 100% of it goes to the kids. Not every charity can say that.
Right. Very true.
This
very
one
true.
can.
And I know we're winding up here, and I want you to take a look.
You got 2 minutes.
Shelby County's done. And what's happening? It's starting back to rain.
The rain's coming back.
So you see what happens. After we get done, Mother Nature comes back in and takes over for us. I know we've had a lot of rain, but it blessed us as our fire department when we come on that we have that capability.
It's always sunny in Shelby County.
It is. It's always
Well, before Mother Nature joins in with some applause, can we get that number one more time? A cheer from the department and maybe some horns on the trucks? I don't know. Can we do that?
Total for Shelby County Fire Department 2024, $95,618.31.
Woo! There we go. Okay. We got the lights coming on in the trucks. We got the sirens going out here. What a celebration. Almost $100,000. Almost $100,000. That's pretty impressive.
It's always a pleasure to work with you guys. And Ian, it's been fun working with you today here.
Absolutely. We've only got about 25 seconds left here, Reed.
We're gonna wrap it up. We're gonna send it to Bobby Jack Murphy and Brian Walker down in Bardstown. We hope you guys stay down there in Bardstown as the 71st annual Crusade rolls on.
That's right. It's been a wonderful day in Shelby County, but the rain's just starting up here, so let's see what Bardstown can do.
When you give to the kids, what does it buy? Your donation can gift a child with the ability to communicate. This speech tablet helps a mom know what her child needs. A tablet like this is designed specifically to help children who have difficulty communicating. For example, autism can be a hurdle to speaking. For others, it could be Down syndrome or another diagnosis that makes communication more challenging. But this tablet speaks volumes for a child and all those in his or her life. For $800, another child with special needs can receive this gift of speech. You can be part of it. 4 $200 or 8 $100 donations, and another child has a speech tablet in hand. Go to whascrusade.org and click on Donate to make a secure online donation, or give with Venmo, CashApp, PayPal, Apple Pay, or use the Crusade's QR code to make a donation. In these uncertain times, there is one sure investment: children. And we promise 100% of your donation will go directly to services for children with special needs. 100%. Join us and make a difference for children with special needs.
Most of these kids are here from a year to 3 years. Some are here much longer, even a lifetime.
We do a lot of different things. We do everything with them. It's just inspiring to see a little baby go from the NICU to like this big to like that.
So at any given time, we've had children here coming from various children's hospitals around us.
We spend all of our time with them and we watch them grow. We're like their parents. My name is Katie Clements. I'm a nurse at Rockcastle Regional Hospital. I take care of the babies.
Our babies are here for complex medical care, but they're essentially here for this to be their home away from home. My name is Emily Valentine. I'm a physical therapist here at Rockcastle Regional Hospital. I've been here for 17 years. I've worked primarily in respiratory and ventilator care for the last 14.
So a lot of the babies don't have developed lungs, so they're placed on ventilators to breathe.
That ventilator is taking the place of the lungs and doing the work of the lungs. Probably 90% of the babies that come to us suffer from some form of either a tracheal malformation or a tracheal malacia where the trach itself is just not able to stay open on its own, so they need the tracheostomy tube in place.
I think DJ will be really good at track or sports because he's so fast.
DJ was actually born in Louisville and started his medical journey at U of L. He's a kid that came to us at 11 months. He required the trach and the ventilator. He's a little over 3 right now, completely off the ventilator. He's breathing all on his own. He does still require a trach just due to his medical diagnoses, but other than that, he's a happy, healthy 3-year-old. I've been affiliated with the Crusade since I started here. The Crusade was instrumental in us moving from a therapy cart to a full therapy space that encompasses mobility. They were able to provide a big sensory wall for our kids. Some really safe matted areas for the kids to move around and play. We were finding that when these complex kids need to go to a pulmonology appointment or transfer to a higher level of care, we didn't have a great way to transport them in terms of functionality. Through the Crusade, we were able to get pediatric transport systems like this one. This was the first one that we received. We can take this out of the building, safely secure it for transport, and then take them to their appointment. Without the Crusade, we wouldn't have all the extra things that we can kind of go the extra mile for these kids.
This is our new scale bought by the Crusade. We use it for our babies on ventilators, and it's helped with the accuracy of weights, and it makes such a big difference.
Anyone who would like to make a donation or feels drawn to help out the Crusade's mission, I can tell you firsthand that I've seen it year after year after year. They make a huge difference in the lives of children, a huge difference in the role that caregivers can play, and it's just a fantastic organization.
My hope is that the kids all get better and go home to safe, happy families and thrive.
Break, a little food.
Yeah.
Cool. It was hot in E-Town. Nice breeze blowing here.
Yeah, but,
a little bit better.
Yeah, well, you know, Kevin takes care of us. He orders cooler weather.
I put the shade up for you.
I know that was nice of you. We really appreciate that in every way. So I feel like there might be a little competition between you and E-Town. Not really because of anything other than you guys feel pretty strongly about your ability to raise money. Now, we'll talk about this as we go along, but I'm rooting for you.
Well, we're...
He says that now after we left Joey. You notice that?
I was going to say, Joey's not here to defend himself.
I talk a big game when Joey's not around.
But, you know, I know Joey, and, hey, if it's a competition, we'll work at it.
Well, and it all goes for a good cause. It's
all
Crusade for
kids.
Children. 100% of that comes back to your community. So really raising money for yourself.
Yes. What comes from these counties comes right back to these counties, and we're seeing it in the school systems, in the rehab systems. We have a young man, couldn't make it today, but when we get to Boston Fire Department, we'll introduce you to his brother and his uncle and his mom that was a benefactor from the Crusade this year. He was in the NICU, and his mom was sending me pictures of all the machines in the NICU
paid for by Crusade
that had the Crusade sticker on it. So
what a blessing.
We're seeing the money come back to where it was given from.
That's a beautiful thing. It really is.
We are having a great day here at the Crusade, but we are missing somebody.
That we are, and the sad part of it is, Ricky, don't worry about checking your phone. I left you a message. I was needing a ride back to Lebanon because they were making fun of me over in Hardin County. It's like, is this like something new every year that you're going to have some kind of injury before you come back on the next year? But no, I didn't find out till late yesterday afternoon that he's in the hospital, where you need to stay,
Ricky,
rest up,
sit still, see us on TV, and Bobby Jack and I will come see you in a week or two when you're up and around.
Yeah, he'll be driving me just like Brian is now.
We'll get him home, I promise, Ricky. But Ricky, we miss you. Ricky Mattingly, the retired chief from Lebanon, had some health problems, and he wasn't able to be with us today. And we figured we think this would have been his 42nd or 43rd
he and I
Crusade.
are pretty much kind of tied in some way or another.
So he's been a fixture when Dad was doing it. If you can look back, he was always right here with me after Dad passed. We miss him. Ricky, get better soon, and we'll be talking to you shortly.
Yeah, and we'll probably need to pray for the nurses that are working with him.
And Miss Charlotte, I hope you let him live long enough to get out of the hospital.
There you
go. So the nurses and Miss Charlotte, thanks for taking care of him.
All right.
For our first department, we've got Gravel Switch.
Gravel
know where
Switch,
that
Kentucky.
is. Take off.
Thanks for coming out today.
Thanks for having us.
And introduce yourself. Let's get on this.
My name is Chief Corey Hafley, Gravel Switch. Just proud to be here, glad to be here, glad to do what we do, glad to help out our community and our district. Just proud to do what we do,
And you guys work all year long on this, just like everybody else does. What are some of the things you did to get money this year?
We done a few things. We think outside of the box. We had a trap shoot for Crusade for Children at the Marion County Sportsman's Club. Give a big shout out to Roger Turpin letting us be able to do that, and had a lot of support with that through Kentucky Gun Company and TG and a couple others there. A couple guys just developed a team and done better than we did last year. We started out with 4 last year. We had 8 this year, so it grew.
That almost sounds like double.
It did. Done very well. We do the cruising event, Splash and Cruise with 100.9, Big Dave Colvin. Big shout out to him. Really respect him and thank him a whole lot for letting us do what we do with him through the months. We had a Crusade for Children breakfast that was represented by the TW Wash Lodge. And a big shout out to Tommy Glasscock on that. Raised a lot of money with this event this month. This month we had a good turnout, and we hit the roadblocks every Wednesday night, every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday of the month of May, from 4 to 8. Me, Kevin, and Catfish here, Michael Zimmerman. We put in a lot of time. We had to hit it every day to be able to break the record of what we've been doing. So.
Oh, did we break our record?
We broke a record.
Oh, okay, all right.
I'm excited to say.
Do we have some thank yous and acknowledgments?
I got some thank yous. A big thanks to our church community in Gravel Switch, Man of Harvest Church, Gravel Switch Baptist Church, Pleasant Hill Baptist Church. Them guys really came together and helped us out this year, helped us attain our goal. That's the first thing I want to say is, I thank God for being able to do this. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't be able to do what we do. So we go on with the rest of this. It's Magistrate Joe Pat Kirkland, $500. Judge Executive David Daughtry, $200. Jonathan Gibson of Big Daddy's Auto Sale, $250. A big shout out to him. He helps us out a lot. Dennis Asher, $30. Kenneth and Ramona Milburn, $20. Melissa Garrett, $50. The Kirkland Farms, $100. Neil and Patricia Condor, $100. Eileen Shepperson, $50. Buck and Doe Barbershop, they also were part of the Crusade Trap Shoot. They came out, and they helped us out a lot. Even let us put a little bucket there at their barbershop, helped me out a lot. They donated $45. Pleasant Hill Baptist Church, $200. Michael and Deborah Burdette, $50. And John and Pamela Farmer, $200. It was a total checks was $3,095. But so we had 2 donations given in memory. Kathy Rogers, $100 in memory of Pokey and Kevin's dad, Pokey and Brenda Rogers. And Pam and Johnny Farmer, $200 in memory of Annabelle Orange. So that came up to a grand total for Gravel Switch. Last year we got $5,175. We brought in $7,000.
Wow.
$7,000, and that's amazing for our little area. So I want to thank our district, thank our community, and like I said, first of all, thank God for letting us do what we do.
That's a true blessing, and we're sorry about your loss. Well, we really are hearing some great numbers today. Most departments are saying they're up, and even the ones that are down a little bit, they're not down by a lot. And I'm feeling pretty strongly about how this fundraising is going. Look at the bottom of your screen. You can see all the ways to donate, and the opportunity to donate digitally now is so good. Maybe you don't feel well and you can't get out of the house. Maybe you can't drive. You can't get to a roadblock. You can't attend an event, but boy, that computer's a great thing.
Yes, sir, it is. We're going to try bringing that into the play next year. We're going to try doing that. I got some younger guys who are kind of tech savvy. I'm not that great with it yet, so got some newer guys coming into the department, and maybe we can get that going next year, hopefully.
Love it. Bobby Jack, you have got a passel. I don't think that's the wrong word to use. A crew of people over there.
Was that $7,000? Okay, we got to get him over.
$7,000.
Now, don't forget to hold it up this time. They are all over you. Make sure you hold the sign up so he can see it right there. Come right here. Okay, there we go. Hold your sign up. Just wave it. There we go.
Perfect.
There you go. Did they say, was that $7,000?
$7,000.
You know, I've been around Marion County so long, I remember when there wasn't $7,000 in Gravel Switch. You got that right. Oh, well, who didn't you bring?
We brought pretty much the whole crew.
Good.
All of our members are here, our spouses are here, and we got Miss Mullins back here. She wanted to tag along this year with us.
Hello, ma'am. How are you?
I worked
with Uriel at the Sword Factory.
Oh, okay, great. Going factory in a long time.
Yeah, it's been a while since they've been all down.
Yeah.
We got rid of them.
Things are different in this world now.
You got that right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, tell me, what's been going on? How we come up with the money we got to this year?
This year here, we're up a little bit.
Oh, okay.
We're about 40% up.
That ain't a little bit. That's that Marion County education coming in. 40%.
Yeah, I had to count it several times to make sure it was right.
There you go.
Yeah, first off, we want to thank everybody that helped the Crusade. Of course, it takes a handful of people or a major bunch of people to put it on. Big thanks to all my members and my spouses for and the people that's behind the scenes that you don't see every day that helps us with it. Thanks to everyone that came, and we had people donated stuff for our auction. We had a poker run, so people donated stuff for the auction. I want to thank Brittany and Tanya. They had a lot of work in this auction. They run all over the country and got stuff donated.
That's awesome.
And had it come in. We want to thank Bailey and Bryce Thompson. They was actually our auctioneers. They come in, done it. Last year we done a silent auction. This year we done a live auction, and we found out that it does a lot better.
The live auction?
Yes,
there
sir.
You go.
Big thanks to all the helpers. We had members that stayed back, cooked food for us for our poker run. Everything was set up, so we want to thank those guys and gals that took care of that. While we was out having a good time riding bikes, they was back cooking and getting everything ready for us. And the food was great. We want to thank.
Sure, don't you?
We want to thank everybody that came to the poker run and stayed over later for the auction. And now I got a list of people that actually donated stuff for our auction. Lacey's Cakes and Moors, Nally's Breaking Exhaust, Buck and Doe, Barbershop. You know about them. They've been there forever.
Yes, indeed.
Heaven Hill.
I don't know who that is. What do they make?
See, even Ray Wickens over here get Heaven Hill stuff from Bardstown now.
There you go.
Walston's Outdoors, LeGuin's Drive-In, Cedarwood, Paul Prince, Loretta Butcher Shop, Lawson's Tractor, Advance Auto, La Fuente, yeah, I probably said it wrong. Fiente, yeah, there you go. Loretta Foodland, Phillips Repair, Cozy Loft Boutique and Consignments, Blue Collar Boys, Back Road Burger, which is there in Raywick.
I've been there.
Good.
I like those.
Yeah.
That chips in the can.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, that's pretty good stuff. Bishop's Nursery, Logan Cecil Barn and Fence Painting, Tim Bradley, R&B Trucking, O'Daniel Gunsmithing, McIntyre Winery, Anheuser-Busch, Marilyn Mullins, which She always does cakes for our auctions, and anything we put on, she does a cake for us.
Awesome.
Johnson Spray Foam, Ray Wick Reynolds, Car Quest in Lebanon, Eddie Good 3D Printing.
Who?
Eddie Good.
That name sounds familiar, but go on.
Yeah, he's doing 3D printing, and it's a really awesome job.
Oh, I know. I taught him everything he knows.
There you go. Stacy Anesaloy, Sammy Spalding, Lebanon Chiropractic, South Hall Pharmacy, Rose and myself, K&D Discounts, Ronnie and Shirley Lampkin, Kendra Scott, Robin's Boutique, Harbor Freight, Shady Rays, Brom Trucking, Dance Station Auto, Colton's in Bardstown, Simply Seafood, Loretta Lumber, Donald and Laverne Blanford, Robbie Musk, Taylor Made Decor, Christina Hill, James and Sherry Lawrence, Sweet Teas, Big Papa Steakhouse, Gary Pierce, and Corey Thomas.
All right.
So now here's some donations that was made. Jonathan Riggs, he won our 50-50 at the poker run and donated it back. So he donated $400
awesome.
In memory of Tim Fowler.
Good Tim.
Randy Mattingly, 100. Mid Kentucky Trucking, 500, which that's Ricky Brom. Sarah Baker, 50. Christopher and Rebecca Luckett, 25. Corey Thomas, $50 in memory of David and Kathy Thomas. John Bradshaw, $200 in memory of Karen Bradshaw. Plastic Products Company, $200. Terry Naylor, $200. Bishop's Nursery, $100. Terry Smith, $1,000. Marilyn Mullins, $100 in memory of Dean Mullins. Donald and Laverne Blanford, $100 in honor of their grandson Ian, which has been in Cozair quite a bit in his younger first part of his life. Judy Blanford, $25. Terry and Susan Mattingly, $25. Jackie's Recycling, $50. Michael Harping, $100. Tim and Lori Peavy, $100. Ann and Natalie Tharp, $25. We'll go to the next page here. Now, here's where it gets interesting.
All right.
All right, our first roadblock we done on Derby Day, we done $1,343.49.
Impressive.
Our 50-50 for our poker run, we made $484. The poker run itself made $950. The lemonade stand, this little fella. And this
What's his name? I forgot to ask him.
This is Parker.
Hello, Parker.
His grandson, and here's my granddaughter over here, Caitlin.
Hi, Caitlin.
They had a lemonade stand set up, and them two made $184 that day on a poker run.
All right.
And turned it all into the
Those
Crusade.
lemonade stands are really starting to, they explode. And when you, something the simplest that just comes up.
That little gal knows how to work it, because Jonathan asked her, said, Caitlin, how much for a glass of lemonade? She said, for you, $100. So he handed her a $100 bill. So she knows how to work the system.
That ain't no doubt.
Our auction brought $4,744.74. The roadblock yesterday, we done $2,137.10. We done talked, people that we done told them. And Marion County Physical Court gave us $450. And first time in Ray Wick's history, the most we've ever made is $12,543.33.
Awesome. Did you hear that? Do that again. $12,543.33. Thank you all so much, and thanks to everybody in the Ray Wick area in Marion County.
Yes.
All right, y'all ready to put that money in here?
That folded money doesn't make as much noise, but boy, it does.
All right. All right. Congratulations. Appreciate all y'all's work that you all do. I know it's a lot of work, but it's a lot of fun and a lot of love.
It's a lot of fun.
All right. Appreciate it. We'll see y'all next year.
Yes, sir. We'll be here.
Don't get lost going to Raywick.
I don't think we will. We got GPS.
Okay. Well, let's see. Who we got over here? Was that Bradfordsville? Weren't they making noise out there a minute ago?
Well, they said that you probably should come over here and harass them a little bit since you're sort of a local homegrown
Well,
boy.
you know, that one guy there in that hat.
He was talking about you behind your back. But I think he'll talk to your front, too.
He knows some of my family, which is scary. So don't believe anything he tells you. How you doing, brother?
Good, how are you?
Not too bad.
You under the weather a little bit?
Well, I've been working out. I thought I was going to pitch for the Reds this year, but
okay.
Yeah.
He's been bear hunting with a switch.
Oh man, how y'all been?
We're
Not
real
too
good.
bad.
Good deal.
I know y'all been busy in Bradfordsville. I've got reporters down there.
Do you?
Yeah.
Oh man, spies.
Well, tell us who you've got with you today.
Well, today, my name's Kevin Purdom. I'm the Crusade coordinator, firefighter / dad, husband, whatever. Here's my youngest son, Wesley, my nephew, Andrew, my oldest son, Kyle.
Hi, Kyle.
It's a family deal in Bradfordville.
Family tradition, yes it is. It started back in the 80s for us.
Well, you got some thank yous and recognitions to send out, I'm sure.
Yes, sir. The Bedford Fire Department would like to thank all the individuals that contributed to the 2024 WHS Crusade Children. Also like to thank the firefighters and their families for working the roadblock this weekend in Bedfordville. We got a few thank yous and some donations. We got $25 donation, Barry and Amanda Gribbins. $25 donation, Howard Weiser in memory of Alma Jean Weiser. $50 donations, we got Sue Benningfield in memory of Gerald Benningfield. We got a $50 donation, Garland and Faith Carol Cochran in memory of Alma Jean Weiser and Tammy Weiser. We also have a $50 donation from Lauren and Heather Thomas in memory of Earl Brockman and C.W. Farmer. $100 donations, we got David and Kathy Gribbins. $100 donation, Kevin and Amy Purdom. $100 donation, Joshua and Caroline Bright in honor of their daughter Nora Bright. We got a $100 donation from the Beaversville Baptist Church. Our $200 donations, we got Charlotte and Tony Purdom in memory of Bob and Patsy Kirkland. We got $200 from Marion County Fiscal Court. We had a $200 anonymous donation coming this morning and a $250 anonymous donation coming through the roadblock last night. Mary Linda Rayleigh in the New Life Christian Church Youth Group collects birthday throughout the year. They got $305, which is way up for them. We appreciate and thank y'all for that. And we have a $500 donation from our great magistrate, Joe Pat Kirkland.
Love it. What'd you guys do to raise money this year on the department level?
Just the roadblock. Friday night, Saturday. That's it.
Well, staying by the old tradition. Sometimes that's what works.
Our grand total for this year is $3,339.20.
$3,339.20. Excellent work.
Thank y'all. We appreciate it. We love doing it.
Crusade for Children 2024, 71 years of this. We've got another truck about to roll in here. I'm Brian Walker. I'm here with Bobby Jack Murphy. We're normally only on radio because we don't really have a face for this, but they said one time a year they'll let us talk on the TV.
I was going to say speak for yourself, but anyway.
You know.
Well, what was it? I think when we first started talking with Phil and knew he was going to be back out and talking about the soldier, I had us as Poncho and Lefty.
Yeah, that
this
sounds
year.
good. Yeah,
so,
yeah.
And instead of Bobby, Jack, and Brian, we're Poncho and Lefty.
I like that.
And
there might even be a song in that somewhere.
But like I told him, you get to be Poncho, which is pretty cool. I end up being Merle Haggard stuck in Cleveland, and that's not a good thing.
Not at all. Not at all.
All right. Well, I need to get over here.
Head on over there. They're ready to go now.
We got another part of Marion County to go to. I've been to Loretto once or twice in my time. How you doing, sir?
Doing good, you?
Good. How was it I heard it put the other day? More blessings than problems, so we're good.
That's right.
Tell me what's going on in Loretto.
Well, this year we collected $5,934.20.
That's a good number.
Yes, sir. Down a little bit, but, times are tough right now. So
I hear you, man. Really?
All right, I got some memories of Ricky and Charlotte Mattingly donated $200 in memory of Ronnie Boblet. Wayne Hayden donated $50 in memory of Chief Mark Mattingly. He also donated $50 in memory of Chief Tim Fowler and $50 in memory of Ronnie Boblet. And then Hughes family, they donated $325 in memory of Eddie Hughes.
So again, your total this year, though?
Again, the total is $5,934.20.
So do anything special in Loretto this year to raise that money?
No, we didn't get a chance to do nothing special this year, but planning on to next year.
There you go. Now, I know, as we have talked about this before, you all are working jobs, you're volunteering to keep us safe, and
Yes, sir.
then we kind of add this on, and sometimes it's just a little too much.
Yes, sir.
All
Yes,
right.
it is.
And we
Yep.
got to take care of family first.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up.
Yes, sir.
Who's this fellow over here?
This is Patrick. This is one of our
Hello,
firefighters.
Patrick. How are you?
I wanted to also give a shout out to Ricky Mattingly if he's watching. Get well, buddy.
Oh, you know he's watching.
Oh yeah. I hope he gets better pretty quick.
Oh, I think he will. You can't keep a good man down.
That's right. That's right.
All
Think
right.
a lot of Pops.
There you go. Have a good one, my friend. Thank you so much. Well, look at there.
It's going to take me a little bit.
That guy I recognize. He just drives by and blows
Yes,
all the
sir.
time now. How you doing, Chris?
Doing fine, sir. You?
Good. No problems whatsoever. I'm leaving you in the capable hands of Brian.
Oh, Lord, help us all. Chief Coyle's here with me, and who's this gentleman?
This is Terry Mattingly.
Terry Magley, thank you for being here and holding that sign. That's a good job. Is that the job you're suited for?
Pretty much, I guess.
You're with the Lebanon Fire Department. I did say that right. Lebanon?
Yes,
it's
sir.
not Lebanon, it's Lebanon.
Here you go.
All right, so you've got a bunch to run through here, and we're proud to hear that.
Thank you. This year for the Lebanon Fire Department, they made visits to the businesses, commercial, and industrial locations. Roadblocks were set up at various locations and times. We had several walk-ins at the station. We also had drive-through at the station again this year, which really works real well for us. We had several calls for donation pickup that we were more than glad to go take care of. And now it's time to recognize a few of the donations. These are going to be the $25 donations. We got Rita and Kenneth Riley, Adams Pharmacy, Freddie and Dee Leathers, Linda Young, Bill and Connie Mattingly, Joe Benningfield, Beverly Thomas, Amanda Bright, and Christina McRae. $35 donation was from Jordan Garrett. On $40 donations, we had one from Charlie Lancaster and also Patrick Walston. $50 donations from Wendy's Restaurant, Captain D's, Lebanon Jewelry and Gift, Fuel Total Systems, Roy and Kate Pelagi, North Spalding Dental, Nick Hollins, Sarah Sapp, Gina Macafira. We have Rhonda Tatum, Sean Riley, Elizabeth Nally, and Jimmy and Carlotta Richardson. $75 donation came from Bobby and Debbie Rakes. $100 donations.
Ooh, that is a good list right there.
Yes, sir. From Nina and Earl Sandusky, Susan Spalding Garrett, James and Sharon Hardin, Bud McMurtry, Barbara Christ, Marianne Osso, Blake and Christy Blanford, Harold and Kathy Young, Reba Seltzer, Mike and Teresa Helm, Craig and Mary Luke Farnham, John and Annette Glasscock, Jerry and Carrie Tutt, James and Michelle Reynolds, David and Jody George, Sandra Blanford, Darren and Ida Spalding, Doc Howard, William, Vic, David Rakes, and Alan and Pat Lanham. We're still on the $100 donations. We got Lawson Tractor and Implement, Southall Pharmacy, Loper's Floral, Freedom Tire and Auto Center, Nutrient Ag Solutions, Fisher Funeral Home, DNR Oil Company, May Empowerment Agency, People's Bank, Lebanon Family Dental Care, Bishop's Nursery and Landscaping, and Now You Trim North American Court. We also had a donation for $125 from Flanagan's. We're moving on to $150 donations. We have from Preferred Veterinarian Care and David Clements. $175 donation from Farmers National Bank. Had a $200 donation from Land Refrigeration, Langford's Auto Repair, IMI Concrete, American Legion Post number 49, Johnny and Ann Thompson. $250 donations from Energy Insurance Agency of Lebanon, Lebanon Oak Flooring Company, Ballsy's Funeral Home, American Wood Fibers, and Lisa Nally Martin. Got a $500 donation from Diageo Distillery. We got a $700 donation from Michael and Tammy Jarbo. From Marion County Fiscal Court donations, we had Judge Executive David Daugherty had $200, Magistrate Craig Bishop had $250, Magistrate Larry Snooks Mattingly $1,000, Magistrate Caleb Buttman $1,000. Kentucky Cooperage Company, they're in Lebanon, has been in it for a long time, supporter of the Crusade for Children, and supports other activity in our community as well. This year, the Kentucky Cooperage Company has given a donation of $15,000 for the Crusade for Children.
I believe that bears saying again. How much?
this year from the Kentucky Cooperage Company has given a donation of $15,000 from the Crusade for Children.
That's something where other folks from other corporations need to look at themselves and say, let's step up. Let's give that a shot.
Very good, sir. Yes, sir. Anonymous donations. We had one for $250, and we had a second one for $3,500. Okay, we're moving on to the in memory of. $50 from Martha and Mattingly in memory of Carter James Mattingly. $50 from Family Traditions and Framing in memory of Jerry Jr. and Stephen. $100 from Phillips Repair in memory of Ike, Norma, Janet, and Drianna Phillips. $100 from Lebanon Police Officer Scott Mattingly and Tim Abel in memory of Marion County Sheriff's Deputy Anthony Rakes, who was shot and killed in the line of duty November 14, 2012. $100 from John and Beverly Coyle in memory of Emily Coyle and Laura Lipsy Clark. $100 from Jamie and Charles C. Garrett in honor of Wesley and Marley Garrett. $100 from Gayla Kelly and Amanda Farmer in memory of Tommy Kelly. $100 from Tommy and Deb Phillips in memory of Ike, Norma, and Janet Phillips. $100 from Rachel Spalding in memory of Bobby Joe and Steve Spalding. $150 from Philip and Karen Godey in memory of James Paul and Henrietta Godey and C.W. Farmer. $200 from Irvin Abel in memory of his sister Tootie and her daughter Jerry May. $200 from Larry and Sharon Sissel in memory of Leo and Mayola Sissel, and also in honor of Ezra Stanfield. I have a $500 from Robert and Sandra Ballard in memory of Debbie Livers. We also have a $300 from Terry Mattingly, which is the gentleman here next to me, been on the fire department for several years. He's been a large Crusade person, and a lot of people go to him for guidance and so forth each year. So he lost his wife this year, so in memory of his wife Betty, she passed away this year, a $300 donation there on that. Last year, Marshall Abel put a lemonade stand in front of the fire station and done very well. Marshall is a 5-year-old son of Trey and Laura Abel, and set up a new lemonade stand yesterday in front of the fire station for the second year. A little marketing was done on social media, and Marshall was giving out lemonade and taking donations. In about 2.5 hours yesterday, Marshall had collected $2,000. That was yesterday. He done great last year.
I couldn't drive up there this year to get that lemonade.
So I challenge anyone, a lemonade stand last year and this year is very successful. Just go on WHS Crusade for Children website and you can see your kids here on that. So
is there a secret formula to that, or is that a trade secret? I mean,
something that Laura done, so I'm not sure exactly what all she put in there. So
I keep that one secret.
Yes, sir.
It is Marion County. Okay.
there you go. But so that was a great job by Marshall, and thanks Laura and Trey. By the way, Trey is our assistant chief at the Lebanon Fire Department. So getting down to where at the last one of the last pages here. Thanks to the Citizens National Bank for counting our coins. What a great help that is. So thank you for that. I want to thank the firefighters for their time and efforts once again. You guys have come through. For Crusade for Children 2024, the Lebanon Fire Department has a total of $45,924.
$45,924. That's amazing.
Yes, and thank you to Lebanon and Marion County for all the contributions there. So, very good.
That's wonderful.
Marion County total?
Got the Marion County total.
Okay, so Marion County was $74,000 just from the county of all the little departments and Lebanon. $74,740.73. That's correct. And Marshall, he must be putting something in that lemonade. But we want to challenge him. He's not here this year.
Right.
He come over and made a little extra here last year, so we miss him. So we want to put out a little challenge. Marshall, I want to see you here next year.
Do next year then. Okay. Well, thank you all so much.
Well, you can see the effort that goes in a whole variety of ways, from roadblocks to lemonade stands to special sales and fish fries and auctions.
Trap shoot and gravel switch.
I've never even shot a trap before.
Well, next year you'll have to come over and we'll get you to shooting a trap.
Is that like snipe hunting, trap shooting?
Well, in Marion County, evidently you got to drink a lemonade first.
And on that note, back to Bobby Jack Murphy.
All right. Well, thank you, Lebanon and Marion County. Now that we got Marion County taken care of, we're going over to God's country, over into Washington County. And Carolyn, I was told that you are the driving force behind the chief in Willisburg.
You don't believe that, do you?
Well, of course I do. How are you today, ma'am? Thanks for coming out.
We want to honor Charlie McAvoy for what he done for us. He got 2620 on his own.
He's moving out there.
Yeah,
You go.
And we got a total of 3631. I wanted to recognize some of these. Willisburg Baptist Church had 285. Willisburg Christian Church had 1,011. Eddie Sims had 200. Alice Kelly had 100. Donya and Keith had 100. Troy and Sharon Chester had 100. Michael Kelly had 100. Dallas Lewis had 100. Beulah Faye, which is his grandmother, had 100, and Jesse and Carolyn had 100, and Timmy and Katrina McAvoy in honor of Charlie gave 100, and then Kevin gave us 100 in honor of Ronnie Boblet, and Blair and Marilyn Hale gave 100. So, but we want to really thank Charlie.
Yeah, and I don't know, you may know the pastor of the Willisburg Baptist Church. Okay, well, you tell him next year before they take up a donation, tell them what Willisburg Christian Church did, and just challenge them.
Yeah. We will.
And don't tell him who I am.
Okay.
Who else you got helping you here today?
I got Philip Sparrow and his grandson.
All right.
Yeah.
Anything special y'all were able to do in Willisburg this year?
Usually the city council has a bake sale, but they didn't get to have it this year.
Oh, okay.
So they usually bring in about 1,000. But she's trying to get it up for next year.
All right. Well, for the 71st, though, we need to do that total one more time because that's nothing to sneeze at.
3631.
3631.
Yeah.
$3,631. Thank you so much from Willisburg. Thank you. Appreciate it a whole bunch. And Willisburg, a lot. Shoulder surgery. I thought about going into professional arm wrestling, but I guess that's out of the question now. All right, let's see. Well, I'll tell you what, we're going right out of Washington County. Boston, we're heading over into some Nelson County area there. I'm going to leave that one alone. But again, 71st Crusade for Children. If you haven't had an opportunity, I have forgot to do it, and I heard Brian say it a few minutes ago. You'll still see here on WBNA TV, crawling across your screen, ways that you can give to the Crusade for Children. Time is, you can continue to give. You've been busy, maybe you've been stuck at home, can't drive, had shoulder surgery. You can still call and give, and there's so many ways to give online. As a matter of fact, as the camera moves over, there's a good-looking young man over there who's got all those. No, I was the guy that's handing the sign.
His name is Brian. My name is Brian.
Oh.
I didn't know which one of us you were talking about.
Oh, well, I was the one that's holding.
Here, let me hold that sign.
I'm going to try to be good.
Okay.
Okay. Tell me what's going on in Boston.
You got a little insight into what's going on with Boston and some of the direct blessings that have been heaped on them by the Crusade.
So we were talking about on the beginning as we made our introductions about little Benjamin. Little Benjamin is our Crusade baby for the year. So he was born 9 months ago. Yesterday. This is Grandma. Melissa's at home. He wasn't doing too good today, so he didn't come. But Melissa and Benjamin, we miss you, and Kevin, I'm sorry. But so he was born early. He has a Down syndrome. And as he was in the NICU and they were doing things with her, she was sending me pictures of all the machines and all the equipment that had the Crusade for Children logo on it. So direct benefits back to the county from where the money come from is what we're all about.
And that's a life saved and a blessing to this community and to this family that would just not have been available without the Crusade.
This one was a Crusade baby too.
And so was his sister, Benjamin's mother.
That's amazing. It really is. And this just keeps giving back and giving back and giving back. Now, what's your attachment to the Boston Fire Department?
His mother.
Well, what's your attachment to the Boston?
Been on about 10 years.
Okay. All right. So tell us a little bit about what you guys had going this year. I'm sure you have a lot of recognitions.
We have several thank yous. We have Melina and R.D. Warren Jr., $25, Cawthron Brothers Painting, $30, Jimmy and Renee Wallace, $50, Joni Newton, $75, in memory of her mother, Sharon McHarg, sorry, I knew I'd mispronounce it, Pam Harlow, $100, Jimmy and Betty Harnett, $100, Timmy and Jennifer Vidovtold, $100, John Kammer, $150, Wayne and Maria Burba, $150, Promotional Wood Products, $250, Brandon Sissel, $300, Sean Metcalf, $500, Shank Farms, which is us, Brian, my brother-in-law Gene, and his sister-in-law Linda. Between all of us, $950, and that's in memory of my brother-in-law Larry Payne, who passed away last week, who was a volunteer for South Dixie for years, and in honor of Benjamin. And then we also have in memory of Harold and Claire Embry by Jeff Embry, $25.
Wonderful, wonderful.
So we have a total of $3,792.63.
And that's your big total for this year.
Our total.
That's well, don't apologize. That's $3,792.63 we wouldn't have.
We want better.
Well, if folks want to give to Boston Fire Department, obviously there's checks and donations. Are there other methods you use for raising funds throughout the year?
We're trying to do things this coming year. We will inform the public as soon as we know something. But as of right now, don't know of any events coming up soon.
Okay, so we'll look for something. We got some plans, some things brewing, and you'll let everybody know as soon as you got something going.
We will.
Thank you so much, and I'm so happy to hear about your grandson.
He's amazing.
All right, Bobby Jack, I'm sure you are lined up and ready to go. We got Rolling Fork, I believe.
We got Rolling Fork over here, and, well, I've already embarrassed myself once or twice here, but I think the first person we need to talk to besides you, and you tell me you know Everett over here?
Yes, I do.
And those little feet, you just want to squeeze them, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, tell me your name, ma'am.
Jillian Snook.
All right, and of course, I guess Everett would be your son?
Yes, he is.
And what about that guy holding him there?
That's my husband.
Well, you got a good looking kid out of it.
I agree.
All right. Who else do we have over here?
So we have our Deputy Chief, Freddie DeWitt, and then firefighter Allie DeWitt, and then this is Addie Barnes. She's the wife of one of our firefighters that passed away earlier this year.
All right, and we'll talk about him in a few minutes if you don't have. Okay. Well, I'll let you. Of course, I know you got to watch Addie because she ain't gonna let nobody take him. He's mine. So, in case you're watching on TV, don't worry about it. And again, we're talking Rolling Fork. You don't want to come down here messing around now. All right, tell me what we got, ma'am.
All right, so we have a $23 donation from Holly Rout, a $25 donations from Claire Maria Bowman, Kimberly Maupin and Deborah Jones, a $30 donation from Donald Cecil in memory of Michael Cecil, $50 donations from Donald Cecil, Debbie Kinberger, Frank Hall in memory of Teresa Hall, Tessie Cecil, M. Susan Penna, Melissa Livers in memory of Isaiah Rashad Cummins, $100 donations from Pat DeWitt, Barbara Gardner in memory of my daughter Lisa Michelle.
Now, I noticed your husband was pointing to that first line up there.
We'll get to that in a second.
Okay. See, you need to be patient. And so do I.
More $100 donations, William Bidwell, Elizabeth Henley in memory of Art and Dot Henley and Butch Henley, Joseph Hall in memory of Adam Boone, Ashley Boone, and Duana Baird in honor of Jordan Sanders, Tina Skaggs in memory of John Skaggs, Frederick and Pamela DeWitt in memory of Isaiah Rashad Cummins, $125 donations, Thomas Hall in memory of Ashley, Betty, and Rodman, $150 from Tess Meehan, Anna Lusk in memory of Carl Lusk, Phyllis Ball in memory of loved ones, $200 donations, Kevin Douglas Construction, $250 donations from Terry Downs, $500 $500, Donald Head in memory of Mr. and Mrs. Julian Head, Affordable Trust Company. $1,000 donation from Catherine Wheatley. $2,000 donation from Charles Osborne in memory of Anna Laura Osborne. And then the Kentucky Railway Museum in New Haven donated $3,403.87.
Was it another one of those where they're robbing everybody?
Yes, I think it was.
Love that, yeah.
So we want to give a special thank you to Lieutenant Chris Cecil from Rolling Fork for setting up and managing our raffle that we did this year. And then, so this year's Crusade total is dedicated to firefighter Blake Barnes. Blake passed away in, what, Addie, April?
April 23rd.
April.
He got hit by a 74-year-old man while flagging. So.
Yes, come on in.
Sorry.
No.
So, we appreciate what your husband did. Thanks for your sacrifice, and if we can do anything for you through the fire service or the Crusade, let us know.
I will.
Right?
And it's a good reminder for folks out there too that as they drive through construction zones to be very careful, slow down, and pay attention.
Yeah, because I have to give birth without him now too, and that's the hardest part about it. So.
Well, we'll certainly pray for you, and I know this man right here will back up just what he said, and so will everybody else.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, sweetheart. All right.
All right, so our Crusade total that we've raised this year, we're dedicating it to Blake Barnes. So last year our total, we were down about $7,000 from the year before. So last year our total was $14,710.21.
I see a little bit of an increase.
We have just a little bit of an increase.
Yeah, just a little.
So this year's grand total for the Rolling Fork Fire Department is $31,229.54.
$31,229.54. That is amazing. And I know I was talking to a few minutes ago, not to take away from, of who we're dedicating it to this year. So many times as you come out here year after year after year, I so miss Carl Lusk, who was a big part of the Crusade in Rolling Fork, and I know he knew the total before you did. So
yeah, he did.
All right. Well, thank you so much for Rolling Fork. Great title. Thank you again for your sacrifice. Goodwill. Thank you all so much. Sure. All right, from Rolling Fork, we're going over to New Hope. Hey, that lady right there, don't believe a word she has to say.
Well, she said exactly this. She goes, are you the one interviewing us? And I said, yeah. And she goes, oh.
You want me or me?
And I said, am I supposed to be hurt by that? And she goes, well, I work with Bobby Jack.
What? I couldn't hear over there.
She said, are you the one interviewing us? And I said, yeah. And she went, oh.
Oh. Well, most people say that.
I feel like they'd rather talk to you.
No, I'll just sit here and watch.
Yeah.
I'm going to pick up some points over here.
I'll show you how it's done.
Okay, appreciate it.
We're with New Hope Fire and Rescue. We got the Captain Thompson here, and they said you had the least terrible voice, so you get to talk. Is that how that went?
Allegedly, yes, sir. I was provided the materials and explained that this was my duty for the day. So Here we are. I have all of our totals and breakdowns, and I'm ready to present.
So either your uncle, your dad, or your wife is on the department with you, I'm guessing.
No, I'm not married. I'm actually the only one other than my girlfriend Kate here. So we're.
So when are you going to pop that question?
Oh.
Anyway, back to these totals here.
All right. So this year I'd like to thank, first of all, the members of the New Hope Volunteer Fire Department for their sound work in getting this crusade and making it a success. We'd also like to thank the members of the New Hope and Southeast Nelson communities for coming together and helping us beat our total from last year. Our breakdown is as follows. We had a cash and check of $2,358, and we had a change donation of $127.18 for a grand crusade total of $2,485.18. We had one memorial donation in memory of Tim Ballard. So thank you to our crusade team and our community.
Excellent. You do have a good voice.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
It's going to sound really nice when you say, will you marry me?
Yes, sir, it will.
I'm always here to help. Just ask me. All right, so it's Brian Walker. I'm here. We're at Nelson County EMS Station number 1. Bobby Jack Murphy across the way there. Now, he's been doing this for 30-odd years. How many years you been doing this? 30, how many years?
I don't know. I was trying to read your lips, but I'm not very good.
How many 30-odd years you've been doing this?
Somewhere between 40 and 43.
That's a long time.
Yeah. I mean, and you're barely that old.
No, I'm 52.
Oh, okay.
It's my second year. You brought me into this. I was very happy to be asked to come back again.
I appreciate you walking up. And it's one of those things, you're inspired by these people that are standing here. That young lady right there who's going to have a child without her husband, but he was a big part of the crusade.
Yeah.
That small child that was there too. It's what it's all about.
Yeah.
And as you saw him walk over, these people supporting one another.
Yeah.
And because
it's a family. It really is.
It is. It's a family affair. They know how important it is, and they'll continue to give.
Yeah. And the numbers are coming in from all across the Kentuckiana area, and even those that are down, it's just a little bit.
Oh, and we doubled in Rolling Fork over there. So, I mean, that was just incredible.
And it's always amazing to me that these smaller areas are able, you got to think per capita. How few people live there, how many businesses are there, mostly, family owned. They're not giant corporations. And per capita, they're able to pull in way more money than even a larger area is. Mm-hmm. And that's just these giving hearts people have and the love they have. And it really shows on days like this when you bring it all in.
Well, I think we've heard it a couple of times and many times over the years that you can't walk into a NICU unit or people that take care of special needs kids,
right,
that you don't see that Crusade for Children plaque on there. And people also know that unlike many charities, not to speak down on them, so much of their money is tied up that you give in
salaries and marketing and a building. Yeah.
And the Crusade for Children, with help from WHAS TV and radio over the years, it takes care of itself. And when you drop $100 in there or $1 in there, it goes to the kids, and it goes to the kids in your area.
They're ready for you across the way.
All right, we're headed over to Nelson County. Nelson County Fire and Rescue, how are we? Good. I'm going to get in the middle. Can I slip in the middle, Danny?
Yeah.
All right. I get used to seeing you here every year, too. Wouldn't know what to do without it. And you're doing work?
I'm sorry, what was it?
You're doing the work?
Yeah, and making me do it.
Tell me who you are.
My name is Joe.
Joe?
Yep, I'm with Nelson County Fire. Volunteer.
And looks like you got some people. Well,
yeah, I got a long list.
Let's find out who this fella is.
Daryl.
Daryl? All right. Y'all just giving first names. Is this just kind of... Yeah, you never know who might be out there. I mean, they'll see you on TV. Next thing you know, you're going to be getting messaged and all kinds of things.
You never know. Yeah, you never know with that.
All right. What do you have there on that sheet of paper?
I got a good list here. So far to start off is Christopher Hensley. They donated $139 in the memory of Jason, Crystal, Tommy, Kathy, and Samantha. Jeffrey and Karen Embry, $100 in memory of Howard, Clara, Steve, Mike, and Kenny. Patricia Smith, they donated $2,200 in memory of Willie Smith. Bo and Becky Downs, they donated $100 in honor of Danny Downs. We got a $100 donations from David and Judy Beeben, Mike Martin, Richard and Beverly Lewis, Jack and Wilma Waff, Pat Burge, and Jim Hodge. We also got a $200 donation from Joseph Mattingly, Thomas and Joyce Sprigg. They donated $220. David Curry donated $250. We got some businesses that donated. One is Pamper Chef, Beth Pyle. She donated $37.30. Southeast Challengers donated $100. Davenport's Pressure Washing donated $100. Patrons Home Center and Electric Outlet donated $150. And also S&S Packaging $400.
All right.
We also had money for pork chop sales, car show, and a few of our firefighters donated in also.
That pork chop thing sounds real good right now, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It does. Kevin?
So you know us Crusade guys, we're always sneaking around trying to find just a little more money for you. So we talked to the Nelson County school system, the special ed diverse learning team, had another bunny bash this year like they did last year. And they've, with the community partners and all the money they raised with the bunny bash, they wanted to present to the Crusade through the Nelson County Fire Department a check for $4,600.
Whoa! Okay, are we going to be able to do the math that quick?
Oh yeah.
Okay, how much is that going to be? I like that. Oh yeah, he ain't got no problem with
this. He ain't got no problem with adding money.
$17,749.30.
All right, $17,000. And thank you for that last minute from those folks there too. I appreciate all the work you're doing.
To the school system, the special ed here in the county have gotten several monies back from the Crusade for some of their programs, for some equipment. Last year we had several of the kids here. We wasn't able to have the kids here this year, but they raised their money and they want to thank the Crusade for what they're doing here in the county for the kids.
It's been an emotional day for you, hasn't it?
It's been all over the place, but yeah, but it's all for the kids.
Okay. All right, Nelson County, and of course in the heart of Nelson County would happen to be Bardstown, and I think, well, Brian, you've got a few fellows over there that may be able to lay some stuff on you.
I believe they're ready to do that. We got Spalding here with us, the chief, so thank you so much for being here today. And you guys, I love the truck. Let's be honest right now. I got to tell you, the truck's beautiful.
Oh, we appreciate that. It's only a couple years old, and we're really happy that City Council got this truck for us. And, you know, the black over red really sets it off. We really like it.
It's hard to see in the dark, though.
That it is. That's why we put all.
Y'all didn't think that through, did you?
Well, we put all these flashy lights on it to make it try to be seen at nighttime. So
you need to get the siren too, so that helps.
That helps out a little bit.
So who you have with you today?
We got this is Lieutenant Gribbons here. We got firefighter Bradshaw and firefighter McGrew right there. They're the Engine 2 crew on today's shift. So
I'm glad everybody wore their mustaches. Oh wait, you too. Sorry about that. I don't think you're allowed to be a firefighter without a mustache in a big city, right?
It is almost part of tradition to have a mustache. They're just not old enough to grow them yet.
Yeah. Well, you know. I know that with the SCBAs, you're trying to get a tight seal. Maybe that's it.
Yeah, we really aren't supposed to have a beard due to the SCBA seal, but you know, mustache is good.
Yeah, I like that. All right, so tell us about what we did this year and some totals and some thank yous.
Well, we're really appreciative of all the fire departments here in Nelson County and Marion County for all the hard work that they did here. And this is such a great organization. It's really important to the community, and the community rallies around this organization to help the children that's in our community. So we are really appreciative of that and all the work that the county fire departments did. This year we collected $14,330.
The following is a paid program from Joel Osteen Ministries.
In these uncertain times where the tides of fortune ebb and flow, there exists a guiding light of timeless stability. For thousands of years, gold and other precious metals have quietly held their place as a currency of unwavering worth. And thanks to Bishop Gold Group, now you can discover the incredible appeal of investing in precious metals through our free guide, a testament to the enduring power of precious metals in safeguarding and enhancing your wealth. In our collected wisdom lies the sanctuary of your...
Glenn Pike, $500. Hayden Holdens, $300. Martha Cockrell, $300 in memory of the Naval Ordnance retirees. Robert Smotherman, $250. Jeff Castle with Quick Cash, $200. Dick Heaton, $200. Bardstown Animal Clinic, $200. Clark Mechanical, $200 in memory of Junie Clark. IMI, $200. Harriet Akins, bandman, $50 in memory of Harold Akins. And then the Bardstown Elementary School also collected $859.80 doing like a lemonade stand. And
these lemonade stands are just absolutely slaying.
Yeah, we can't pass one up. We'll see the kids out there selling lemonade and out there sweating, just, you know, true young entrepreneurs. And, you know, you try to support them and stuff, and they're just giving that money away to the Crusade for Children and helping other children that may need some help. So there's all kinds of other donations, but we just try to limit it to on this list of 200 or more so that we wouldn't take up so much of your time today. But everybody was really generous this year, and with the economy and price of things, it's really hard to get those donations sometimes, but we appreciate what was donated.
You guys do any unique stuff besides the usual roadblocks and the donations? Is there something special you do to bring money in?
We're kind of get out in front of the businesses and try to get out in front of the business and stuff like that. And
they pay you to get off their sidewalk.
Yes, that's what they do. Yep. But we're always trying to generate new ideas of how we can generate revenue for the Crusade for Children.
I think it's a mustache contest. I really do. They can get started right away.
You think you can participate in that?
I will present the award.
Oh, come on, man. I think you can do a mustache. I mean,
it's been a while, but I bet I could bring one back.
Yeah. I don't know if your wife might not like that.
Probably not just the mustache. Well, give me that total one more time for everybody at home.
That is going to be $14,336.22.
Congratulations, Bardstown Fire Department.
Thank you.
All right, I think we're getting close to being done. Kevin, you've got some totals for us.
We do. So today we had Marion County, Washington County, Nelson County here represented. First, I want to...
Don't get on Facebook. We got to talk about these numbers.
I got my totals. We're trying to get into the 19th century, and they're texting me things now, and I like it on paper.
I do too. Give it to me on paper, guy.
Where I can figure it out. But we had a couple departments that didn't make it over to our remote but sent their money. I had Springfield, Washington County. They want to thank the community for all their support. They've done roadblocks. They've had fundraisers. They sent $10,480.88.
Excellent.
I'm clapping.
Oh, okay. We work together.
I thought he had a bug on his shoulder. What is that?
And Northeast Nelson, Bloomfield Fire Department wanted to thank the community for their support, and they sent $18,165.48.
Wow.
Well, I know why they ain't here. They were at that J.D. Shelburne concert late last night, and they couldn't get up.
Couldn't get up and around?
That's what it was, yeah.
Okay.
Well, when you send in that kind of money, you can go, you know what? Money speak for itself. We'll stay home.
So that's what I said.
Yeah.
Do you want me to come and get it?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't care to come pick it up. You know, money for the kids, we'll come and get it. So
where would he get something, that attitude is, I'll come and get it? I've never heard those words come out of a Boblet's mouth.
Hey, I'm carrying on the tradition.
I'll come and get it.
Oh yeah,
That's how I wound up in Bloomfield anyway.
He would come get you, wouldn't he? He would. Anything. Well, I want to thank my crew here at the Bardstown Remote. My wife Missy, my son Hunter, Terry and Tammy are always here with me. Their son, TJ.
We thank him so much. I can't remember his name.
And Tyler. I get them confused sometimes. And then, hi, Tweety. And then one of the grandkids are here. But so for the Bardstown Remote, we had Marion County with a total of $74,740.73. We had a Washington County total of $14,111.88. Nelson County with $87,758.05. Makes my remote total from Nelson, Washington, and Marion counties to the Crusade for Children at $176,610.66.
All right. Now, not only is that an amazing number, they're a little kind of a dig. What would you like to point out?
So, did we beat Joey in E-Town?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know his exact numbers.
It was like 149 something.
Yeah. Okay, I laid it down there. Joey, see if you can do better next year, buddy.
Yeah.
We're pulling for you.
You just laid it down and walked away.
I laid it down.
Yeah, you don't need. Yeah, nothing else needs to be said. Yeah. Don't drop it. That's expensive.
Okay. That's the reason you all don't let me hold on to it.
That's exactly why.
I understand. Well, thank you all for being here. We appreciate you coming to us to take the money to the kids.
Well, I tell you, the Crusade would not work without volunteers. So many of those hardworking volunteers are firefighters, their families, their auxiliaries, their better halves that back them up and rub, I guess, at aloe oil on you after you've gotten all sunburned standing out. But it all goes to a great cause. That it's so much of a great cause, and after 71 years, you don't have to sit here and spend time telling you how important it is, because you look behind you and those sweet little words coming out of there and other children that we've talked to, and we know there are more to come, and there's going to be somebody here to take care of them.
Yes, sir. And we're seeing the fruits of the labor. The little guy from Boston, you have the guy from Willisburg. We're seeing the kids now getting up of age that the Crusade has helped. So we're seeing where the money has come back to, and we really appreciate the Crusade, how they've taken care of the kids in our counties.
And I'm sure there's a guy by the name of Ronnie who's real proud of you. As you stepped in, you were his right hand for many years. I know Hunter's right there beside him.
So when he was standing up here, I was shuffling the trucks around. So now it's turned to Hunter. He's shuffling the trucks, taking care of me in the background.
TJ? I'm just saying.
TJ is watching the truck full of money.
Oh, okay.
He's got an important job.
And you can't say with them glasses on, you can't see his eyes.
So
he's in stealth mode.
Ricky, we miss you. We'll see you next year here at the Crusade, but get better soon.
And we'll go get a groundhog sandwich when you get out.
Sauteed. Okay. You might even deliver that to the hospital. For Crusade number 71, thanks to Channel 21 WBNA. Brian, thank you so much.
Glad to be here. Appreciate it.
We're proud to be able to be a part of it. And our biblical... I thought you would like that.
Yeah,
our biblical cameraman.
Yes.
Yes.
Real name's Ezekiel, but we've called him everything but today.
I know.
Thank you, Sham, Ham, and Japheth, for being here.
All right. Thank you all so much. And let's see. Crusade's going to be wrapping up about 7 o'clock. We got a big total coming, I think.
Big total coming.
All right.
Everybody say bye.
Bye. Subway said, y'all come back now, you hear? Too much Beverly Hillbillies in the day.
Too much hillbilly. Yep. But thanks for everything.
When you give to the kids, what does it buy? Your donation can gift a child with the ability to communicate. This speech tablet helps a mom know what her child needs. A tablet like this is designed specifically to help children who have difficulty communicating. For example, autism can be a hurdle to speaking. For others, it could be Down syndrome or another diagnosis that makes communication more challenging. But this tablet speaks volumes for a child and all those in his or her life. For $800, another child with special needs can receive this gift of speech. You can be part of it. 4 $200 or 8 $100 donations, and another child has a speech tablet in hand. Go to WHAScrusade.org and click on Donate to make a secure online donation, or give with Venmo, CashApp, PayPal, Apple Pay, or use the Crusade's QR code to make a donation. In these uncertain times, there is one sure investment: children. And we promise 100% of your donation will go directly to services for children with special needs. 100%. Join us and make a difference for children with special needs.
There you go. Go, 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 go.
He is definitely a ball of joy. You can't be around Hayden and not smile or giggle or just be happy.
That's a good job, Hayden.
His smile is contagious, and everyone that meets him just talks about like how happy he is and how much fun he brings to everyone around him.
3. Hello, hello.
Megan and Hayden are amazing. Hayden is just, his smile can melt your heart, and you multiply Hayden by 1,300 families we serve, and it's just, my heart's always bursting.
Yeah.
You coming back down, or you want to stay up?
Hi, I'm Megan Lewis. I have 3 children, and my youngest, his name is Hayden. He is nearly 2 years old, and he has Down syndrome. So we got Hayden's Down syndrome diagnosis when he was a month old, when we also got his CHD diagnosis that meant he would have to have open heart surgery. So Hayden had heart surgery at 5.5 months old. It was scary. I'm not gonna lie that it wasn't scary. Even with all of his struggles and things that he's had to deal with in his little 2 years of life, he is just a wonderful, joyous little person to be around. Once it was known that Hayden had Down syndrome, it was almost immediately that Julie, the director here at Down Syndrome of Louisville, reached out to us and invited us here to meet this amazing community.
Having a relationship with someone with Down syndrome is just magical. That's what I hope to share with the world from Down syndrome of Louisville, is just educating the community that if you're not here and you're not interacting with someone with Down syndrome, you're missing out.
Hello, hello.
Hi, my name's Julie Torzeski. I'm the executive director at Down syndrome of Louisville. So we are here to support, educate, and advocate to help our members reach their full potential. So that's really the core of our mission, and we want to make sure that we do all the things that will help them get there.
Hayden right now is consistently the only boy in a class full of a lot of girls, and he loves it.
So this is our early education classroom, and the Crusade for Children was part of helping us build this. And still today, they give us a grant each year to help us continue the programming we provide.
Everyone that comes here for the toddler class is super thankful for the Crusade giving to DSL so that we are able to have the toddler class.
The Crusade is a huge part of our budget every year. Their grant it makes us whole and makes us able to provide these programs. And so especially, like you said, the ones that happened here in this classroom.
I know. Where are we going?
We would not be where we are today without places like the Crusade helping fund places like Down Syndrome of Louisville. We would not be able to get Hayden the therapies that we get weekly and that he needs. It 110% changes lives.
I think just looking in the faces of our members, you can see that the donations matter and that the Crusade makes a difference here at Down Syndrome of Louisville.
Mwah. Mwah. I love you.
You know, we see that the money invested in the children make their life whole and help them reach their full potential and live happy and productive lives just like the rest of us, and that's all we can ask for.
Every little bit counts. It's for the kids and it's for the families, and we are so grateful for all of it.